Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better. Well, get them up. Get them going. It's time to rise and grind as we launch our 5-hour sports conversation on this Monday, the 14th of August. 19 days to the start of the college football season for the Texas Longhorns. We'll recap their first of 2 scrimmages held on Saturday over the weekend. Certainly talk about it this morning. It's also the first day of school for plenty across Central Texas here in the ATX. I believe AISD, Manor, and Fredericksburg going back to school today. And then another slew of schools are back to school tomorrow. Most of the entire area will be back to school at some point this week, today, tomorrow, or Wednesday. So we'll launch that. That also will include a little more traffic on the highways and byways and obviously school zones. Please be advised that the AISD does go back to school today and more to follow. So be careful, slow it down out there, and get ready to roll as we get this thing going. 5 hours of sports conversation begins right now. That's right. It's Austin's only local morning sports conversation here in the ATX throughout Central Texas, all over the state and all over the country on that Horn app and at hornfm.com. It's also there for you as well on 101.9 FM and AM 1260. He is the lifetime Longhorn and 16 years of fixture on your radio dial here in the ATX out of DBU and DB High. He's number 21 in your Texas football program, but number 1 in your heart. Back with us on a Monday, shutting down the R1 side of the field. It's our man, Rod Babers. What's up, Rod? I
appreciate the intro, brother. How was your weekend?
It was great. It was great.
Great
Got
weekend.
to go down to Houston and see the Astros play on Saturday night. Yeah, it was a great time. Full house. It was Hall of Fame induction night for the Astros. So my favorite player growing up was Bill Doran, Astros second baseman. He was their opening day second baseman from all of my childhood, from when I was 11 years old to I was 18. Right through the 80s there.
Did they have a bobblehead for him?
They didn't.
No bobblehead? Come on. You got the bobblehead treatment.
No bobblehead. I did take some great pictures and got to see the Hall of Fame induction on Saturday evening.
Nice.
Yeah, but Bill Doran was the fixture at second base all through from when I was 11 to when I was 18. He was the Astros starting second baseman from 83 through 90. And what a heck of a ball player. He's from Cincinnati, Ohio, Rod. But so we kind of played the game like Pete Rose did, just a tough, hard-nosed,
so you guys are Ohio guys. Is that what it was, that connection?
I think there probably was something to that. But at the same time, he played the game hard, played the game. He was a great defensive second baseman, a clutch hitter. Always thought he was underrated around the league. But either way, it was a good night. The Astros won it 11-2 or whatever the final score was.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker hit another home run. Altuve had a big night. So it was fun. Had a great time down and back. Watched a bunch of football, including, because we had 16 or 14 NFL preseason games over the weekend. Hard to glean too much, but we'll make what we can of it on an overreaction Monday. Also, as we mentioned, the Longhorns had a scrimmage on Saturday that was closed to the public, but we'll try to sift through the insider reports, which I know you will do, Rod, behind the burnt orange curtain. How was your weekend? It
was a great weekend. A little busy, but, that happens. Got to get some adulting done.
Had to get some adulting done.
Yeah.
Well, and hopefully if your kids are going back to school today, or
that's adulting.
You're a school teacher out there or an educator, whatever you're doing, best of luck today. As we mentioned, Austin ISD is back to school today. My wife's in Dripping Springs ISD. They go back tomorrow. Teachers are back, but the kids come back tomorrow out in Dripping Springs. But that day, Rod, you remember first days of school.
Oh, yeah, man. I remember. See, these days, is it still about like what you wear on the first day of school? Is that still a thing people care about?
Oh, yeah, man. You got to have the new dress.
Is that a thing?
New threads.
That was, to me, it was like your first fit on the first day of school. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Had to be clean, as the kids would say.
Oh, man, you got to show up on that first day. After that, I guess after that, it doesn't matter. It's so weird. After that, people just really don't care. I just want the kids to still care about. If the first day is still the fashion show, and then after that, you just let everything kind of go after that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
that first day is what counts.
Because when you're out school shopping, at least you were like me when you were a kid, you had a budget. You couldn't go out and buy new outfits.
Oh, what?
Yeah, well, you had to.
I was putting stuff on layaway. Well, I remember that.
Plus, I was the second of 4, so I usually got the hand-me-downs too. So I got my brother's old stuff, but I get an outfit or two. So you always got to have that clean one to start with. Day 2, it doesn't really matter.
Nobody's concerned with it. Don't stress yourself out about it.
All right, it's a Monday. We got 5 hours of convo to have. Our man Ty Henderson is through the glass. He's back as well. Ty, did you do any adulting this weekend or mostly lake activities?
Lake activities. My little sister was in town, so she's from Dallas, so I had to show her around the ATX. So we're about.
Yeah, you told me that when you were leaving on Friday. Nice. She's 21-ish.
Just turned 21. Like a week ago.
Did you behave yourself?
Yeah, no, I took her to some of the college bars I used to go to. Took her to the Deep Eddy.
The cabaret. Have to do that.
She didn't enjoy it as much as I do, but
that's her. It's okay. Your cup of tea, not hers.
Yes.
Okay, I get that. All right, well, we'll hear some more stories from Ty. Did she enjoy Austin though? A little hot?
Yeah, she was not prepared. I guess it's a lot hotter down here than it is in Dallas in the summer.
Really?
Which
Is that the case?
Never really noticed. I think it's just the humidity. Her allergies were really bad.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah.
Other than that, I think she had a great time.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Even being down in Houston, right downtown, that's a different level of humidity in Houston, Rod. You know that being from H-Town.
2-shower city, man.
It's hot. I did. I had to take a shower after the game because we had walked about 6 blocks from our hotel down to the ball game at Minute Maid Park.
That's the way it works in H-Town.
Yeah, man. Back to shower before I get up. Shower again when I wake up. But yeah, man. Hopefully everybody being careful out there. I saw several incidents on the lake over the weekend. Lake Austin had a boat crash and a fatality there. Oh, yeah. Ski boat or jet ski in a boat. So out on Lake Travis. So everybody trying to get out and enjoy the water. But be careful out there. First day of school. Let's get this thing cranked up. Start with the headlines. We've got a lot to do this hour. We'll get into the preseason games, including the Cowboys hitting the field for the first time up at AT&T Stadium. Also, we had the Longhorn conversations. We'll get into the behind the burnt orange curtain and what went on at that scrimmage on Saturday morning. Let's get you caught up, starting with the news of the morning. UBEO Business Services brings it to you. Yeah, Texas football now 19 days to the start of the 2023 season with the Rice Owls in town. Longhorns held their first of 2 training camp scrimmages on Saturday morning. Full squad scrimmage was closed to the media and public, but multiple insider reports indicate the Texas defense may have had a better day than the offense overall. But freshman quarterback Arch Manning had a solid day, included a long touchdown run. Also, according to eyewitness reports, the fellow freshman Malik Muhammad, the cornerback, returned a pick 6 for a score. Running back Keelan Robinson broke off a long run on a fourth and short play, took that to the house. Texas will be on the practice field again this afternoon, after which head coach Steve Sarkisian scheduled to meet the media almost 5 o'clock today. He'll have his thoughts on today's workout and, of course, what went on Saturday. In the NFL over the weekend, Dallas Cowboys opened their 3-game preseason, lost at home to Jacksonville 28-23. Tough to make much of the game considering the Cowboys didn't play quarterback Dak Prescott or any of their projected starters on offense. Former K-State star and Round Rock Cedar Ridge running back Deuce Vaughn certainly made a strong first impression. Team's 6th-round pick posted a couple of highlight reel runs and rushed for 50 yards to lead the team and scored a go-ahead touchdown late in the third quarter. Former Longhorn linebacker DeMarvion Overshown also showed up quite a bit Saturday. Cowboys' 3rd-round pick was in on 6 tackles, included a big 3rd-down stop in the first quarter that forced the Jaguars' punt. Cowboys and Jaguar preseason game won a 14 over the weekend. We'll discuss the highlights throughout the morning here on E and Rod B. Major League Baseball, Rangers entered the weekend with a 2.5-game lead over the second-place Astros in the AL West. They come out of it with that same lead, 2.5 games. Both teams took 2 out of 3 over the weekend. Both teams were going for sweeps yesterday, but lost. Rangers lost a tough one. They played a run in the 10th in San Francisco to take a 2-1 lead. Then in the bottom of the frame, Giants catcher Patrick Bailey drove a 2-run homer off of Texas closer Will Smith to win it as a walk-off. Down in Houston, meanwhile, after scoring 22 runs in their wins on Friday and Saturday, Astros bats went cold yesterday. Shohei Ohtani belted his 41st home run of the season to lead the Angels to a 2-1 win. Astros will open a 4-game series in Miami tonight. Rangers now host the Angels, and they will not have to face Shohei Ohtani as the pitcher. LA announced yesterday that the superstar will skip his scheduled pitching start on Wednesday to rest his arm. He will be in the lineup, though, as a DH starting tonight in Arlington. Dell Diamond last night, Round Rock Express continued to pound the baseball. Express finished off a 6-game sweep of Albuquerque with a 9-6 win. E-Train scored a whopping 56 runs in the 6 games. They're going to open a series in Sugar Land tonight. In golf, veteran Lucas Glover won for the second time in as many weeks. 43-year-old followed up his win at the Wyndham Championship last week by topping Patrick Cantlay in a playoff yesterday. He wins the FedEx St. Jude Championship in Memphis. St. Jude was the first leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs. Top 50 from this weekend will advance to the BMW Championship outside Chicago, teeing off Thursday.
Shout out to the texters that Go Rangers. Yeah, I can't say that, but you're right.
Ty needs to jump in with the...
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be Ty. I don't know what's the Rangers...
There it is.
What is it?
I don't know.
Do the Rangers have one? Do they have it? Ghost Rose is a thing. I was actually out yesterday and the guy saw my hat and he was like, Ghost Rose!
Yeah, baby.
So what's do the Rangers have like a, I don't know, something like a cry, so like a
I don't know.
battle cry or whatever?
Not that I've heard.
No, okay. They don't then.
I can make one up.
I think it's go Jers.
Go Jers.
Go Jers.
No, don't do that. That'd be like that's like Oklahoma taking the the horns up symbol and then the horns down and then making that their like hand sign. It's like you can't just taking
go Jers.
The low you're just taking your rival's thing and then flipping it and that's now your thing.
That was a gut punch loss for the Jers yesterday. They looked like they were going to sweep the Giants and Bruce Bochy. Of course, was the manager in San Francisco for so long, won World Series there. His first trip back in and won the series. His team playing well. Astros did their part, and somebody said, I was there Saturday night too. The Ohtani double off the wall was loud. I was just sitting in left field. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani, Astros dominated the game, but Shohei Ohtani hit a rocket. Gosh, it probably didn't get 25 feet off the ground and hit the right center field wall. And, man, looked like it put a hole in the wall. He hit it so hard. But Astros took care of business there. But then, Angels got him yesterday, 2-1. So good baseball this weekend. Yeah, it's just the Astros are just down in Houston for sure. It is a frenzy. I mean, it's fans of all ages. It's kids. It's ladies. It's men. I mean, everybody loves the Astros down in Houston. They've won a couple World Series.
I mean, I think it's juxtaposed to the other teams, professional teams there, and the flustercluck of a franchise that the Texans have been, and the kind of and the Rockets actually they haven't been great either lately.
Not even relevant.
Exactly.
No one even knows they play.
So I think it's because you're comparing the Astros who are winning championships and they are competing at the highest of levels at their professional sport. And the other teams, the Texans, unfortunately, and the Rockets, they are at the gutter. They are probably in the, both of those teams have been tanking for years and now are just starting to hopefully get on the upside of the post-tank era.
Yeah, it feels like both Houston, basketball and baseball, or basketball and football are starting to at least have something to be interested in. Like the young quarterback in Houston with C.J. Stroud and a new coach. At least there's something that brings your attention to it. The Rockets,
got a new coach,
some young players. But yes, the Astros have been the staple. And I was telling folks there, I grew up as an Astro fan, and a lot of people who listen to the show that are Astro fans are kind of my age. I keep telling these young kids, I'm like, you have no idea. It was miserable to be an Astros fan growing up. You guys have had all wins. What are we doing? You guys are in the World Series every year.
I remember that.
You got all these clutch performers. 6 straight trips to the ALCS. You guys have it easy. You don't even really understand how tough it can be to be a fan. But boy, they're riding the wave for sure. And the Rangers, the Jers, feel like they're back. They're back in this conversation with Houston, and it's going to be a race to the finish line in the AL West. 2.5 game lead right now separating the two. But I'll say this for the Astros, and it's kind of like the Rangers have had the best offense in baseball all year, and they've even battled through some injuries, and they're still hitting the baseball like crazy. Corey Seager's having an MVP caliber year. But that Astros lineup is now healthy, and it's really deep. I mean, when you're starting with Altuve, who's starting to heat up, then it's Bregman in the 2-hole, then it's Yordan Alvarez, then it's Tucker. Yainer Diaz is off to a guy. You know this stat, Rod? The Astros, people talk about the top end talent. Last 9 years, 7 of those years they've had a player either win the Rookie of the Year or finish in the top 4 in American League Rookie of the Year. They continue to develop young players.
Yeah.
And they have 2 more this year. J.P. France, who pitched on Saturday night, is going to be in the mix for the AL Rookie of the Year. And then Yainer Diaz, their catcher, who's got 15 home runs this year and has produced a lot of runs in the middle of that order for Dusty Baker. He also is technically a rookie, so he'll be in that mix too, and he's come along at the catcher position. So they just keep bringing these – because the Astros really don't get involved in free agent deals in the offseason, right? They don't get in the big ticket
they don't want to be the highest bidder.
They try to re-up their guys ahead of free agency like they've done with Altuve, Bregman, and Alvarez, and they're going to try to do with Kyle Tucker. And then they'll let the George Springers leave, the Garrett Coles and the Carlos Correas. They're not going to get into the bidding war.
They're the homegrown model.
And then they grow players. Yeah. They bring players through, and that's been the model. And I think the Rangers are on a good track to start
Rangers are kind of the opposite, though. They brought in some they spent money.
The Rangers have gotten on well, and it's worked. Yeah. I mean, a lot of times in baseball that doesn't
different
work.
Ways to skin a catfish.
There is. That's right. That was the original phrase, right?
Yeah. Let's be humane about talking about cats. I'm teaching kids to be skinning cats.
Because you might be a serial
catfish. Killer. Yeah, they may take it literally. We won't want to do that.
Might have real problems if you're skinning cats. But catfish, you kind of got to do that.
Hey, that's how it's tasty.
Yeah, but the Rangers have gotten into the free agent market, and it's paid dividends. Corey Seager may be the MVP of the American League if not for Shohei Ohtani this year, and Marcus Simeon's been great. The trades they've made, the moves
and they got
made.
a nice farm system too. I mean, that's
that's right.
That's why it's sustainable what they're doing too. And if they can develop that talent.
And these two are built to be good for quite a bit here,
no doubt.
Which is fun for baseball in the Lone Star State. No doubt about it.
Speaking of the Lone Star State, we talk about the Cowboys real quick?
Please do. Hit it. Let's get into some NFL from the weekend.
My favorite part of DeMarvio and Overshown's performance, even though on the field it was impressive, him leading like after the team huddled after the pregame warmups, That's a strong statement from a guy, trust me, who's been in an NFL locker room and been a rookie on an NFL team. To see DeMarvion Overshown kind of lead the team huddle after warmups, that's a lot of respect given to a rookie.
Yeah.
Usually, rookies don't have that type of clout just yet. Shows you that the Cowboys are serious about him and that he's earned some respect already in the locker room. I was shocked by that, actually. Flabbergasted, honestly. But I'm happy for him. Just shows you that they really like DeMarvion Overshown.
Yeah,
it's really made an impression.
Their draft, obviously they're hoping for a lot from Mozzie Smith, their first-round pick out of Michigan. He's had a solid camp according to all, but, he's an interior defensive tackle. You're not going to make a lot of flash plays. He's there to hold up the line and bring that run support. Mm-hmm. And then Luke Shoemaker, the young tight end who they took in the second round, he was injured to start camp, so he's just kind of getting his feet wet. But, man, DeMarvion Overshown, their third-round pick. Deuce Vaughn, the sixth-round pick.
Deuce showed out, too.
They're showing out. Now, let's hear from DeMarvion, because after the game, you want to talk about a guy out of Arp, Texas, tiny little school, and then, of course, came to the University of Texas. And, by the end of his career here was a big-time playmaker for the Longhorns.
Originally a safety.
Now he's playing linebacker in Dan Quinn's defense. You want to talk about a guy who's just happy to be a Dallas Cowboy, to, be putting on that Cowboy star, a kid from Texas, playing for the Dallas Cowboys. Let's hear DeMarvion Overshown after his first action in the preseason on Saturday.
I did, definitely, putting the jersey on. I put it on for OTAs, but it was for pictures. But, putting it on and putting my armbands on in my sleeve and realizing that I'm going to do this for the Dallas Cowboys. A lot of people dream about that. A lot of people say, man, I want to do that. And I'm part of that 1% that got the chance to do that. So I definitely, before the game, took 5 deep breaths and just soaked it in. And like I say, I wouldn't want to be nowhere else. I'm glad to be here. And, like I said, I'm looking forward to the rest of the year.
Happy to be here, man. They're living out a dream.
And I heard, and I might have to send a sound. There was so it's a story. We have to ask, someone will have to ask DeMarvion Overshown about it. That apparently the Cowboys, he wanted 0 as a number because he's Agent Zero, right? That's his nickname. He loves Agent Zero, and the Cowboys told him he has to earn it. That if he earns 0, then they'll give it to him. But they're not just gonna give him 0. And then he's got to earn it.
35 until.
And apparently, he's on a mission to earn 0. And I don't know what the timetable is on it, but we'll get that sound. But that's the story going around. Dallas said Agent Zero's got to earn that number. And that's when the Cowboys will crown him as Agent Zero. Now at the NFL level, you could be Agent Zero too.
I love it.
Oh yeah, no, I think he's happy too. Not only because it is a dream of any kid playing football in Texas to be a Dallas Cowboy, whether they like it or not. No kid's gonna tell you I grew up wanting to be a Texan.
No, not gonna say that.
No, that ain't happening.
That ain't happening.
But also I think he just knows he's in a perfect place. While Dan Quinn is still there.
Yeah.
That a coach that looks at his skill set and doesn't see the shortcomings in his skill set as a weakness or something that must be coached out. He looks at those that really unique skill set, a guy who's a hybrid like DeMarvion Overshown, and he looks at it as a strength because his defense is full of hybrids. And he loves hybridized players and positionless football. So I think that's part of the reason he's so giddy is because he knows there isn't a better place for him to be in the NFL right now than playing for Dan Quinn's defense. And Dan Quinn probably goes up to him all the time. He's like, brother, I got a plan for you. I got a plan. I got a vision. I know exactly how I'm going to use you. Don't you worry. I got a plan and a vision for you. You just keep doing what you're doing. And you played the sound of Michael Parsons, saying complimentary things about him. Mike McCarthy has talked about how he's already got a professional mindset. He really is off to a hell of a start.
You just said he led the team out of the chant, right out of
that's a rookie.
Crazy.
That is crazy. I'm telling you right now, that's crazy. I was a guy that was drafted, around that. He was a 3rd-round pick. I was a 4th-round pick. Coming to already be leading the huddle like that after the warm-ups. And I know it's guys who are, Jags and jabronis, not the first, not the big contract guys, all right, not the first-round picks. But still, that's a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, well, he's leading the younger guys, I guess is what you would say.
He's like, I'm a leader.
Yeah,
I'll be a leader.
The Cowboys didn't play any of their starters on offense, very few on defense.
Yeah.
But so you got to see some of these guys who are trying to make this team. Guy like DeMarvion Overshown, he's going to make it. Let's hear from. I wanted to play this for you too while we're talking Demo and Agent Zero, who may earn that number 0 before too long. How about let's hear a little bit from Brandon Belt and Brian Broaddus. the Cowboys insiders, their thoughts. And, what you saw on Saturday is nothing new. And they've been seeing this out in Oxnard for 3 weeks now. First time the fans have gotten a chance to see DeMarvion Overshown had a big third down stop, was in on 6 tackles. Here's Broadus and Brandon Belt talking about what they're seeing from number 35.
I thought of him as an early day 3 guy, but this is why the scouting staff gets paid the way they do, is because they identify these guys that are really talented. And DeMarvion Overshown is somebody who has checked every box during this process in terms of, the OTA minicamp, the practices, into the padded practices, now into this game where he stands up Tank Bigsby in the hole. That's a big running back who makes his money, being a really physical runner. But DeMarvion Overshown, a guy who it's showing up on the practice field, it's showing up in the locker room, it's showing up on the sidelines as a leader. Just everything you're hearing about him right now, he seems to be everything the Cowboys wanted when they picked him at number 90.
Yeah, I think you got him absolutely right, Bobby. I mean, I know that it's funny when you go through these, when you watch your university play these games, you kind of feel like you have an idea of where these guys are. Myself with Clark and with Cox, you with Overshown. The one thing with Overshown that I was super impressed was his ability to fit. You mentioned when he was able to take on Tank Bigsby in the hole right there. He didn't overrun the play. He was square to the line. He saw the opportunity. He knew it was a short yardage defense. He didn't give any ground. He was able to step up, make a physical play, and more importantly, make a physical finish in order to get them off the field.
All right, Brian Broadus, Brandon Belt right there, some Cowboys insiders.
That's
and, it wasn't just Demo, though, because Deuce Vaughn. Deuce was loose.
Nobody,
forget the height, right?
Nobody who watches Big 12 football is surprised by what Deuce Vaughn did to that Jaguars defense, because he's been doing that
breaking
to
ankles,
elite defensive and elite defenders in the Big 12 all his career. And some people said here in Central Texas, when you watched him in high school, he was doing the same
Cedar
thing.
Ridge.
So the size does not matter. It really. I remember, like I said, Quentin Griffin, I think is his name, from Oklahoma, and he was the same way. You really cannot see these guys until it's a little too late. And if you're a step behind, or you're a step late with these players, and you're playing catch up with the type of quickness and shiftiness that these players have, and it's not only that, there's power involved. You see them small. They're not like small like Kavontae Turpin, where he's light and small. No. There's power with them thighs, right? These guys can squat. Yeah, and the balance. So, the arm tackle's not going to work, and you're supposed to get your pads lower than his.
But
lower
you can't
pad
do.
level. You cannot do. It is impossible. So, trust me, when they're in the open field, you just want to make sure you keep them bottled up. Because when they get in the open field, oh, man, they cause all types of problems.
Yeah.
Trying to take them down. And you saw it.
Yeah, you did see it, and he had 50 yards. He had a long run, and guys trying. You just heard Brian Broadus talking about fitting in the hole.
Yeah,
there were safeties coming up for Jacksonville, fitting in the hole and grabbing air because Deuce did a spin move or hit the X button or whatever he did that little juke. So even if you can see him, it's still hard to get him on the ground. And then you're right. Yeah, what's funny because we will pick up our Ian Rod B. Horn Top 20 countdown today at number 15 as we hit the top 15 today. But we had Oklahoma at number 16 on Friday, and we talked to our buddy Tyler McComas, and we were talking about Quentin Griffin.
Oh, yeah.
Who he reminded us scored 9 touchdowns against the Longhorns in his career.
Exactly.
9.
He scored more touchdowns against Texas than I think Texas scored in that time span in the rivalry.
Yeah. Yes, 9-7. 9-7, he told us. He was like, oh, great, thanks.
Yeah. No, and as a defender going against him, I remember how tough it was to find him. And by the way, I remember Darren Sproles, too. I remember
Darren Sproles.
I remember all these guys. And when you get to, when these guys, their skill set is so refined and so lethal that the size, how diminutive they are, it really doesn't matter as much. Not every little guy can do what they do, but to make it to the highest levels and still be able to put guys in a spin cycle like that, professionals, it just tells you, he's going to be able to do that. At the NFL level, the same way he did it at the college level. Not with the frequency. Give him some time, but if they use him effectively, Deuce Vaughn will be that kind of weapon for the Cowboys.
Being down at the Astros game on Saturday, Jose Altuve, just forget the height, right? He's short.
Forget it. Yeah, at this point,
he can hit.
Yeah, exactly.
He can play.
Nobody talks about it anymore. It's not even.
It's amazing when you see him stand next to somebody tall, just how short he is. But at the same time, he's a football player. He can ball. And, the Jacksonville defense now got to see that up close. And he'll be a factor for the Cowboys this year. Obviously, Tony Pollard's going to be the lead running back. And they got Malik Davis, the second-year man out of Florida. But this guy is going to be pushing for for playing time. You have to have a package for Deuce Vaughn because he's just going to create plays in the open position. You're right about him hiding behind tall linemen in front of him, whether it's on a screen pass or draw plays.
He's patient.
Yeah, he's got the patience to it. And then by the time you see him, he gone.
Oh, yeah. You already, your angle is off. You've judged it wrong. Your body position is wrong. Oh, man, he is. Yeah, he's fun to watch, but he's a nightmare to try to tackle. I feel for those guys because I've been there. I remember being that guy.
Well, that's the other thing. You would think he'd be at risk to taking a big hit because he isn't very big. But, man,
it's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Players are tentative. They want to come up and make sure they're breaking down properly because they don't want to get their ankles broken.
Nobody's coming in there and trying to lay a haymaker on Deuce Vaughn. No, you bet not. Because he's going to make you look bad. You're going to be on that Sports Center highlight reel.
Oh. You got posterized.
Yeah, exactly. No, man, you're right. You're breaking down. You're trying to bring your feet with you. You're being very careful about your angle when you're going up against Deuce Vaughn.
All right, we'll get into the other NFL of the weekend. 14 games between Friday night and yesterday afternoon, including the Cowboys, including Roschon Johnson looking good in a Bears uniform. Bears offense was cranking. We'll talk about whatever we can glean from preseason game number 1 over the weekend. Also, the Longhorns had their first of 2 spring training camp scrimmages. We'll get the insider reports and go behind the burnt orange curtain on that. As we mentioned, we will be at number 15 in our Horn Top 20 countdown. We'll get some E and Rod B facts of the day as we are up and at 'em on this first day of school for the AISD, Manor, and Fredericksburg, the schools that are going back today. Keep that in mind as you are up and out this morning. It is time to rise and grind. We are just getting warmed up, too. 5 hours, 5 days a week here on 101.9 AM 1260, of course, on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Monday on The Horn, Ian Rodby with you every morning. Make sure you lock in that Horn app wherever you are. Also on hornfm.com. On our Twitch channel, you can watch the proceedings on television there, on the TV, whatever you're doing. And certainly on 101.9 and AM 1260, recapping the weekend as we do. And every rookie quarterback has now officially made their NFL preseason debut. C.J. Stroud down in Houston, Bryce Young in Carolina, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis. We'll go running through some of the stats. It's really tough to glean much, but at the same time, we got to see all the rookies and some second-year other young quarterbacks like Justin Fields had himself today for the Bears.
Good, man. He looked good. He did.
Also got baseball into its stretch drive. We've got golf with the FedEx Cup. One leg of 3 is in the books. We'll get you some thoughts on that coming up, and certainly plenty of football from the NFL level, talking Deuce Vaughn and Marvion Overshown and what they did for the Cowboys on Saturday night. By the way, in that game, Rod, Trevor Lawrence looking the part. He made some plays for Jacksonville. Yeah. He did start and play. They are the heavy favorite, in my opinion, in that division, the AFC South, after making the playoffs last year and becoming back in that amazing comeback to beat the Chargers in a playoff game. Trevor Lawrence, can he take that next step becomes a really big question in year 2 with Doug Peterson there. Of course, it's his 3rd year, but his 2nd year with a real head coach. We'll just forget about the 1 year with Urban Meyer that he had. But Jacksonville's talented. Jacksonville's a good football team and one of those teams to watch in the AFC.
I think Doug Peterson's a hell of a coach. I do. I think that was a huge upgrade for them, and he's a quarterback guy, so I think he's going to be able to bring out the best in Trevor Lawrence. Their wide receiving course also adding Calvin Ridley, who they didn't have last season. I mean, that team, they got some weapons. And that defense was
pretty good.
Yeah, it was one of the more opportunistic defenses last season. They made a lot of plays, had a lot of takeaways. So I'm with you. I think they're the easy pick to win that division.
Well, because, I mean, they are in far and away the easiest division in the conference, right?
Yep.
I mean,
No
Houston, Tennessee, whatever they're going to be this year, and then, the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, every other division in the AFC is loaded. I mean, you go 1 to 4 with teams that think they're going to be in the playoffs this year, and a lot of them think they can go to the Super Bowl. That's an advantage Jacksonville without a doubt. And we'll talk NFL. Looks like Jonathan Taylor will be back in Colts camp, speaking of the Colts this week. So we'll talk plenty of that. Also, ugly story brewing in Major League Baseball involving one of its young stars, Wander Franco in Tampa. We'll get you details on that coming up too, Rod. That one is one that keep an eye there because Wander Franco, at 22 years old, one of the best young players in all of Major League Baseball. He is in looks like some trouble. We'll get you details on that. But right now, it's Texas football time because we're 19 days to the opener. Longhorns had a scrimmage on Saturday, the first of 2 training camp full scrimmages Saturday morning. Let's get some details behind the BOC.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, what's a bigger storyline for you coming out of the first spring practice? By the way, Sark has already said first spring practice is really just a show me what you got a scrimmage, I should say. The first spring scrimmage is a first kind of show me what you got. I don't know why I keep saying spring. Scrimmage, training camp scrimmage. And he said the second scrimmage, that'll be the scrimmage, it's more of a depth chart scrimmage. And this first scrimmage, there are several storylines that the insiders are pointing to because it was a close scrimmage. Only the families of all the players actually were invited to the scrimmage. And, of course, we're based on some insider reports, so shout out to Horn 24/7. Got some of these reports from there. Shout out to our friends over at Inside Texas doing a good job. Got some reports from those guys, too, and Orange Bloods. Got a couple, so kind of gathered up and piecemeal different reports because we got a lot of sites doing a really good job. So Arch Manning and his wow plays, apparently, because Arch Manning looked really, really good. So is that a bigger storyline or the Alfred Collins awakening? Apparently, Alfred Collins actually had a great scrimmage, too. The different first-team O-line, a change-up in the first-team O-line. A.D. Mitchell hype, because it continues. Every time there's a practice report or now a scrimmage report, A.D. Mitchell hype is pretty much a given every time we hear anything. The running back room rounding into form. Anthony Hill, the prodigy, looking like a prodigy. Or the defense forcing turnovers and getting takeaways for you?
For storylines,
what will be the bigger for you? Because I think everybody's got something that they're emphasizing and focus on. Out of all those that I mentioned, and there are others we'll get to, which one of those to you is the most intriguing?
For me, that's easy. It's Alfred Collins. I mean, because, A.D. Mitchell, as you mentioned, is the headline of every practice report you see. I mean, I think
that's consistent.
I think we can start to just say that, because as we were talking about the Cowboys, right? What we saw from DeMarvion Overshown and Deuce Vaughn on Saturday, that's been the report in all 3 weeks out in Oxnard.
Yep.
Like a whole camp. Demo and Deuce Vaughn are showing up. They're just making plays. That's been the A.D. Mitchell report since the Longhorns started practicing, that A.D. Mitchell is one of the best players on the field every day.
Since the spring.
Yeah, since the spring. We saw him in the spring game.
Yeah.
So you can start to say, okay, who are your best players? Kelvin Banks at left tackle is one of your best players. You can believe in him if he stays healthy. A.D. Mitchell is one of your best players at wide receiver. Byron Murphy on the defensive tackle. He's a guy that just shows up. Jalen Ford's a really good player at linebacker. You got some knowns, right? You got known commodities, and I think A.D. Mitchell has joined that known commodity conversation. And I also know that Arch Manning is going to be a backup quarterback. He may end up, maybe he beats out Malik Murphy to be the backup if he continues to perform like he did on Saturday, because all accounts were that he was more decisive and more immediate with his reads and distributing the ball than Malik Murphy was. But Quinn Ewers had a fine day. Quinn Ewers is going to be the starting quarterback for Texas in 19 days, and he's going to be your starter. So to me, the Alfred Collins story is huge, because I think what can separate Texas from being you talked about it last week, Rod, behind the burnt orange curtain.
Yeah.
How do you go from being a really good, solid defense that finishes in the top 30 in scoring defense in the country to being a
elite
top 10 or 15 type of defense, an elite defense? Alfred Collins. Alfred Collins becomes that kind of guy who can change games from the line of scrimmage, because Byron Murphy's going to be there. You feel good about Barron Sorrells, Tavondre Sweat, and the rotation at D tackle's good. But, Alfred Collins comes with that special tag. He's got that little extra that is a game changer kind of thing.
He's got physical dimensions you cannot teach.
Yes, the long arms, the big body.
That you can not
and
teach.
If the lights come on or the motor's cranking, that guy can change the game. That guy can become, we talk about finishing, not just pressures, but sacks.
Yep.
Not just sacks, but turnovers. Not just close to turnovers, but actually taking the ball away. Alfred Collins can help you do that.
Totally agree with you. Here is the report. Shout out to friends over at Horns 24/7 for this particular one. When asked who was the best defender on the day, the answer was Alfred Collins.
Yeah.
They started with, at least the source here said, started with Byron Murphy. Tavondre Sweat would sub in to replace Ethan Burke to match personnel, but did say that Alfred Collins may have had maybe the best defender on the day overall.
Yeah, played inside and outside when they needed him to be, as an outside shade. And you mentioned the other name that I heard and read a lot about was Ethan Burke. Ethan Burke, the former lacrosse player at Westlake, who's 6'7". But football IQ is something Sark has talked about with Ethan Burke, and a guy that can really get after the quarterback, because that's really the biggest question on the Texas defense for me. Is I think they're deep at safety. I think they've got they're really good up the middle, like you talk about, Rod, the central nervous system of their defense, tackle, linebacker, and safeties. I think they're solid there. They're looking for a corner opposite Ryan Watts, but man, I think if you tell me this team's gonna have a pass rush and be able to finish quarterback sacks this year, with guys like Ethan Burke, Alfred Collins, Barron Sorrell, with Byron Murphy in the push in the middle, this defense can go from good to really good to maybe even great.
Yeah, they had 27 sacks. I believe PK, when he spoke to the media, said they missed 13 sacks. So you're trying to cash in on maybe half of those that you missed last season. That could end up being some game-changing plays. He said that they had 14 takeaways last season, and I believe he said they missed out on 20 plus opportunities to get other takeaways for different reasons. I don't know how they calculated, but either way, it does show you that there's a lot of room for improvement for the defense. And they were a good defense last year, but we talked about the splash plays, the havoc plays. You need more guys who are going to create havoc plays. That are your tackles for loss, your sacks, your forced fumbles, your interceptions, your PBUs. Jalen Catalon is one of those guys who can take that next step. I saw a clip of him getting an interception in one of their practices. So that's a guy you got to count on to be a playmaker. You need more playmakers on defense, not just Jalen Ford. And hopefully Alfred Collins can be one of those guys. He's taken that next step. And one of the other reports that I thought were really interesting is, about the defense forcing turnovers overall. There was a forced fumble. Shout out, I think it's Liana Lafau was the one that forced the fumble against Jatavion Sanders. So that's a good report. The 2 interceptions, because Malik Murphy threw an interception. Quinn Ewers, I believe, threw an interception. Even though you don't want your quarterbacks to be throwing interceptions, both of those, I think Quinn Ewers, they say also threw 2 touchdowns, had a good day. But there was an interception, so it shows you the defense, they're starting to be a little bit more opportunistic and make plays. You gotta be a defense that's able to take the football away. That's another step Texas can take. They only had 14 last year. I mean, that's a pretty low number for a really good defense like Texas. Considering they were top 10 in pressures, those pressures are supposed to be either converted into sacks or they're supposed to be converted into more takeaways because it forces the opposing quarterback to make mistakes under duress. And for some reason, something's lost right there in translation for Texas. They're not converting those pressures, even though they were second in the country, but Pro Football Focus says, behind, I believe it's Clemson. They're not converting those into sacks because they were second to last among the top 10 in pressures and sacks, and they're not converting those into takeaways because they had 14 takeaways, who at the bottom of the Big 12 also in takeaways. Well, so that's what they're trying to rectify defensively.
And for folks who don't have the insider access, I also saw where Xavier Worthy didn't participate. He might be dealing with something minor, but they're probably precautionary with X-Man.
Nah, we don't need to see anything from X-Man.
And there was a report from Anwar Richardson over at Orange Bloods that Jordan Whittington may have left the game with something with his arm. And I'm sure we'll get more from Sark on any injuries that have happened so far. Sark will be available this afternoon. We didn't hear from Sark after the scrimmage. The Longhorns will practice again this afternoon, and then Sark will meet the media. So we'll have more on any injuries with Sark today, and that we'll be talking about tomorrow morning. But didn't look like X-Man did much. But
it's good. You got a deep wide receiver room. You just see those young guys anyway. You've already seen X-Man.
But also the reports that Isaiah Nair had a great scrimmage. That Isaiah Nair is another potentially guy that you can really rely on at the receiver position.
Heard Jonte Cook.
Yeah.
Once again, making plays and had a touchdown. So it looks like the wide receiver room, and hope Jay Witt is okay, because Jay Witt was a great weapon when he was durable and able to stay healthy last season. But the beauty of it is you got a lot of insurance plans and contingency plans at wide receiver. You got a lot of versatile weapons now at wide receiver. So an injury, hopefully, doesn't last long to any wide receiver. It won't decimate. Well, other than X-Man, it won't completely decimate the wide receiver room.
I think that's why they've loaded up. And back to the Arch Manning thing you asked about. The reports where Arch Manning looked good, decisive, but also had like a 50 or 60-yard run.
50-plus. I've heard different reports that say 55, 50-plus-yard run, whatever.
Long run where he's faster than you think. That Arch Manning was not tracked down by anybody. And Arch Manning got
the fastest of the quarterbacks, right?
Maybe, I think he probably would be.
Because Malik Murphy's not fast.
He's big.
He's big, but he ain't fast.
Arch is, remember, Arch's a basketball player.
So Arch
good athlete.
He's the most athletic of the quarterbacks? Is that what you're saying?
Looks to be.
Wow.
So yeah,
that's the first time a Manning's been able to claim that, I imagine.
Well, we'll hear from Sark, as we said, this afternoon. We'll also hear from Sark. Also had a media availability on Friday, so before the scrimmage, we'll have some of that coming up throughout the morning with the Rods Rants and Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. But scrimmage 1 in the books. I like the way you put that. This was a show me what you got scrimmage, and then the next one ahead of because we're 19 days, so you really have 2 more weeks of camp, and then it's going to be game week.
Yeah, you guys
get prep for Rice.
You get depth chart next scrimmage, and then you'll start. Yeah, then you start game planning
because school will start too, and you still got to play school. Still got to go to class, right? That'll pick up as AISD and some other school districts go back to school today around the high schools area and throughout the prep schools. But the college kids will also be going back to school as well. I saw a lot of pictures of friends of mine whose kids are going off to college and they're dropping them off for the first one.
Yeah, drop them off with all the stuff.
Big weekend.
Move in.
Best of luck to all those youngsters out there starting a school year or college or high school or middle school, wherever you're going. All right, we'll pick this up as we move forward. Also, some E and Rod B facts of the morning. Get you that Wander Franco story as well. Astros, Rangers in a pennant race. We got a lot going on a Monday, and we are glad you are with us on E and Rod B on the Horn app, hornfm.com, 1019 AM 1260. We're rolling right back.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Austin is a beautiful city, thanks in no small part to our good friends over at Ironworkers Local 482. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935. That's a really long time. And you see the labors of their love all over our great city in iconic, exquisite landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office, they build it. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, you can become a valued member of Ironworkers Local 482 and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So you can maximize your potential today and be your best self. Simply apply. Go to ironworkers482.org. Go to ironworkers482.org.
Monday on the Horn, Ian Rod B with you. Time for just the facts from the weekend. Some facts maybe you didn't know, including we have an eyewitness account from our man Ty Henderson through the glass rod that a Cooper Manning sighting.
Oh yeah,
in town to see the scrimmage and watch his son Arch perform.
He's looking good too, man. It's clean.
Where did we see Cooper Manning there?
I saw him at Don's Depot.
Nice. They're on 6th Street, 5th Street.
He was out pretty late. I'll say that.
There you go, Cooper. Good to have you in town. That's a good thing.
Yeah, he was clean. He was decked out. Some burnt orange stuff. I saw a picture of him online. He's representing, man. He's proud to be in the Longhorn family like that.
Yeah, proud to be in the Longhorn family, no doubt. And Horns did have that scrimmage. We'll have more on that coming up here from Steve Sarkisian as well. Ahead of that scrimmage so far with a couple of weeks of training camp in the books. Back more with the Cowboys as well. Talked about Deuce Vaughn and DeMarvion Overshown. But you have a good stat from the weekend, Rod, to whet our appetites?
I got a stat. It's kind of related from the weekend, actually, because still I was doing some research over the Colin Simmons commitment.
Yes.
Because, I'm doing a deep dive about how many of those NFL prospects have been from the DFW area.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave the stat that since 2020, you've had 50 prospects drafted from the DFW area. And I wondered how many other metroplexes or major mega metroplexes in the country would have a number close or better than that. I found one, and it makes sense. The only mega metroplex football mecca in America that is better than DFW is Atlanta, and it makes sense. Because that's why part of why Georgia is back-to-back national champions.
It's good.
Yeah, they've had 61 in that same time span. Isn't that crazy?
61.
That's 15 per year that the city, that greater Atlanta area has had drafted since 2020. 15. That's crazy. 61. Man. So I was trying to figure, and I thought Miami would be up there. Miami's at 4th, so they're behind LA. But if you go per capita, it's a little bit different. But even per capita, hell, Atlanta is still probably the best bang for your buck right now. If you're a recruiter and you're trying to hit as many schools and big time prospects and see as many as you can in a short time span, Atlanta's the best. Atlanta and DFW, that's 1 and 2.
Well, you wonder if Colin Simmons is where you're doing that research on. Of course, the 5-star pass rusher from Duncanville who committed to Texas last week. The question on the recruiting trail this week is, will there be a couple other 5-stars following him now? We talked about Arch Manning last year and the Pied Piper effect of his commitment. Colin Simmons, there's already been talk that the 5-star corner Kobe Black out of Waco, he also may be wanting to join Colin Simmons in Texas. And there's a kid named Brandon Baker who's a 5-star offensive tackle from California. Modern Day High School is a name to watch as well, Rod. So that's not facts yet. Those are just rumors.
Yeah.
But also in Just for Facts, I got this for you. You see that the ACC voted no over the weekend or into the weekend on Friday. They were 2 votes shy of inviting Stanford and Cal to join the conference. That's been much discussed in the ACC. Of course, ACC is trying to find a way to create more revenue.
Wow.
Stanford and Cal are in the Pac-4 now, the 4 remaining, and they know they're in trouble. Well, they voted no. Two votes for no. And apparently a lot of reports, Rod, that it's getting very acrimonious between I think it has been, but it's continuing to get worse between the presidents of the ACC because they're just not on the same page.
No.
They are not aligned.
Somebody's leaving the ACC. And in Florida State right now, they look like they're the most disgruntled.
I look forward to seeing how they're going to do that legally, but at the same time, I think they'd leave if they could. I mean, this is a problem for the ACC. So that got voted down. Meanwhile, the halves I saw were the Big Ten. This is a fact, Rod. Big Ten in talks to host starting in 2024, to have their Big Ten championship game in Las Vegas. Now that they've added USC, UCLA starting in 24.
I love how Vegas now
Oregon and Washington
is the place where all the sports leagues and conferences where they want to be. And at one point, it was, persona non grata. Nobody would have anything to do with Vegas. And now, everybody loves Vegas. Every pro league wants to have a team in Vegas.
Big Ten now has added the West Coast flank.
Yeah.
So now they're thinking, hey, why don't we play how about Ohio State, USC for the championship in Vegas?
And they got more and more players getting busted for gambling.
Oh, man. Also, one other fact, Rod, the Texas basketball team got a big commitment over the weekend. And we talked to Jerry Hamilton, our insider from Inside Texas on Friday after the Colin Simmons decision. He said, keep an eye on South Carolina, the state of South Carolina. And his keep an eye on came to fruition when Rodney Terry and the Longhorn basketball team got a commitment from 5-star shooting guard Cam Scott on Friday. 5-star shooting guard. He's out of South Carolina, big-time player. This is another big one. This is for the class of 2024. Rodney Terry has pretty much built his roster for this year's team, but this is one of those future picks. Cam Scott, the name. Props to Rodney Terry and the staff. They're recruiting at a very high level.
Can I give you another little factoid from the weekend?
Just the facts, Rod.
Remember that Jim Harbaugh 4-game suspension?
Yes.
He got out of it.
He's getting out of it?
Jim Harbaugh's 4-game suspension from the NCAA still needed to go through the Committee on Infractions to be finalized, but they thought that was just going to be a formality. It wouldn't be a big deal. Well, Dan Wetzel reported this weekend, shares that the agreement had been in place between the NCAA and Jim Harbaugh has broken down. That agreement broke down somehow. Pete Thamel adds that the negotiated resolution was not approved by the Committee on Infractions and that the next steps are uncertain, including Harbaugh's availability to start 2023 season. And then it was reported that Harbaugh will actually coach the games for now. Like he's right now.
It's on hold?
Yeah.
Temporary pause?
The suspension is on hold for now. And we don't know exactly what's going to happen. And for the time being, they're assuming until something else comes down that he's going to coach all the games and start the season coaching.
All right, one other note on the way to the top of the hour. That's good stuff on Jim Harbaugh. Wander Franco, young star in Major League Baseball, Tampa Bay Rays, 22-year-old star, who has recently signed an 11-year, $182 million deal with the club. 11-year.
Yeah.
The organization confirms that they are looking into social media posts, and they're doing their due diligence. Those social media posts indicate that Wander Franco, this is speculative, this isn't a fact, this is going to be looked into, so let's not convict anybody of anything. But the social media posts allege that Wander Franco may have been engaged in a relationship with a 14-year-old female.
Hold on, these are posts or DMs? What these?
They're pictures.
Pictures.
Oh.
Pictures from the Insta.
Oh.
They have not been confirmed, so do not confirm that. But Wander Franco, if that's accurate, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah,
But the club says they're looking into it. He did not play yesterday. Took a day off. Wander Franco. Keep an eye on that story. 14-year-old female. We'll be back. 1 hour down, 4 to go. It's Ian Rod B. And as we say, it's time to rise and grind. School year back underway all over Central Texas. I think all the teachers and administrators are back today. But AISD, Rod, as we mentioned, Austin Independent School District is back today.
Shout out to all the teachers out there and the kiddos.
And that means slow down in the school zones. You should do that anyhow, but certainly it's back to school time around Central Texas. I think I had the list here. So AISD, Manor, and Fredericksburg today, Rod, with kids back. Pflugerville, Round Rock, San Marcos, Dripping Springs tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, it'll be Lake Travis, Eanes, Elgin, Leander, Liberty Hill, and Wimberley.
It's about that time.
Yeah, man.
That means football's on the horizon too, though.
Oh, they've been practicing in the heat.
Oh, I feel bad for them. Yeah, because everybody don't have indoor facilities in high school.
Well,
you got to get out there. I think they do in the mornings now, don't they? Though to try to avoid the heat. Don't some of them go in the mornings?
Well, on Friday afternoon, Rod, I ran into to a family. I was at Taste on Main in downtown Butte. I was meeting one of our salespeople to check in on some things. You know, Natalie.
Oh yeah.
Find out what she had some meetings, and I was getting an update. And sitting right next to her and her group were a family, and their son was playing a varsity scrimmage that night for Butte Johnson High School. And they said to say hello to you and to me and to Ty. And they listen every morning on the app. And he's a cornerback, too.
Hey, DBs, baby.
DB.
Respect.
Their son's a DB.
Respect, man.
Yeah,
on that island.
I said, y'all, it's going to be hot. And because the Butte Johnsons got black jerseys, they were wearing their I'm like, man, you guys are brave. Good luck with that. So, yeah, school year's back. Football season is here. We're 19 days to the start of the Longhorns and shorter than that to those first high school games, and the scrimmages begin. By the way, they told me that the second scrimmage that Butte Johnson's going to have is against that Lake Belton team that has Micah Hudson, the 5-star receiver.
Oh, the receiver, yeah.
So he's
they got some good players.
You can get to go up against him.
Hey, you know what? Hey, that may be your turn to shine. That's your time. All the scouts might be there to watch him.
That's right.
Then they see you and go, man, who's that guy? He's pretty damn good.
Well, we learned that from our buddy
I was that dude before.
Our buddy Jerry Hamilton from Inside Texas, who told the story last week when he joined us to talk about Colin Simmons' commitment that everybody was at your high school to see a kid named Jerome Sapp.
That's my dog. Went to Notre Dame.
Went to Notre Dame. He was
great player, actually.
Great player out of the city of Houston and Houston Lamar, DB high.
Yep. Everybody came to see.
And then they saw you and said, damn, who's that fast guy?
Guy was pretty damn good. In the same secondary, showed out.
Well, all you guys, all you players, youngsters, show out, ball out, get after it, and get back to school. Rise and grind. It's time to get after it. All right, Rod, let's keep the conversation going. We're talking all things weekend. Let's get you the headlines, trending topics, including that Longhorn scrimmage. UBEO Business Services brings you the news. Texas football, as we say, 19 days at the start of the season, held their first of 2 training camp scrimmages on Saturday. It was closed to the media and public, but those insider reports are out there indicate that Texas's defense may have had the better day. Overall, freshman quarterback Arch Manning had a solid day, too, that included a long touchdown run. Also, according to the reports, a interception for Malik Muhammad, the cornerback, the freshman. That was returned for a pick 6. Also, running back Keelan Robinson took a long run to the house after breaking free on a 4th and short. Texas will practice again this afternoon, after which head coach Steve Sarkisian will meet with the media and give his thoughts. We'll have more on that coming up tomorrow on Ian Rod B. NFL over the weekend, Cowboys opened their 3-game preseason with a loss to Jacksonville at home, 28-23. Tough to make much of the game considering the Cowboys didn't play quarterback Dak Prescott or any of their projected starters on offense. Former K-State star and Round Rock Cedar Ridge running back Deuce Vaughn certainly made a strong first impression. The team's 6th-round pick posted a couple of highlight reel runs, rushed for 50 yards, and a go-ahead score in the third quarter. Former Longhorn DeMarvion Overshown, the linebacker, also showed up quite a bit on Saturday. Cowboys' 3rd-round pick was in on 6 tackles, had a big 3rd down stop that forced a Jaguar punt in the first quarter, and Demo says, man, just living the dream.
I did, definitely, putting the jersey on. I put it on for OTA, but it was for pictures. But, putting it on and putting my armbands on in my sleeve and realizing that I'm going to do this for the Dallas Cowboys. A lot of people dream about that. A lot of people say, man, I want to do that. And I'm part of that 1% that got the chance to do that. So I definitely, before the game, took 5 deep breaths and just soaked it in. And like I say, I wouldn't want to be nowhere else. I'm glad to be here. And, like I said, I'm looking forward to the rest of the year.
Thanks to CBS Austin for that sound. Cowboys, And we'll talk more NFL from the weekend coming up. Major League Baseball, Texas Rangers entered the weekend with a 2.5-game lead on the Astros in the AL West. They come out of the weekend with the very same lead, 2.5 games. Both teams took 2 out of 3 over the weekend. Both were looking for sweeps yesterday afternoon, but took the loss. Rangers lost a tough one yesterday. They played at a run in the 10th to take a lead in San Francisco 2-1, but then bottom of that frame, Giants catcher Patrick Bailey drilled a 2-run homer, walk-off win. Will Smith gave it up down in Houston. Meanwhile, after they scored 22 runs in their wins Friday and Saturday, Astro bats went cold yesterday. Shohei Ohtani belted his 41st home run of the season. That led the Angels to a 2-1 win, salvaging a game in that series victory there. Houston will open up a 4-game series in Miami tonight. Astros haven't played in South Florida since 2017. Rangers are going to open a series with the Angels now. Angels and the Rangers are not going to have to face Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher. LA announced yesterday that their superstar will skip his scheduled pitching start on Wednesday to rest his arm. He will be in the lineup, though, as the DH. Dell Diamond last night, Round Rock wrapped up a 6-game sweep of Albuquerque with a 9-6 win. And in golf, the veteran Lucas Glover won for the second time in as many weeks. 43-year-old followed up his win at the Wyndham Championship by topping Patrick Cantlay in a playoff yesterday. He wins the FedEx St. Jude Championship in Memphis. St. Jude was the first leg of the FedEx Cup playoff. The top 50 from this weekend will advance to the BMW Championship, teeing off Thursday outside Chicago.
Another highlight for the Cowboys in that first preseason game, we talked about DeMarvion Overshown and leading the huddle basically after pregame warmups, which was to me a statement as to how much this team values him and how much respect he's earned, because that's hard for rookies to get that kind of clout to do that. And we talked about Deuce, which, I mean, Deuce Vaughn, I think everybody assumed he was going to make the team in some way, form, or fashion. Even if he's obviously could have been a practice squad guy too. He's going to be on the active roster as one of the running backs, especially since they're not that deep at that position, considering what he's already shown them in practice and in that first preseason game. But Jake Ferguson too. There's a lot of talk about who's going to replace Dalton Schultz. I mean, that was the favorite target of Dak Prescott. That was his go-to guy, especially kind of his security blanket. I thought Jake Ferguson looked pretty good. I mean, he caught 3 passes for 38 yards, had three targets.
That's Ty's guy. He loves Jake Ferguson.
Travis Kelce loves him too. I know they're not like that tight end university thing.
Ty's been saying,
Travis Kelce said that he's kind of that's one of his favorite young tight ends to watch, and he's predicting that Jake Ferguson's going to have a breakout year when he starts.
Well, the Cowboys have drafted well. We know that.
Yeah, they got Schoonmaker in there too.
And they drafted Schoonmaker. They drafted Jake Ferguson out of Wisconsin in the 4th round last year.
Yeah, that's value right there.
And the Cowboys have done a good job of doing that, drafting a guy that was going to replace a player that's going to leave via free agency. They've kind of stuck. They're able to do that and look ahead. That Dalton Schultz, who played on the franchise tag last year, was probably going to move on, which he did down to Houston. Well, here comes Jake Ferguson, and they draft Schoonmaker for that. They want to be 3 tight end offense at times with Tony Pollard as the lead running back. Again, Cowboys didn't play a single offensive starter, and there's still no Zach Martin. That holdout continues, and that thing is. And now they're back. Now they're back from Oxnard, right? I don't believe they're going back to California. I think they're going to train the rest of the way.
He's at $1 million now, I believe.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, he's getting fined $50,000 a day.
Yeah, so I believe he's at $1 million in the fines he's accrued. That's a lot of straight cash, homie.
Yeah. We'll see if that gets resolved. It's the one piece of drama that the Cowboys are dealing with. Everything else has been pretty good so far. But same time, I think you're right about Jake Ferguson being a real good player for them this year. As far as the rookie quarterbacks, you know which rookie quarterback at the end of the day had the best passer rating from the weekend? Because every rookie quarterback got to play this weekend.
That's a good question.
Aiden O'Connell.
There you go.
Who was it?
Aiden O'Connell.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Now, Vegas Raiders are trying to replace Derek Carr, who is going to be the starter for the New Orleans Saints this year. Aiden O'Connell out of Purdue shredded the 49ers backups yesterday in reserve players. They're trying to make that team. He was 15 of 18, 141 yards and a touchdown, passer rating 117.8, followed by the highest passer rating. Am I right about that? I think it was 117, Aiden O'Connell. Or it could have been Dorian Thompson Robinson out of UCLA for the Browns was 9 of 10, 102 yards and a touchdown. 142.5 his passer rating.
He showed up.
But again, these are like end of these games, and we know C.J. Stroud was 2 for 4 for 13 yards and a pick. Bryce Young was 4 for 6 for 21 yards, and Anthony Richardson, Will Levis. How about the first pass of the game for the Bears goes to the house on a little screen pass to DJ Moore?
Hey, you got to watch out for this system with Justin Fields in it. They figured out now to work smarter, not harder. Instead of having him throw the football vertically downfield a ton, just asking him to throw high percentage passes, quick games, short passes. I believe most of that touchdown were yak yards.
Yeah.
It was just run after the catch. They just did a great job of setting it up. So if that's going to be the new offense for Justin Fields, then yeah, he can take his game to another level. They're not asking him to throw the football vertically downfield where he ends up, making bad decisions and putting the ball in harm's way.
Well, Justin Fields, of course, the young guy out of Ohio State, he rushed for over 1,000 yards last year.
He's one of the how many quarterbacks have done it? 3?
And they're trying to look. There's no secret in Chicago. They're trying to pattern his game and build the offense like the Eagles have for Jalen Hurts.
They actually took it from Lamar Jackson. They took it from the Ravens. Actually, that was their first. They were watching film on the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, and there's this quote from Justin Fields that a coach within the organization said, "Why don't we just run that offense?"
Well, they decided to take it, them, right?
And that's why they just started to run. Literally, they started running the offense. That's why he ran for 1,000 yards, just like Lamar Jackson did.
Yeah, now they're trying to add the quick game into it. And they, of course, remember the Bears had the number 1 overall pick, but they didn't want to take a quarterback, so they traded with Carolina. And a big part of that was DJ Moore, the wide receiver, the 25-year-old receiver who is he's with the right offense can be a big time playmaker. And they've given him they got Khalil Herbert at running back and a young guy at running back named Roschon Johnson. Rojo. Got some run.
He had a 24-yard run. That was
he broke 2 tackles, broke through some arm tackles there.
Yeah, he looked like the Rojo at Texas. I think overall he had 12 rushes for 44 yards, so not great overall. But he did flash, and I think he showed enough. I mean, that's basically what they want to see from him. But yeah, the Bears offense, it's going to be different. Justin Fields had 2 touchdown passes in that preseason game with 55-plus yak on each play. Both passes were thrown at or behind the line of scrimmage. That's going to be their new formula. There were 5 such plays like that the entire season last season, and only 3 went for touchdowns too. So it doesn't happen a lot where you have 55-plus yak yard touchdowns, and they had 2 of them in the same game. I think that shows you what they're emphasizing.
I will also say we'll talk some more NFL coming up because I know that Ty has a bullish or BS story that's Cowboys related coming up in our bullish or BS segment at the end of this hour. Also, Rod, we've got I mentioned Derek Carr now starting for the Saints. If you're a Saints fan, how about the fact that you got to see Alvin Kamara and Michael Thomas on the field with Derek Carr?
Oh, Michael Thomas?
Michael
Thomas?
With
how many years has it been since Michael Thomas has been on the football field? I don't even know what the injury is anymore. I've lost track of it.
I think it's a leg injury of some kind. But at the same time,
that's crazy.
It's the Saints in that division that now doesn't include Tom Brady, and it's,
that's wild.
Atlanta, Carolina, and Tampa. The Saints can be the far and away favorites. I know Alvin Kamara's got the off-field stuff he's dealing with, but he's healthy. Michael Thomas is healthy. Chris Olave was the second-best rookie receiver last year behind Garrett Wilson.
Their defense is always good.
And their defense is salty, so the Saints all of a sudden become a team to keep an eye on because Derek Carr is not a great quarterback. He's a good quarterback, though.
Put weapons around him.
Yeah. I mean, I'd put Derek Carr in the Kirk Cousins Dak discussion. That's kind of the same type of quarterbacks that they are.
No, I assumed that Michael Thomas was out.
He's back.
I really hadn't done any research on it. That was
they
just
played the Chiefs yesterday.
Foolish assumption by me.
There he was.
He's out.
I've just forgotten about him.
I was like, he's out. There's no way he's playing. He hadn't played in. Has it been like 2 years?
Yeah, for most of the last 2 seasons without him.
Yeah,
and they still have Jameis Winston there as a backup quarterback. So
it's crazy.
Saints are a team probably in the best, without a doubt, they're in the best quarterback shape in that division.
That's wild.
And if Derek Carr, plays with a chip on his shoulder after being run out of the Raiders,
I think he will.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I think he will. Like you said, that division is winnable. And Atlanta, they didn't play Bijan at all.
Bijan didn't play at all on Friday night. Didn't play at all.
That's disappointing. But I get it.
That means he's balling out.
He's a running back. Well, he's a running back too. I mean, if you draft a running back that high, you don't want to take any chances. Nope, no need to.
They didn't play any of their top 3 running backs.
They didn't play Algier either?
Or Cordell
Patterson?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so maybe Arthur Smith just doesn't believe in playing these guys in the preseason.
We will go and talk some Texas football and that scrimmage coming up again also, as we mentioned, bullish or BS. But right now it's time for Rod to have rant number 1 on a Monday.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, I really just kind of want to get into the Cowboys and the Cowboys preseason contest and dive into some of the standout performers. And I think one of the standout performers that I liked, what I saw from the Cowboys, was actually, we talked about Jake Ferguson, was also Jalen Tolbert. Remember in the offseason?
Second-year receiver.
Yeah, remember the offseason? First of all, we don't know. I think there's the conversation among Cowboys fans, and Ty, you're a Cowboys fan, so you'd probably know more than I would as a Cowboys fan as to who the fourth wide receiver is supposed to be. Like, who's that guy? Who's that fourth wide receiver for them? We know the big three.
Last year, it's supposed to be Turpin or
exactly. I think some people think it might be Turpin. I think Jerry loves some Kevontae
Yeah, you're
Turpin.
talking CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, and then Brandon Cooks. And who's the next guy?
And who's the next guy?
Yeah.
And I remember the reports. I don't remember if you guys remember this, but there are a lot of reports, quotes from both Brandon Cooks and also from Jalen Tolbert that Brandon Cooks kind of took Jalen Tolbert under his wing and was kind of teaching him how to be a professional and showing him the ropes and really taking taking some ownership in his development as a veteran player. And guys, I think the Cowboys may be leaning toward Jalen Tolbert could be that fourth wide receiver for them too. I thought Jalen Tolbert showed he has some playmaking ability. He had 2 receptions for by almost 30 yards, but he had that 17-yarder. Only 2 targets though. So Jalen Tolbert, I think that was someone who stood out. We talked about Jake Ferguson. I think Jake Ferguson's also someone who showed in that preseason game, just a little time that he played, 3 targets, but had 3 receptions for 38 yards. That, the question marks and some of the uncertainty surrounding certain parts of the Cowboys offense, mainly who's going to be the depth at wide receiver just in case you have an injury. Tight end position, now that Dalton Schultz has moved on, he's with the Texans, and who's going to replace Dalton Schultz as that safety net, that safety blanket for Dak Prescott. Seems like Jake Ferguson's going to fill into that spot, and it's going to be a relatively seamless transition. Honestly, other than Zach Martin on the offensive line, and even running back depth, right? That's something we were concerned about with the Cowboys too. You see Deuce Vaughn, 8 rushes, 50 yards, over 6 yards per rush. And I want to say he averaged 5.4 yards after contact per carry, which is important for the Cowboys because it shows you that explosive element. And he was running behind second, third team offensive line pretty much that was scraped together. So some of the question marks that I had about the Cowboys offense, I'm not saying that I'm going to, jump to conclusions after the first preseason game, but the unproven commodities that were supposed to add depth for the Cowboys at that wide receiver position, at tight end as well, and at running back, I did see signs and reasons to be optimistic if you're a Cowboys fan there.
Agreed. And look, Jalen Tolbert was out of South Alabama. He was the Sun Belt Offensive Player of the Year in that conference. And the Cowboys took him in the 3rd round. And, sometimes guys take a little bit to learn that league. I mean, that's you've been there, Rod. It's not an easy league.
No, it's not.
And maybe in the reports where his head was swimming a little bit last year, trying to figure out, to go from the Sun Belt in South Alabama where offensive coordinator, Rod, Major Applewhite.
Hey, Major Applewhite. Shout out.
But Jake, you talk to anybody in the Sun Belt, Jalen Tolbert was a handful. And, so the talent's there. He's 6'1". He's 195 pounds, so he's a bigger guy, and he can run. The Cowboys saw enough in him to take him with a top 100 pick.
Yeah,
top 100 pick. So, yeah, I mean, and, don't give up on guys. Let him, it wasn't like he was an off-field problem or malcontent. He was just trying to learn the league. And so, yeah, then keep an eye on Jalen Tolbert. And that's where acquiring a guy like Brandon Cooks.
It pays huge dividends. It's like what Verlander did for the Astros pitching staff. Like having that veteran presence, he also have a calming presence in that locker room because they basically become a coach at that point in their career.
Yeah, like I've been where you are. Let me help you out a little bit.
Yeah, no. Here's a quote from Jalen Tolbert about Brandon Cooks. He said, this is him crediting Brandon Cooks with some of his development. He said, "Flush it, flush it." That's what Brandon Cooks told me. He's obviously been in the league for a long time, and I was disappointed about last year. I went through what I went through last year, and he asked me about it. We talked about it, and then he told me to flush it. He says he sees a lot in me, so flush it, have fun, continue to grow, and take the year 2 jump. So he went on to say, last year I realized it, and obviously I tried to fix a lot of those things. He went on to talk about how Brandon Cooks has basically been a mentor. Here's a guy that's been here and done that, and what Brandon wants to do, although come in and learn the system, is he wants to encourage and invest in the younger guys, says Brian Schottenheimer. So there you go. That Brandon Cooks move could end up being a big reason why Jalen Tolbert's ready to take a leap too.
Well, and last year he didn't have enough weapons. That was pretty clear, especially when Tony Pollard got hurt in that playoff game. It's all about getting through those. I mean, Cowboys offense, they're back-to-back 12 or more win seasons. That's the first time they've done that since the 90s when they were winning Super Bowls. But it's about getting over the hump come January.
Yep.
And, the more weapons you can have for Dak Prescott. Somebody texted and said, how dare you compare Dak Prescott to Derek Carr and Kirk Cousins? Can I give you side-by-side?
Oh, no.
Can I just tell
Don't
you?
Don't get them started.
Go to the stats. Dak Prescott's career stats are Kirk Cousins. They're the same quarterback.
Hey, are we hating on Kirk? Is this a hating on Kirk Cousins conversation or a hating on Dak conversation?
What did I just say? I
on?
said Derek Carr, the Raiders quarterback situation is the best in that division, especially with Derek Carr with weapons. If Derek Carr, he's not an elite quarterback. Neither's Dak. Neither's Kirk Cousins. But if you put good weapons around them, they're going to put the ball in the end zone. They're going to lead your team. It's not Aaron Rodgers. We're talking about Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Joe Burrow. But they're in that tier where they're good, and they're at times great. Look, Kirk Cousins' career passer rating, Rod? Kirk Cousins' career passer rating is 90. Let me get it for you. Kirk Cousins, in his career, is 96.7 or 97.8. 97.8. 105 touchdowns, 81 interceptions, 37,140 total yards. Dak Prescott in his career, 97.8 as a passer rating, 166 touchdowns, 65 interceptions, 66.6% career passer rating. Kirk Cousins' career passer rating, 66.8. So they're really the same player. I think Dak can run a little more, but he doesn't run nearly like he used to. I think both need weapons. I think both will put you in the end zone, but they're not going to win you the Super Bowl.
What was Kirk Cousins, a 4th-round pick?
Yep. That was the year that your
Dak
guy
was a 4th-round pick?
Dak was a 4th-round pick. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Rod. Connecting the dots.
Trying to help you out there.
And they've both been in the playoffs and both underachieved in the playoffs come playoff time. And I think
agree with that. That's not bad. That's not a bad take.
They're really the same player, statistically. And I think
still franchise quarterbacks.
Yeah, for sure. And they both made a lot of money. They're both getting paid like franchise quarterbacks. That becomes the problem when both places. You talk to folks in Minnesota that are Viking fans, they kind of love to hate Kirk Cousins, but he's good. And if you've watched the show Quarterback on Netflix, you kind of realize this is just a good dude who everybody likes, but at the same time, can he get you over the hump? Nobody doesn't like Dak Prescott. Nobody dislikes the guy as a player. He's one of their absolute team leaders. He says everything right. He does most things right when it comes to handling the team, but at the same time, it's about winning playoff games. You got to win playoff games.
Also, flipping over to the defensive side of the ball for the Cowboys, Marquise Bell is one of the pet projects for Dan Quinn. Loves him some Marquise Bell. He loves the long, rangy safeties that he believes can be hybrid players for him. Marquise Bell is one of those guys. Man, he had 10 tackles, 4 solo tackles in that preseason game, and a pass deflection. Marquise Bell is probably going to be one of those guys that ends up making the roster no longer as a kind of a project for them on the practice squad. So look for that. Also, I'll throw out there too that I think that Israel Makayamu for the Cowboys too, another guy getting a lot of run now because you've had some injuries at the safety position. That's another guy that's been a pet project for Dan Quinn. Another long range safety, he's like 6'3". Long range guy.
They've done a good job identifying those kind of guys.
That's really he's got a type.
Yeah,
he's got a type that he likes, and that's one of those types that he likes. He loves those long rangey guys. So I love some of the young DBs that the Cowboys have right now. Deron Bland's really a good young DB for him too, and they love the young guy Eric Scott Jr. He's gonna make the roster.
Okay,
Eric Scott Jr. is gonna make the roster.
Right. Yeah. This is that time of year where the young guys get to shine because the starters aren't playing much, and We got to see that on Saturday. We'll talk more about these playoff games. We'll get your thoughts on Dak, Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr comparisons. Also, more on the Longhorns and their first of 2 scrimmages over the weekend. Longhorns are 19 days to the opener with the Rice Owls. Takeaways from that. Plus, before the end of the hour, we'll do a little bullish or BS with TY. It is a Monday here on E and Rod B. Appreciate you being there on 1019 AM 1260. And, of course, always on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. What are we bullish on and what's BS before the top of the hour, including a Cowboys-related bullish or BS. Some Cowboy fans frustrated with a now Hall of Fame Cowboy. We'll get you details on that. Also, this Wander Franco story, one to watch for the Tampa Rays. Astros still 2.5 back of the Rangers in the West. I got to take in the Astros game on Saturday night. Got to see my guy, my favorite Astro player growing up, Billy Doran, go into the Astros Hall of Fame. It was pretty cool. He went in along with Bill Brown, Rod.
Nice.
Bill Brown, the 30-year broadcaster for the Astros and fan favorite on TV. Just another guy I grew up really liking as a sportscaster. He went in, and the cool part is all the Astros that have gone in preceding those guys were there. Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio, and not all of them, but as many as they could get to come back. Terry Poole was there, and it was a good group to check out. So fun to be there. Fun to be at Minute Maid Park. Sellout crowd. Astros scored 11 runs, and Kyle Tucker continues to hit home runs. It was a fun night. So good weekend. You had a good weekend too. You said you were doing some adulting.
Doing some adulting, man. Had to. We're like building. I got contractors at the house. We're building like an office in the back.
You're adulting.
Yeah, that's some serious adulting. So we got doing all that, but yeah, everything's going good. Had a good weekend though. Got a chance to watch some football. Cool. Surf the web for reports about the Texas scrimmage. Yeah. Gathered enough reports, so we'll go into some of that when we go behind the burn orange curtain a little bit.
That's exactly right. I want to ask you the question you asked me in the last hour, too. Also, on the Dak Prescott v. Kirk Cousins debate, because somebody said I got mad at me because I compared Dak Prescott and Derek Carr to Kirk Cousins. Let me apologize, because I do think both Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott's career numbers would tell you a little bit better than that of Derek Carr. But I really grew a lot of admiration for Derek Carr the year that John Gruden had to step aside and got fired, essentially, right? And
and there was an
interim coach,
Rich Bisaccia.
Yeah, Rich Bisaccia stepped in, and it was
made the playoffs.
Yeah, it was the Henry Ruggs year was going on. They had all kinds of fiascos happening off the field. Yet Derek Carr led that team to the playoffs and nearly led them to a playoff win over Cincinnati in Cincinnati, if you remember that game in the wild card round. And of course, the Bengals ended up in the Super Bowl. So, and then last year, Josh McDaniels comes in, and Derek Carr falls out of favor pretty early with Josh McDaniels. He wanted to bring in Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah. And so, again, but it is amazing if you go look at the career stats of Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott, how similar their numbers are. the completion percentage is identical, passer rating is identical. Dak has won 63 games as a starter, Cousins 71. And Dak is 2-4 in the playoffs. Kirk Cousins is 1-4 in the playoffs. Their numbers almost identical. Both really good players, really good quarterbacks, have made a lot of money, but are always going to be tagged with, can they win in January? Can they win in the big moments? Can they lead their teams in the high-pressure moments against the best teams? But to this point of their careers, both have fallen short in that regard.
They have not yet done it. Yeah. Dak's going to be trying to get past that divisional round. That I think for the Cowboys, that is the only thing that will determine success or failure for the season.
Yeah, I think so. That's the bar, right?
That's the bar for them. It's like for Texas. It's pretty simple. You don't compete for a Big 12 title, it's a disappointment.
Yeah,
for the Cowboys,
it's a failure.
You don't get past the divisional round, it's a disappointment.
And divisional round puts you in the Final Four, right? Puts you in the NFC Championship game, a place the Cowboys have not been since 1995. And, the last 2 years, we've said this a lot. Dak Prescott against the 49ers both years. The Cowboys had a chance late in the game to go win the ball game. And, last year he threw an interception. The year before, didn't get it done. Remember, the clock ran out. And there was a series right before the clock ran out series where he threw an interception. So that's what you're judged on. You're at the biggest of moments. You got to win that ball game. And obviously, in both cases, to lose to Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy,
that's a great point. Yeah, but you're losing to a better overall franchise and team. But you're right about that in terms of the quarterback. You get all the girls, you get all the grief. So it all falls on the quarterback. You got to find a way to get it done. I'll give the Cowboys a ton of credit, though. They went and got Dak some weapons. I don't necessarily like what they did at the running back room, but they went out and got him one of the best wide receiving rooms in the NFL now.
Well, maybe Deuce Vaughn can be the guy that maybe makes you feel a bit better about that Cowboys running back room. I think Deuce needs a better number than 42, though. I do.
It's a little thick. It's so big for him. It's a little wide for him. He needs a little more slender.
You can't have 22 because that's Emmett, right? You can't have 22. That's what he was at K-State.
You can find something. I'm with you. Something better than that.
Just give him 2.
Could just have somebody else has 2.
Somebody else have 2 on the Cowboys?
I don't know. That is a clean number, though.
Because he's Deuce. Deuce is loose, number 2. Give me 2.
It's got to be something we're missing. Somebody's got to have 2. But maybe you can get it.
So look, again, when I say I compare Kirk to Dak, it's not a knock. It's just they both are in the same place as a player. And to your point about the 49ers being a better team, I think you're right. But that's the team you got to beat. I mean, to achieve what we all agree is the goal, to get to the at least the NFC Championship game. you got to beat the Niners. You're going to have to beat a really good team to get there.
Niners, Eagles.
And you would rather face a team like the Niners who's really good without an elite quarterback, and you feel like you have the advantage at the position, but even against Brock Purdy last year, you did not. And that becomes the rub. And, gosh, I mean, for the Kirk Cousins fans in Minnesota, you got outplayed by Derek Carr. Or
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Danny Dimes, baby.
Daniel Jones.
Danny
beat you on your
Dimes
home
out
field. Beat you on your home field, so you fall to 1-4. Hey, Rod, I want to ask you the same question you asked me last hour behind the burnt orange curtain, which is what storyline is the top storyline for you? Because you mentioned Arch Manning had a big day. According to the insiders, A.D. Mitchell continues to be their most consistent and best receiver. Isaiah Nair apparently had a big because if you missed it last hour, apparently Jordan Whittington left that scrimmage on Saturday with some type of hand or arm
injury. Not sure. Some injury of some kind.
He went to the locker room, and we'll hear from Sark this afternoon on that. Also, Xavier Worthy, according to the eyewitnesses, really wasn't participating. He was watching, precautionary. But Nair, Mitchell, so your receiver room continues to grow. You mentioned Anthony Hill, the freshman out of Denton. Ryan continues to be a big-time playmaker. Malik Muhammad, the corner, pick 6 out of South Oak Cliff, 4 or 5-star player from a year ago. Ethan Burke stepping up. You mentioned Alfred Collins, and I chose that as the biggest storyline that I've seen, that Alfred Collins stood out to people during the training camp scrimmage. What of the storylines stood out to you the most?
I would go with kind of a combination, because I heard that the defense forced a lot of turnovers. You had 2 interceptions on the day. I think Malik ended up having an interception. Quinn ended up having 1 interception too, reportedly. And there was a forced fumble. Reportedly, Leon Lafau, shout out to Horns 24/7 with a nice forced fumble, they said on their report. If you want to look at the Texas defense and how they can take the next step from being a good defense, which they were last year, to getting to the great or elite level, which Texas hasn't had an elite defense since 2009. Last time they were at a top 15 defense, somewhere around there. But they had a really good defense last year, but there's room for improvement. One of the ways they can improve is they can become a defense that cashes in on some of those splash plays, those havoc plays we talked about. And they didn't do that enough last year. Only 14 takeaways last year, 14 in 2021. One of the few areas where they did not improve, really. I mean, this defense improved across the board in almost every area, pretty much. And one of the ways they did not improve from year to year was their ability to take the football away. And in the Big 12, that is crucial. And I love that now maybe that's an emphasis. Sark always says you get what you emphasize. They need to take the football away. So hearing about multiple interceptions, hearing about forced fumbles, meaning they're becoming a more havoc-filled defense, and you need those havoc plays. Havoc plays are basically defensive plays that are splash plays. They are, interceptions, PBUs, forced fumbles, sacks, tackles for loss, and you need more of those. Jalen Ford's coming back. He led the Big 12 in that category last season, so he's coming back. That's a really good thing, but you need more of those guys to contribute in that way. And it looks like you may get as a unit, you may get more players who are making those havoc plays. So that to me is probably the big sign. I'm with you though. Alfred Collins' light going off, that also is a part of, I'm sure, the interceptions and the more opportunistic defense, because getting pressure up front, that's the key. And last year they did that. They were second in the country. If you look at Pro Football Focus numbers in pressures, they want to convert more of those into sacks, and they want more of those to translate into takeaways.
Without a doubt. And if you do that, now all of a sudden you're flipping the field. And that's how I think when I hear Sark talk about this team and what it can be, they feel like they can be much better offensively, especially and more consistent in the passing game with the additions of A.D. Mitchell and Isaiah Nair's return and another year better Jatavion Sanders, and then Quinn Ewers being more comfortable with the system and in better shape and all those things. And the offensive line, I think, is going to take another step forward. So offense has a chance to be really good.
That's another storyline, too. A change on the first-team offensive line.
I want you to give us that here coming up, who changed and where. But if the offense is as good as we think it can be, and then if the defense takes that next step where turnovers and sacks join the pressures and the improvement from last year, and, Jeff Banks is talking about being really high-end on the specialty unit because you bring in Joe DeCamillis as an advisor.
That's big.
30 years in the NFL. And now this, Rod, having played on special teams both in college and the pros, when you have depth you have better special teams because the Longhorns are going to use some starters and some familiar faces on their specialty units. You know that. But in the third phase, the more good, really talented young players you have, the more ability you have to create situations that are positive in that phase of the game too. So if you're really good in all three phases, this is why we say it's a Big 12 championship and a trip to Arlington, or it's going to be seen as a failed season. This team has everything in place to make a run in the Big 12 conference this year.
Totally agree. That's why the all gas, no excuses tour has been ringing out. That seems to be the rallying cry for Longhorn fans, and I totally agree. And this is a team that also we talked about it numerous times. So leadership's going to be to me not an issue, but it's going to be a question mark until this team faces adversity, and then we see that leadership for this team actually step up and be able to rally the team and show that they do have a culture strong enough to withstand whatever turmoil and whatever issues they face.
Your coach Mack Brown,
they're
you say that all the time.
It's coming,
and I'm sure you heard it. That Mack Brown, you say it all the time. Every coach thinks he has good culture and good leadership until
the fit hits the shan.
Yeah, until it's a tough situation late in the third quarter, and now you find out how good your leadership is.
That's what the coach is all about. It's all about that leadership. You'll see when they face adversity, which they should early on. They got to go to Bama, so we should see some adversity. Now, if they don't face any on the road versus Bama, I guess that's a really good thing because that would mean that they're having their way with Bama. I don't think that's going to happen, so we expect them to be tested early on with that leadership.
Agreed. And you mentioned the offensive line change. It looked like DJ Campbell was starting right guard.
First team reps were with the left tackle, of course, Kelvin Banks, left guard Hayden Connor, the center Jake Majors, and DJ Campbell, and at right guard and right tackle Christian Jones. So a little shake up there. But we talked about the second. They returned the entire offensive line. But many of the backups who were listed on the depth chart have higher upside than a lot of the frontline starters who are returning. So that was a first world problem that Texas had, and it looks like they've already potentially upgraded at one of those spots. Doesn't mean that that other player's not going to play. The truth is, he said, I believe Kyle Flood said he likes and believes they have 8 guys that he considers starting caliber linemen, and he'll rotate those guys.
Well, think Christian Jones at right tackle is a 6th-year player who's playing his best football in his career right now. Kelvin Banks and DJ Campbell, if that's your starting left tackle and right guard, those are 5-star players. Jake Majors played a lot of football at Texas in the middle. And then really the question becomes, who's your left guard, right? Is it Hayden Connor? Is it Cole Hudson? Is it Neto? Who else steps into that spot? But that's a good problem where you have 8 guys who you feel like can really play on that offensive line with the weapons that they do have. All right, there's good stuff right there. We'll come back when we do. It's time for Bullish or BS. We will get you an update on your Austin Gamblers as well. They had a great weekend out in Anaheim, but it's Bullish or BS, topics that Ty thinks we've missed as we roll up towards the 8 o'clock hour. Coming back here on Ian Rod B. Monday on E and Rod B. As we roll on, time for bullish or BS. What are we bullish on and maybe calling BS? Including, Rod, I don't know if you saw the first snap of the Ravens-Eagles game over the weekend.
I did not see that.
Did you see Jalen Carter, the former Georgia Bulldog defensive tackle, and his get-off?
Just not even fair, man.
The fact that they got that guy with the 9th pick.
I know. Dude, they got more Ojimo late.
I know.
I
mean, we're talking about the Cowboys, but Jalen Carter may have been the overall most talented player in the draft. And I know he had the off-field stuff and this drag racing and that situation in Athens, but Jalen Carter is a game changer.
You say he's going to be number 1 overall pick at one point, and then
if you had asked most league personnel before last season who would be the number 1 pick, they would have said
Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter. If you take out quarterbacks, who would be the number 1 pick? The Eagles, who were in the Super Bowl a year ago, got him with the 9th selection.
Yeah. And didn't they have a pick 6 by Eli? Was it Eli Ricks?
Yeah.
And they got him undrafted.
Well, the Eagles have now drafted most of that Georgia defense.
I want to say they got Eli Ricks. He was, undrafted. They got him.
And you got to beat if you're the Cowboys.
He's going to be a damn good player. So, yeah, the Eagles. Nobody identifies talent probably better than him.
We'll let you hear it coming up with the Cowboys, but DeMarvion Overshown getting rave reviews from the Cowboys. But at the same time, even the veteran players, that offensive line in Philadelphia is really good, right? It's one of the best in the league.
Oh, they may have the best lines of scrimmage, period, both sides of the ball.
And Jason Kelce and those guys saying, this guy's a problem, this Jalen Carter. This guy is a problem. And, they're dealing with him in training camp, and the Ravens got to see that over the weekend in that first snap. All right, other bullish or BS. It's brought to you by the Austin Gamblers. Austin's pro bull riding team had another great weekend out in Anaheim, California.
Are they still undefeated?
I got to double check because they were as of going into Sunday. I need to look at the results from Sunday. They won on Saturday, and Austin Gamblers now 7-0.
Woo!
7-0. Your Austin Gamblers, and remember we're a couple of weeks out to their Gambler Days out at the Moody Center, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, August 25th, 6th, and 7th. And that Friday night when you get your tickets to see them go head to head, how about with the Carolina Cowboys, who are the number 2 team in the PBR at 5-2. Oklahoma Freedom are 5-2, but the Austin Gamblers
get it done.
Are 7-0, and remember that whole weekend they've got live music with our great friend Kevin Fowler, William Clark Green. It's a great lineup. So music, rodeo, Austin Gambler Days coming in 2 weeks. They're 7-0, cranking it.
Cranking
the second year of the PBR. So we're bullish on the Gamblers. What are we bullish or BS on? TY, what do you have for us in bullish or BS?
Well, the Jaguars defeated the Cowboys 28-3 in the first preseason game. 28-3, sorry. And we've already talked about it a good amount. But Jacksonville, we saw Trevor Lawrence. He played, made an amazing escape the sack, made a falling to the ground touchdown throw. Do the Jacksonville Jaguars take the next step as championship contenders this year? Ooh. Are you bullish, or is that BS?
Championship contenders. They were in the playoffs last year, Rod, and won a playoff game. Are they in the mix?
They're going to dominate that division.
At least conference championship contenders.
Yeah, well,
say that.
Yeah,
to say that would mean the AFC. You're going to say Jacksonville is going to be as good or better. First of all, take the Chiefs out of their different level altogether. As good, if not better, than Buffalo, Cincinnati. Is in that conversation too. I was going to say Kansas City. No, Kansas City's better than everybody. Take them out because they're better than everybody on either side. Doesn't matter. Like they are the standard. So we take them out of it. But are they going to be as good as Buffalo and Cincinnati, which compete with the Chiefs in that conference?
I think so.
Well,
you think you really? I actually don't. I love Doug Peterson.
They're going to go as far as Trevor Lawrence can take them.
Well, and his
upside is through the roof.
Patrick Mahomes level, in my eyes.
Well, projection wise, right. You're right. Yeah, projection wise, supposed to be there. He's not performing at that level yet, but he had to deal with a lot of franchise organizational ineptitude.
Well, right. I mean, the Urban Meyer disaster was just that. But Doug Peterson showed great signs in year one. Remember, they made the playoffs. They went 9-8, right there in the bad division. But they went 9-8, and then they beat the Chargers in that great comeback in the playoffs. And then they played the Chiefs. Remember, the Jaguars are where Patrick Mahomes hurt his ankle.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to survive that game 27-20 at Arrowhead Stadium. So the Jaguars, I mean, if you consider they're going to take the next step in a very winnable division, right? I mean, they're in there with Houston, Indianapolis, and Tennessee.
Yep.
If they can stockpile wins and maybe get a home playoff game in there, I think they put themselves in the mix. And I think ties right on with the bullish that if Trevor Lawrence, and if you saw the throw he made for a touchdown pass early in that game where he escaped about 6 sacks.
That's crazy.
I mean,
it's out of a movie, like a football movie.
Right. Well,
it's like that's not a real play.
If Patrick Mahomes did that, the internet would break, right? Twitter would shut down because Patrick Mahomes but Trevor Lawrence made that play. And that's the kind of stuff. If he takes that next step, no one doubts Trevor Lawrence's overall talent. He's a really good player. We're number one pick and one of the highest graded quarterbacks coming out of Clemson that we've seen in a long time, right? It's Andrew Luck. Well, yeah, I think Jacksonville can be in that conversation. Are they as good as Kansas City? Well, they were there with them last year, played right with them, and they're close.
I'm going to go. I'm BS on that, but I could see the bullish on it. I'm going BS, though, because I think it's still Cincinnati and Buffalo on a different level than Jacksonville. But we could see. Jacksonville hasn't been tested yet. What if
Buffalo continues a little regression?
That is true. That could happen.
And maybe a team like Miami, moves forward. The Jets with Aaron Rodgers. We'll see.
The AFC is just loaded.
I know, and that's the advantage Jacksonville. Their division's not.
But you're not. Yeah, you're not going to have to do that much until you get to the playoffs. As long as you can get there.
That's true. Yeah. I'll go with right now. Miami's kind of my team that I'm thinking is going to make the leap. That's my team. I'm kind of bullish on because Vic Fangio adding him and Jalen Ramsey. The offense. As long as Tua can stay upright and he's getting thick, he's putting on some mass and learning what was it? What did he learn?
Oh, jiu-jitsu.
There you go.
How to fall.
Jiu-jitsu. How to fall. There you go.
The Fall Academy, Bucky's Fall Academy back in the day. Hey, can we get another bullish or BS tie? What else do you have?
Well, Cowboys fans, another Cowboys story here. I know y'all love that. Are upset by DeMarcus Ware's Pro Hall of Fame display, and it features mostly all Broncos memorabilia.
Ooh.
He, of course, only played 2 years with Denver, but won his only Super Bowl. Is it bull or are you bullish?
Or BS on DeMarcus Ware. Okay, so here it is, Rod. Look at this picture right here, and I'll retweet this. But it's where he was enshrined in Canton, part of that Pro Football Hall of Fame class a couple years ago, and his display in Canton, Ohio, is a DeMarcus Ware number 94 Broncos jersey. There's no star, there's no helmet. The helmet just says Hall of Fame, and it tells his story. Only 2 years in Denver, won a Super Bowl there. But, a bulk of his career, and he's still the Cowboys' career sack leader at 117. Should there be more Cowboys representation in that display with DeMarcus Ware? Because it makes it feel like he went in as a Bronco.
How much say does the player have in it? We don't know, right? Does the player get to say what teams are represented that he played for?
I don't know that answer.
That's the question.
I would think if DeMarcus Ware said, look, I want that to be a Cowboys jersey, they would change it. Because it's at the player's discretion.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how much player control they have over it. If they do, then
I know in the pro baseball in the Cooperstown, the player picks which hat you want on your. Okay. So I think DeMarcus could get that changed if he wanted. I'm bullish that he should change that
to the Cowboys. He didn't win the Super Bowl with the Cowboys though.
Yeah, but he's a 4-time first-team All-Pro with the Cowboys. He's still their all-time.
Maybe he chose the Broncos. He's like, I want a Super Bowl there, and that's what matters.
Well,
Super Bowls.
He was a member of the All-Decade team for the 2000s. All with the Cowboys, by the way.
He definitely should. I mean, he's known for being a Cowboy, but he won a Super Bowl with the Broncos.
And that's the jersey that hangs in Canton, Ohio.
Hey, man. I ain't mad at him.
It's your museum. It's your shrine to your best players. Cowboy fans are like, come on, man.
Look, y'all ain't got enough accolades, Cowboys fans. Y'all ain't getting enough love. Y'all got a lot of Hall of Famers.
He did win with Von Miller and that Peyton Manning team that won the Super Bowl. One more there, T.Y. What do you have for us in bullish or BS?
So James Harden, a lot of stuff came out about him this weekend. The Philadelphia 76ers said they weren't going to trade him. Just this morning in an event in China, Harden was talking with the media, and he said, Daryl Morey is a liar, and I will never be a part of an organization he is a part of. Let me say that again. Daryl Morey is a liar, and I will never be a part of an organization he is a part of. So, are you bullish on the fact that he might play for the 76ers this year, or do you think this statement's BS?
Oh, man, I'm not bullish that he plays for the 76ers, but at the same time, they're saying, Rod, that they're not getting what they want for him on a trade value market, so then we need him to play for us.
He's not going to trade him again.
So James Harden said this?
Yeah, this morning.
Wow. I thought they were cool. I thought they were like down. Like that was the reports were that's part of the intrigue is that James Harden is a Daryl Morey guy. That's ugly.
That's ugly.
Yeah, that's ugly. I don't know where that's going.
Well, Daryl Morey, of course, was his general manager in Houston.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They go way back. So I don't know whether I didn't know that got ugly.
Well, and I
between
think
those two guys.
Well, look, he players control things in the NBA. He's demanded the trade, but kind of like the Damian Lillard thing in Portland, Daryl Morey said, "I'm not trading him for chump change.
Well, the NBA has put out a memo saying
or he's going to play for us.
Players cannot demand where they want to go when they get traded.
Yeah.
They can say, I want to get traded and I want to go here. It's like, well, we'll trade you, but you can't demand where you want to go.
Well, I'm not going to trade him for nickels on the dollar, right? I'm not going to. But that doesn't do us any good as a franchise, just because it's what you want, James. By the way, the highlight reel touchdown pass for Jacksonville was not Trevor Lawrence. I saw the highlight and thought it was. It was Nathan Rourke. Nathan Rourke. Who had the highlight reel. But Trevor Lawrence still a real good player. Real good player.
He's the franchise quarterback. There you go.
Says, where will go into the Ring of Honor before Jimmy Johnson? Can we get Jimmy Johnson in the Ring of Honor, Jerry?
Jerry will be dead before Jimmy's in the Ring of Honor.
That's a shame.
Right? Don't we think so?
Long ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he should have been there by now.
Jerry's not doing it. He's not doing it, guys. Get over it.
Get over it. He'll put Wade Phillips in before and Jason Garrett. We'll be back.
We're rolling take A, we're rolling take overdub. Double dub.
Oh, yeah. Get them up, get them going. A lot of you already up and going because school's back in session, which means you had to get the kids into this car line, get them to school for the first day. And, sometimes, Rod, that can be a tear-jerking moment for moms and dads.
I hear it's supposed to be emotional.
Now, listen, you're going to get there.
Yeah, I got a little while, got a couple of years, but yeah, I hear it's emotional when you drop them off for the first time.
It is. It is. And, of course, mom takes the picture every year, and then by the end you have all the pictures, first day of school. First day of school. You'll be there, Rod. Trust me. You'll be there.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it. All the kids got the right fit for the first day. I know it's all about.
Clothes, got to look clean.
Got to make sure you look clean for the first day. So that's really what it was all about. You didn't really care after that, but that first day outfit it had to be on point, man. You had to be, had to be legit.
What was the most important aspect of the outfit? Was it the shoes?
It was everything. It was everything. Oh, man. You had to make sure everything was on point.
Coordinate.
Yes, the shoes had to be nice, had to be right. You know what I mean? The right shirt, pants, all that. So that was like a whole summer in the making to make sure you had the right fit on the first day.
So you went to Houston Lamar High.
Houston Lamar, baby. DB High.
What middle school did you attend?
I went to Pershing Middle School. We're the Pandas.
Pershing Pandas.
Yeah, really scary. Man,
well, now, for people who don't know Houston Lamar is down there and pretty nice part of town.
Oaks. Yeah, it's the richest part of Houston.
Right there off 610.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Big money, man.
Right
Big
by the
money.
Galleria.
Mm-hmm. My classmates had like Hummers and and like Range Rovers and BMWs in the parking lot. Oh, that was clean.
You and Ty can relate on that.
It looked like NIL out there.
Ty can relate. He went to Westlake, right? They're
exactly.
Rolling in there with Teslas.
Yeah, it in some ways, and not the football way, but in some ways, it can be considered kind of the Westlake of HISD.
Well, that's interesting because my school, I grew up in a pretty normal neighborhood, right? Suburban Houston neighborhood. But Cypress Creek at the time, the Cypress district down in Houston has now got like 12 schools.
Yeah, I remember we played Cy Creek when I was there.
Yeah. Well, when I was in school, there was only Cy Creek and Cy Fair and Jersey Village. That was it.
Yep.
And then Langham Creek came online, but Cy Creek was known as because Cy Fair was the agriculture. It was kind of like the Aggies and the Longhorns, right? Cy Fair was Cypress Fairbanks, and it was out in the country. That's where the Cowboys went. And we were Cy Creek, where we were all the yuppies went, at the time. Yes, that was. But yes, we had some nice cars in the parking lot. Nothing like Westlake.
Nothing like Westlake. HISD's got two of those because Bel Air High School is like that too.
Yeah,
Bel Air and H-Town's just like
and
that
you
as
went
well.
To Lamar, so gotta look good. Ty, what was first day of school attire like for you? Did you have to? Did you take pride in that first outfit, or you didn't?
Clean.
I'm not much of a fashionista, so I was a big sweatshirt with a jersey on top of it, and in high school I'd put my hair in a man bun for most days, which
man bun.
That's it.
A little regrettable now, but
well,
good luck. Was too cool to worry about a clean outfit for the first day.
Well, he'd already been doing the football practice thing before.
I wore slides with no socks downtown this weekend.
Look at you, man!
Hey,
chicks are all over you like a fly magnet, or what do you call fly paper or something. Austin ISD, Manor ISD, and Fredericksburg kids back to school today, as we said. Pflugerville, Round Rock, San Marcos, and Dripping tomorrow. By Wednesday, everybody will be back. Lake Travis, Eanes, Elgin, Leander, Liberty Hill, and Wimberley on Wednesday. But Georgetown, I think, on Thursday is what I saw. But either way, best of luck. Be careful out there. That means slow down. The traffic's going to be more. And you know what else happens coming up this week, too, Rod? The UT goes back to school. So that's when it gets really crowded.
Now the traffic Mageddon here in Austin.
We come.
Now it's full throttle, baby. Full throttle.
What's been kind of smooth and easy, a lot of mornings the last few months,
not
is about
anymore.
To crank back up. Be advised. If you're already sitting in it, our man Don Miller will help you get through it as we crank. But we got this hour coming up our Bullish or BS segment. We got Rod's. We got some behind the burnt orange curtain coming up the bottom of the hour. Longhorns in a scrimmage that they had over the weekend. Plus, we'll go off the record. First, let's get the headlines. Catch you up on the news of the morning. Top Gun equipment rentals. Yeah, some breaking news this morning from the NBA. We just heard from Ty in the Bullish or BS. James Harden this morning at an event saying that Daryl Morey is a liar. He'll never play for the Philadelphia 76ers. So that story is percolating this morning. Also from Texas football on the college football side of things, now 19 days to the start of the 2023 season. Longhorns held their first of two training camp scrimmages on Saturday morning. First full squad scrimmage was closed to the media and public, but multiple insider reports indicating that the Texas defense had the better day than the offense on Saturday overall. But freshman quarterback Arch Manning had a solid day. That included a long touchdown run between 50 and 60 yards, ran away from the defense. Also, according to eyewitnesses, fellow freshman Malik Muhammad returned a pick six for a score off of Malik Murphy. The quarterback picked him off and took him to the house. Also, running back Keelan Robinson took a long one for a touchdown after breaking free on a 4th and short. Texas will be on the practice field again this afternoon in the heat, after which head coach Steve Sarkisian will meet with the media about his thoughts on what's going on in that scrimmage. Also on the NFL over the weekend, Cowboys opened their 3-game preseason, lost at home to Jacksonville, 28-23. Tough to make much of the game considering the Cowboys didn't play quarterback Dak Prescott or any of their projected starters on offense. But how about some of the guys trying to make this squad in a big way? K-State star, former K-State star and Round Rock Cedar Ridge running back Deuce Vaughn made a strong case. Team 6th-round pick, posted a couple of highlight reel runs, rushed for 50 yards, and a go-ahead touchdown late in the third quarter. And fellow rookie and former Longhorn linebacker DeMarvion Overshow showed up quite a bit on Saturday. The Cowboys' 3rd-round pick was in on 6 tackles, doing a big 3rd down stop in the first quarter that forced a punt. DeMarvion Overshow, after the game, said, hey, I'm just living the dream.
I did, definitely, putting the jersey on. I put it on for OTAs, but it was for pictures. But, putting it on and putting my armbands on in my sleeve and realizing that I'm going to do this for the Dallas Cowboys. A lot of people dream about that. A lot of people say, man, I want to do that. And I'm part of that 1% that got the chance to do that. So I definitely, before the game, took 5 deep breaths and just soaked it in. And like I say, I wouldn't want to be nowhere else. I'm glad to be here. And, like I said, I'm looking forward to the rest of the year.
Making an impression. Cowboys and Jags preseason game 1-14 over the weekend. Rod and I will discuss the highlights throughout the morning here on Ian Rod B. Major League Baseball, Rangers entered the weekend with a 2.5-game lead on the second-place Astros in the AL West. They come out of it with the same lead, 2.5. Both teams won 2 out of 3, and both Astros and Rangers were going for sweeps yesterday afternoon, but both lost. In San Francisco, Rangers got walked off. 2-run homer in the 10th inning for the Giants catcher Patrick Bailey. The difference, 3-2, the final there down in Houston. Astros scored 22 runs in their wins on Friday and Saturday, 11 in both games, but bats went cold yesterday. They lose it 2-1. Shohei Ohtani belted his 41st home run of the season. By the way, Shohei Ohtani and the Angels are going to go up to Arlington, open up a series with the Rangers tonight. The LA announced yesterday that their superstar is going to skip his scheduled starting pitching assignment on Wednesday to rest his arm. He will be in the lineup, though, as a DH. Astros open a 4-game series in Miami tonight against the Marlins. And in golf, the veteran Lucas Glover won for the second time in as many weeks. The 43-year-old followed up his win at the Wyndham Championship last week. Yesterday, he topped Patrick Cantlay in a playoff. He wins the FedEx St. Jude Championship in Memphis. St. Jude was the first leg of that FedEx Cup playoff run. Top 50 players in this week's event will advance to play at the BMW Championship outside Chicago this week. They'll tee it up on Thursday.
Yeah, the Arch Manning report about him having the 50-plus yard run on the defense. It is
Wheels.
Yeah,
Manning.
I guess I just haven't seen him run and open up. I don't doubt it at all. But to have a 50-yard run against the defense, to me, they had a hard time catching it. So it's a good run for him. But now the talk is that Arch Manning actually may end up overall, in terms of overall athleticism, he may end up being the most athletic of all the quarterbacks in that room. But he had a great scrimmage, reportedly, and he looked really, really good. So unlike the spring game, where a lot of people were critical of Arch Manning's performance, it looks like he has kind of found his groove a little bit, and in the first scrimmage, he looked really good. This is just it was a show me something scrimmage. Sark did say, and I'm sure he'll reiterate this when he speaks to the media today, that the second scrimmage, that will be the depth chart scrimmage. And we'll give you some more reports about that when we go behind the burnt orange curtain. But yeah, the biggest, I guess, headline coming out of the scrimmage was that Arch Manning not only had a great performance in the scrimmage, but yeah, he 50-something yard run against the Texas defense. And I'm assuming, like I want, because I think it was first team versus second team, and so I don't think they went ones on ones. Maybe next scrimmage they'll go ones on ones. Hell, right now they probably don't even know who all the ones are necessarily. So from what it was reported, there were ones on twos. So we don't know exactly all the details about how it went down, but Arch Manning, the quarterbacks looked good, but it said the defense overall may have had a better day.
Yeah, that's typical early in camp. And,
yes, it is.
There's no game plans going on, right? They're throwing a little bit at each other, but at the same time, the only thing, not the only thing, we'll do more on the behind the burnt orange curtain. Hopefully you hear from Sark coming up, but the significance is if Arch Manning, someone's got to be the backup quarterback to Quinn Ewers, right? And if there's a competition, if Arch Manning continues to raise the bar, could he be the backup, not Malik? But I think most people assume it's Malik Murphy right now.
He looks great. But you're going to need a backup. We, unfortunately.
Oh, you know that.
I mean, we've only had, 6 times, I believe, since 1999 where a quarterback has started every game and played through and finished every game for Texas.
Yeah.
Because, of course.
Got to have one.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it at the end of the season, whether it be a Colt McCoy or whether it be a Sam Ehlinger, start every game and then can't finish the last game. So being able to start every game and finish every game is a remarkable feat. Only one team did it last year in the entire Big 12. and that was Hunter Dekkers, who is no longer on that Iowa State team.
Who would have bet on that?
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
I'll take that bet.
So, yeah, man, it is a fragile position. You got to make sure you got multiple guys, and I think the biggest comfort for Texas fans, hey, you might have 3 of them. You definitely got 2 with Malik Murphy and Quinn Ewers.
More behind the burn orange curtain coming up at the bottom of the hour. Also, from the college football realm, as we count down the days, we are at number 15. Speaking of countdowns, Rod, in our Horn E and Rod B top 20 countdown.
Yep.
In the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to hit number 15, and you know where we're going. Under the dome, the Golden Dome. We will preview the Notre Dame fighting Irish.
And I was actually talking to a Notre Dame insider about this like a year ago, and the discussion that we were having, crazy enough, was Notre Dame is about to prioritize the state of Texas in recruiting.
Yes.
And this was before they actually came down here and did it. And it was like, it was crazy. We were breaking down the hypothesis as to why Notre Dame should be attacking Texas. And it turns out they came right to Central Texas in the backyard of Texas and Texas Longhorns and decided to pluck a few guys.
Jaden Greathouse off that Westlake team and
man.
more, but and now
Leonard
they have
Morris, I think one of the best corners. I think he might be the best corner in Central Texas, actually, in my opinion. I haven't seen him all.
Who's that?
Leonard Moore.
Yeah, Leonard Moore. Oh man, out of
He's a
Round Rock.
player. Yeah.
Braylon James too, right?
Yeah, Braylon James.
Jalen James too. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's 3 of them just from this area.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's fertile. We know that, and of course, we'll learn more with our friend Pete Sampson, who covers Notre Dame for theathletic.com and has for a long time. Sam Hartman, though, one of the top transfer quarterbacks in the portal. He comes in from Wake Forest, has been a 4-year starter. Now, speaking of Wake Forest, there is news on that front that the 4 ACC schools, so the ACC held a vote into the weekend about adding Stanford and Cal to the ACC. There's also the debate about SMU being included as the ACC is trying to expand their footprint and maybe take advantage of the collapse of the Pac-12, which is now a Pac-4. And the 4 ACC schools that opposed it, they need 12 of the 15 votes. Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina, and NC State all voted against it.
Wow.
Yeah, said no.
Did they just not see value in the acquisition? Did they give a reason was there a report as to a reason why they voted against it, why they were opposed?
It says here in some cases school presidents and ADs are split on their stances. So the school president or the AD not seeing eye to eye.
Okay.
Could
be the revenue share too. As simple as, man, we don't think because are they taking the discounted revenue share
right,
too?
I mean,
what?
Well, look, I mean, the Stanford and the Cal are desperate, so they've said we'll take a half share.
Yeah,
and
I think SMU basically said something similar as well.
We'll take nothing.
We
just
want
let us in. Just let us in.
Can we just get a free space in your conference, a free spot?
Well, this is where look. I mean, what does a conference commissioner do? This is where leadership matters, right? This is where you got to unite it and sell the vision so that you can get everybody on the same page. But problem in the ACC is nobody's on the same page because Clemson and Florida State, they want more of the revenue. They want to be big time football powers, which they have been. Yet they see themselves falling behind in coming years if they can't create more revenue. Is this going to raise enough? Because obviously, the idea would be to open up and add the West Coast and maybe even the Metroplex of Dallas, and then go back to ESPN and say, "Look, can you raise the money here? We're going to bring them in as half members, but we need more money." And now we have a larger footprint in which we're going to be playing football games in, which is where all the dollars come from. But according to Nicole Auerbach, who does incredible reporting for theathletic.com and all things college football, she says in some cases the school's presidents and ADs are split. So even knowing the identities of the dissenters of what we call an informal straw poll, not an official vote, but the 4 schools, according to her, that voted against it in the recent vote over the weekend were Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina, and NC State. Ooh. And there's a lot of reports of acrimony between the leaders of the ACC. They're not on the same page.
Like I said, we read the quotes, but essentially just paraphrasing, Florida State officials are saying the quiet part out loud.
Yes.
They are basically saying it is not a matter of if, but when we leave the ACC, and they are mocking the grant of rights as a document that will impede them. Yeah, exactly. From doing what they want to do. They said their lawyers are telling them they have a way out of this grant of rights deal. We'll see. Maybe it's a game of chicken at this point.
Well, and remember, Notre Dame, who we're going to preview today at number 15 in our countdown, not a full member of the ACC, but they have been a proponent of Cal and Stanford being added.
Yeah, they want to add more academic kind of standing to their
they play
partner.
Stanford every year, and that's one of their partners in crime and all this. And Cal would be a great school to add. And, of course, ACC does feature, really well-regarded academic schools like Duke and North Carolina
and Notre Dame
Virginia,
is that. Notre Dame. So it's tougher to win at Notre Dame because of their academic requirements.
Yeah, really good schools. Now, Florida State, Tallahassee.
Hey!
Just got to know your ABCs to get in this facility.
Hey! Hey, man. Trust me. I narrowed my choices down. Florida State was one of my final 5.
I think that's the only school in the ACC that's like a bad school, though, academically. Clemson's a good school.
Like a high. What do you mean?
It's not easy to get into Clemson.
Okay. Oh, is it real? Okay. Yeah. It's
Miami's a good school.
That makes sense.
Miami's
though.
a real good school.
Virginia Tech's a really good school.
Okay.
Hokies. Yeah. All right.
Just Florida State.
That's why Florida State wants out. They're like, man, get the hell out of here, man.
We belong in the SEC.
We belong in the SEC.
All right, so we'll learn more about Notre Dame coming up next hour. So if you're an Irish fan or college football fan, stick with us. We'll do a deep dive into the 15th ranked team in our countdown. We'll reset our back 5 as well that we did last week, as we'll go all the way to number 1. 19 days, actually 18 days from now, we'll be at number 1.
It's a beautiful thing.
As far as the count. Isn't that great? I mean,
and
can I just say that over the weekend, our man Chris Bennett on Twitter did a great job of spotlighting you, because on Saturday it was 21 days to the start of the college football season, which Rod,
CB's the best.
Your number 21 was prominent. He put a highlight of you with the pick 6 in the Red River rivalry game, the shootout.
Yep.
That you guys ended up losing, but you went up 14-3 in that moment.
Yeah,
you had the cornrows going. That was looking good.
That was clean, man. That was clean back then.
You also had a big hit. He posted like 3 highlights, and people blew up on Twitter watching you play at number.
He did put my quote out there. Nobody catches the ball on my side of the field, not even me. Mac Brown did not like that quote, man. He hated that quote. He did. He's like,
you dropped some picks that you had.
I think CD posted a couple of ones I dropped. So I dropped one against North Carolina. That would have been a house call.
Dang.
Oh, that would have been a sweet house call against North Carolina. Man, Robbie dropped it. Half of my PBUs are probably dropped interceptions, actually, not actually celebratory knockdowns. It was just more head in hands disappointment PBUs. Yeah.
Somebody said, does anyone in Dallas watch SMU? I don't think anybody in Dallas watches SMU, but here's the argument. You got to think long term.
Yeah, it's all about the market.
If SMU were playing Notre Dame, would people watch? Probably.
Yes.
If SMU were playing Florida State, or Clemson,
you would check it out. More people would check it out.
That's the idea. And as you said, the coaches in the ACC would probably like to be playing games in the Metroplex for recruiting.
No doubt. They
can. Well, you just mentioned Notre Dame. You don't think Notre Dame would like to play a game at SMU?
Yes, they would. Because they right now their footprint in Texas is getting bigger and bigger.
And that's the argument. Again, right now SMU kind of an afterthought in the Metroplex, but if they were playing in a bigger conference, playing bigger games, it is one of the biggest markets in America. And I think you'd turn on some eyeballs. And obviously the other part of that is you'd be able to recruit
DFW.
Look what Texas is doing. We had Jerry Hamilton with us last week talking about if Texas isn't making the move to the SEC, Colin Simmons isn't coming to Texas.
Agreed.
The 5-star kid. And maybe not Arch Manning, maybe not even Anthony Hill, who had a great scrimmage apparently. I mean, those guys they want to play in the SEC. Texas could never recruit to that. A&M has had that luxury, and when they made the move, they were the only school in the Lone Star State that were playing in the best conference for football in America. Now Texas is there, and look how it's impacting recruiting.
Oh yeah, because they're recruiting SEC country now. Florida, they're getting C.J. Bass, the best players out of Florida. They got that quarterback out of Alabama. Well, and the future recruiting class. Louisiana now recently, they got a footprint in Louisiana. Mac Brown didn't do enough in Louisiana. Mac Brown, you could argue, didn't have to because he was killing. He owned basically a monopoly share of the state of Texas, so he didn't really have to go into Louisiana. But with Louisiana, if you go look at year after year, probably last 3 years, but you go look at it probably going back as far as 5 to 10 years, and you go look at states that produce the most NFL players per capita, Louisiana always in the top 5. Always in the top 5. They're probably the only state that has been in the top 5 like 5 or 6 straight years in producing NFL players per capita. That state is loaded.
Well, and look, who was in the national title game last year? TCU in the Metroplex, right down in Fort Worth. SMU would argue that if you put us in one of those conferences, we're playing marquee games, and we can recruit to that. We can be just like TCU is. But we recruit in the American Athletic Conference now. So we recruit a different type of player. We could recruit a better player and maybe even attract a bigger name coach if we were playing. Not that there's anything wrong with Rhett Lashley. I mean, he's the coach there right now.
No, but U of H that's what their plan is.
That's exactly right.
U of H is a similar plan. And you can see it working out for U of H a little bit.
And that would be the argument that the commissioner of the ACC would make to the presidents. Look, they're not huge yet, but why couldn't they get huge? They're in Dallas. That would be good for all of us. That's the argument. I know there are contrarians to that too, and that's why it's a good debate. Somebody says, how is ESPN able to pay all this money to? They're owned by Disney. Disney going down the toilet. Will they sell ESPN? Well, look, how can they pay all this? Because, yes, ESPN puts a lot of programming on that doesn't make them money. That actually loses them money. I think that's fair to say. They just had to lay off a bunch of people. College football makes them money. How are they able to afford it? Fox and ESPN? Because, College Game Day on Saturday mornings is a juggernaut. It is a revenue-creating monster for ESPN. The games themselves, sports is still right now is the only major television show in America that people make an appointment to watch and are going to sit there and watch it when it kicks off until it's over.
It's that and news.
News and football games.
That news and disaster porn, unfortunately. Like when people have like weather and like that. People will watch it. People will watch it live though. People don't watch anything else live. Those
Everything's
three things.
On
that's it.
Binge or record.
Yeah. Everything else
when they have time.
Yes.
Football, and again, this is why are they paying these millions and billions of dollars? It's for that we want that. They can then turn around and sell that to advertisers who will pay good money. Because, again, people make an appointment to be watching College Game Day at 9 in the morning. When Fox got in the game, why did they immediately do the big noon thing and try to build their own rival pregame show to ESPN College Game Day? Because it prints money. It creates revenue because college football fans are going to be there. They're going to be paying attention at 11 o'clock or noon. Their game's going to kick off, and they're going to watch it.
And they're going to watch the whole thing.
The whole damn thing.
Most of it. Now, there's some exceptions, but most of the time, you can almost guarantee a certain amount of eyeballs for a certain amount of time, and really no other realm of entertainment these days can do that because we watch things at our convenience.
Right. It's a TV show, as the NFL has proven better than anybody at doing that. And so, so when you just said the word eyeballs. So when these conferences sit down with ESPN and the TV media partners, what are the media partners looking for? Eyeballs, which is why the Dallas market, maybe even out in San Francisco, Northern California with Cal and Stanford would be appealing to them because right now ESPN doesn't have any after-hours program. They don't have any late-night games because Fox and no one's in bed with the Pac-12 right now. Well, if you had Cal and Stanford in the ACC, well, now ESPN's got some games on the West Coast because Fox owns the Big Ten, not ESPN. And that's where USC, UCLA, Washington, and Stanford, Washington and Oregon are headed. So
isn't CBS taking over the Big Ten though? After
CBS,
this year?
No, Fox.
It's Fox.
It's all Fox. It's all Fox. Fox is the one paying the huge dollars because Fox, when they made the power play to add USC and UCLA to follow Texas and Oklahoma to the SEC, that brought. When they sit down with the TV executives, they sell the number one media market in New York and the East Coast. They sell Chicago, which is number 3. They sell LA, which is number 2. That's where they're getting the big bucks from because they have the most eyeballs.
Yeah.
And Big Ten schools are mostly in that Midwest area with big population bases, and they're all huge alumni bases.
That's what kind of proves the theory of what you're saying, because the SEC is a better brand of college football.
More eyeballs.
Well, but the Big Ten offers them more eyeballs.
That's right.
So this year, 7 Big Ten games will be on CBS. And
this year, yes.
Next year, the 3:30 window on CBS will be Big Ten every year.
Okay, yeah.
Every week.
So CBS and Fox partnering, but Fox is the majority shareholder. You're right about that. Thank you, Ty.
Because the CBS the theme music
won't
be SEC anymore.
Because SEC's all ESPN now. All ESPN. So CBS jumped in and stole some of the Big Ten or got some of the Big Ten package along with Fox. But that's where the big dollars are coming from.
You're
right. And that's what it's about eyeballs. All right, and growing the footprint. I know that college football fans roll their eyes then, like, oh my gosh. But that to answer the question of the texter, that's what pays the dollars. That's where the money comes from.
Mm-hmm. They want to be able to guarantee a certain amount of eyeballs, whether that's theoretical and people are actually watching it or not. But people actually, I'm telling you, sports is one of the last places in the new entertainment ecosystem where people can watch it live, or people want to watch it live. They want to watch it even as a social event with others and go on social media and talk about it while it's happening at the same time. They don't really do that with TV shows.
That's exactly right.
You do we do it. You go on TV and you go on social media and talk about it, but not at the time it's happening. When you want to do it.
God-fearing people leave church early to be home at noon for the kickoff on Sunday if they're Cowboys, right?
Sundays for God and football. It's
I got to get out of church early.
God and football. Even the preacher's talking about. He's making jokes about the Cowboys.
I might be able to I might be able to record it and I can catch up pretty quick.
Yeah,
but I need to be there at noon.
Hey, I got it. Sorry, man, we got to get out of here. You're rushing everybody out of church. Sorry, Jim. See you. God bless you.
He knows if he doesn't, they're all going to leave. right?
He's right. You're right about that.
Somebody said, what will happen to LHN? We'll explain that on the other side, LHN Longhorn Network. Also, Rod and I will go behind the burnt orange curtain. Then before the end of the hour, we're going off the record as we're having a good time with you on a Monday on, of course, E and Rod B on the Horn app on hornfm.com, 1019 AM 1260. Coming right back. Coming up in our Off the Record segment, we'll reset this story involving one of the best young stars of Major League Baseball, Wander Franco. It's one of those tread lightly, could be a bunch of nothing, but at the same time, the Tampa Bay Rays certainly seem to be taking it seriously and doing their due diligence. We'll get you details on that and some other things that are off the record on this 14th of August. And recapping the weekend, but having some fun as well with E and Rod B. Ty through the glass, who, as we said earlier, ran into one Cooper Manning at the Don's Depot over the weekend. Cooper Manning, of course, father of Arch, and we'll hear Sark coming up talking about the one of the things about the scrimmage on Saturday was the families get to come in and take it in.
The families out
and watch.
It's pretty cool.
Well, and that's interesting. We talk about all these insider reports that we're going to talk about in Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, Rod, from the the Inside Texases and the OrangeBloods.com and the Horns 24/7. They do such a great job of covering the Longhorns. But a lot of those insider reports and those eyewitnesses come from parents.
Yeah, they do.
That's true. I know who that used to drive the most crazy.
Tom Herman.
Mac Brown.
Oh, really?
Oh, Mack Brown.
Tom Herman. Remember Tom Herman? He brought the parents in and told the parents that I will not stand for you parents talking to the. He told us to the parents talking to the media. He told parents you're not allowed to talk to the media. And
lectured them.
We found out about that from a report from Brian Davis, I believe.
Guess who else got the lecture?
They spoke to the media.
Guess who else got the lecture early on in Tom Herman's tenure?
Who?
The media.
I don't want the media talking to the media.
Which doesn't go well.
Quit telling people what you want them to do, Tom.
Well, and that's the thing.
Come on.
But Mack Brown hated it too because these sites get to know these parents and brothers and uncles
way before they commit to you. Before they commit to you
during the recruiting process.
Yeah.
So once they get on campus, they still have the cell phone number.
Yep.
They can still text them and say, "Hey, how'd they look today?"
Exactly. And Dad
some
might
will say, some will say, "I'm not going to tell you." Some will say, "Hey,
yeah. Well, because now, no, people don't really like it, but we live in the kind of strange world, seedy world where everybody has contacts, even, of course, these members of the media who work for these really good sites who are insiders themselves, and they know a lot of coaches and stuff like that going on. We live in a transfer portal era where all you need is a connection to a connection to say, like, hey, you know what? I don't like my circumstance. You know this guy? Yeah, I know that guy. And you have a friend of a friend that can talk to somebody or reach out, and all you need to know is, hey, this person here may want to change their circumstance. So you live in that world now. So that's why these parents, they're not, burning any bridges. No, they're keeping all their connections because they're gonna need them.
I'm sure at Don's Depot Saturday night, Cooper Manning was talking about his son's speed.
Speed, quickness.
Who knew? Who knew Arch could run away from the defense?
55-plus yard run.
Yeah, we'll get that. Hey, with that in mind, before we get to Off the Record, and also, as we said, we'll shine the spotlight on Notre Dame, number 15 in our countdown to number 1 this morning. Let's go behind it. Let's go behind it. It's the BOC, we call it, the Burnt Orange Curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, before we get into some of the reports from the first scrimmage, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian, head coach of the Texas football team. This is from prior the scrimmage, from Friday, and obviously had the scrimmage this weekend. But prior to the scrimmage, he was asked about, what he hoped to accomplish, what's his overall outlook in the scrimmage, what are you looking for? Here is Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah, these scrimmages are always unique. We'll probably finish up right around 125, 130
total
on offense and defense combined. And so when you look at it, it's roughly 60 or so plays per side of the ball, and so it should feel when the guys are done like game-ish, right? I mean, depending on the game. And then obviously we'll work all of our phases of special teams in there as well. But more guys will be playing tomorrow too. Everybody will get an opportunity to get in there, whether it's ones, twos, or threes, what that looks like. And then it'll be a lot of fun tomorrow too. Tomorrow, the parents get to come to the scrimmage and see their kids play. Their families can come, and then we have a big barbecue after. So I think on that front, giving everybody an opportunity, one is cool because they get to perform in front of their family, but two, it lightens the load on some guys. The guys aren't having to play the entire time. So the whole team's going to get in there tomorrow and compete.
When you go in the morning?
Something tells me that barbecue, I wonder if that's Whitfield's, my man Casey Stoner. He usually does a lot of the barbecuing.
And he cooks up a lot of brisket. I know that.
Yeah, for like the Texas, recruiting events and stuff like that. So I wonder if he's doing that. Anyway, but Whitfield's is awesome. You should make sure you get a chance to taste some of that if you are in the neighborhood. Anyway, getting back to the scrimmage reports. So we talked a lot about the Alfred Collins report earlier. There was a shout out, and by the way, shout out to all the great sites inside Texas, Orange Bloods, Horns 24/7. I kind of gather different material from all the sites because they all do a really, really good job. But one of the reports, and shout out to Horns 24/7, I believe it specifically got it from there, was that when they asked a source about who was the best defender in the scrimmage, it was Alfred Collins, they said, which me and E talked about that, and we'll get back into that conversation a little bit later on. But that defensively was probably one of the most exciting headlines I think Longhorn fans saw, along with the defense actually playing really well. They forced they had 2 interceptions, and they had a forced fumble too. So you need this defense to be a little bit more opportunistic. We talked about that as well. But here's a nice little nugget here about the offense. Jonathan Brooks and C.J. Baxter. Apparently, both of those guys had really good days. When they asked the source who had the best day for the running backs, both names were mentioned, and it said C.J. Baxter had an explosive play, and both of them had their moments, and it looks like that could end up being your 1-2 punch at running back right now, would be C.J. Baxter, the freshman coming from Florida, and Jonathan Brooks. Got me thinking about last season. Last season, you had the best 1-2 punch at running back in the country. And actually, I don't even know if it was actually close with Bijan and Rojo. You had the best starting running back in the country, and you had the best, technically, I guess he was a backup running back in the country, but Rojo was treated like a starter. He was, I believe Kyle Flood called him the conscience of the offense. And I love that term. But because of that, because your best player and your best leader were both in the backfield, Sark probably utilized more 2 tailback sets and multi-tailback sets than he ever used. Probably going back to his time with Atlanta when he was transitioning that offense from Kyle Shanahan's offense, which is a 21 personnel offense, 2 backs, 1 tight end with a traditional fullback. He used a non-traditional tailback with 2 tailback sets to help transition that offense from Shano's to his offense. And he did use a lot of 21 and 20 personnel. Well, last season, Texas used a lot of it because you're trying to get your best players on the field. I think we all agree, Rojo, Bijan, that was some of your best players on the field. So they got to 21 personnel like above 11% of the time, more than 11% of the time, which is a good number. Probably should have been higher because it ended up being their most explosive and their most efficient personnel package when it came to passing the football, and even really in yards per play. You could look at yards per play, highest yards per play out of 11, 12, 6 offensive line package, your Big 11, Big 12 multi-back sets, even your 30, 31 sets was 21 personnel. That was your most explosive personnel package based on yards per play. If you look at explosive play rate, that's passes of at least 15 yards, rushes of at least 10 yards, 21 personnel, also your most explosive personnel package, looking at explosive play rate as well. And if you look at yards per attempt in passing, you also had your highest yards per attempt out of 21 personnel, more so than any of the personnel grouping. So that was your best personnel grouping last season, in my opinion. I don't know if you'll use it as much because you don't have Rojo and Bijan, but I do wonder if Sark will still utilize it at all, if it'll be part of his repertoire, concerning how effective it was last year analytically, disproportionately more so than your other personnel packages.
Yeah, well, we will see. And obviously they like their backfield talent-wise, but unproven versus last year.
Yeah.
Jonathan Brooks and then C.J. Baxter, who Sark has said we didn't put training wheels on these freshmen. We think they can handle it. They're gonna go.
He never does. Look at Kelvin Banks, Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
You can go. You can go.
You can go. And Anthony Hill on the defensive side. Malik Muhammad had the interception, pick 6. I mean, again, if you're good enough, you're old enough. We don't really care about the number next to you, because if you're really good, like we're recruiting right now, you might only be here a few years, right? You might have 3 years with us. And
hopefully that's the case. Get that kind of factory going.
So get them on the field. No, that's good stuff right there with Rod Babers behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll hear more from Sark coming up. And as we said, Sark will meet the media this afternoon after their afternoon practice. I got to think the next couple of weeks, the Longhorns are going to be doing some afternoon work just to get ready for the 2:30 game with Rice. I mean, it's coming.
Yeah,
you're 19 days out.
It'd be irresponsible not to do it.
So you're going to see them, and then Sark will meet with the assembled media afterwards, and that's where I think you'll hear for the first time his thoughts on the scrimmage. If there were any injuries, there were some reports of Jordan Whittington left with something arm or hand related. Hopefully we hear from Sark on that today and his thoughts of who stood out. And Sark is usually pretty candid about who jumped off the field for him.
And speaking of the backfield, as we're talking about, C.J. Baxter and Jonathan Brooks being kind of that 1-2 punch, it also was stated in some of the practice reports that Keelan Robinson had explosive plays, and that's what he does, right? When he gets the ball, when he's targeted or gets the ball in his hands, he's an explosive player.
I think we still forget about that he's still here,
right? And Sark loves him because Sark loves speedy, the smallish, speedy guys. And last year he took a tremendous step forward. Remember his first year, he couldn't even catch the ball beyond the line of scrimmage. They basically didn't even target him beyond the line of scrimmage. Last year, he was targeted several times past the line of scrimmage, ended up being explosive plays, even touchdowns.
Yeah,
I think his role will expand. What we know about him, he doesn't need to be a main course running back like you had him in that Washington game versus, in Alamo Bowl. He's not a main course running back. He's a side dish. He's not chicken fried steak. He's your mashed potatoes and gravy, your mac and cheese. But that doesn't mean that that's still not one of the items you look most forward to when you're enjoying that meal.
He's your jet ski man.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Jet skis are fun.
Yeah, exactly. But they're not a boat.
Not the boat.
It's not the boat, but it's fun. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm with you. I think you're going to see a lot more of them, but in a creative way. So you still might get some of those multi-back sets. Remember last year, they ran 31 personnel, 30 personnel. They put all three of them out there, that triangle formation sometimes. You may see some funky stuff like that just to get Keelan Robinson on the field more.
Well, and the report was it was a long run on a 4th and 1. So he broke the line on a short yardage play, which everyone's jammed up, and see a house call. And he's got that other gear.
He does, man.
All right, so there's Behind the BOC with Rod B. One other thing to watch for. We mentioned Colin Simmons' commitment last week a lot and his big decision up at Duncanville High School, and that, really, set everybody in a good mood into the weekend.
Yes, it did.
And now the next question is, could there be multiple top players who follow Colin Simmons? Because Colin Simmons has made no secret that I'm going to Texas. There is a report that he said that he told some of the reporters or people offline up at Duncanville that he's planning to bring Kobe Black with him. Kobe Black is a 5-star cornerback ranked as the number 25 player in the nation who plays for Waco Connolly High School. And that Colin Simmons is saying, hey, I'm bringing him with me. Kobe's coming.
We need that guy.
5-star corner. There's also a defensive lineman from Lafayette, Louisiana named Dominic McKinley. He also is a 5-star player, number 23 in the country. And then Ryan Wingo, a wide receiver from St. Louis, Missouri, 5-star player. And then Brandon Baker, offensive tackle, Santa Ana, California, Mater Dei High School. These are all top 25 5-star players. There is some thought that with Colin Simmons' decision that these dominoes could fall and the Longhorns could get 2 or maybe all 4 of those remaining 5-star players.
If you get a 5-star defense, I think Dominic McKinley is an interior defensive lineman.
Yeah, D-tackle.
You get him, and then you just brought in Colin Simmons, too, in that same class. That would be. And then you bring in a corner, too. That's also a 5-star.
Kobe Black. And Kobe's the one that it seems like that he and Colin Simmons are friendly. And he's up there on I-35 in Waco. And Brandon Baker's the big one, left tackle prospect out of Mater Dei out in California.
Yeah, is Mater Dei in the L.A.
Southern California?
Greater, is it in the greater L.A. area? Yeah,
Santa Ana is where it's at.
I was just doing
Santa Ana, California.
I told you I was just doing the research about that, and I found out that L.A. is right behind DFW in terms of the largest mega metroplexes that produce the most NFL talent since 2020. But Atlanta, I did the research, guys. Atlanta actually is king right now. It's not DFW. DFW is second, but Atlanta is king. Atlanta's produced 61 NFL draftable players. It's not including guys who went undrafted, but 61 NFL draftable players since 2020. That is why Georgia is back-to-back national champion. That's a big part of it.
Favored again this year.
Yeah,
to do it again,
because Atlanta is producing NFL players at a rate that no other mega metroplex in the country is right now.
And I think that's part and parcel, right? Atlanta's producing good talent, but then Georgia's developing them with Kirby Smart to a really high level with their strength and conditioning and their development program. Then those guys end up in the NFL, right? It goes hand in hand. Okay, this says, can you guys address the LHN Longhorn Network thing because I teased it earlier? Longhorn Network, this is its last year in existence. LHN will be rolled into the SEC network.
Yep.
Now that's not been finalized. I'm sure there's been talks behind the curtain there. Maybe the LHN, its facility here in Austin becoming kind of a western flank of the SEC network.
Yep.
To where, you could still do things out of there and cover Texas and Oklahoma and A&M but it's going to become part of the Eastern Conference network, SEC network.
Yeah.
So LHN as its sole entity will not exist.
Yeah. So
that'll roll into the SEC network.
Those days are done.
Yeah, but
you can't watch the Natty Championship in the middle of the day every day now.
You might want to go ahead and invest.
You might want to DVR it or something.
Well, I would also suggest budgeting to be able to invest in the ESPN Plus app, because the ESPN Plus app, if you don't already have it, that's where you're going to see a lot of college baseball in the SEC and college basketball in the SEC when the Longhorns join that, football games. So yes, ESPN Plus app. they're going to put a lot on there, and that's why you could see Austin and the LHN facility being used because it's still an ESPN property, right? The SEC network, but that is all yet to be determined. But you can know that the LHN will not be moving with the Longhorns. We come back. Let's go off the record, including Peyton Manning, Professor Peyton Manning. Yeah, we got the real deal. Peyton Manning, he's not busy enough. He's now Professor Manning. We'll tell you about that coming back.
DD Mangudu.
Once it's turned on, the sign will spell out Deli Cat Essen.
Well, I don't get they bring the income.
Well, congratulations. Continue good sex in the Big East.
Thank you, Jimmy.
And boom goes the dynamite.
It's time for another edition of Off the Record.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. And thing sucks.
Oh, Off the Record. Never sucks. Always good, including congratulations to Austin's professional softball team.
Hey, I like
Texas
that.
Smoke. The first ever WPF champions. They won the championship over the weekend.
Congratulations, ladies.
Texas
like that.
Smoke.
You're damn right.
I mean, Austin Gamblers were a cool
Smoke
name.
it.
Austin FC is kind of a cool name. They have great uniforms, but Texas Smoke is the best name.
It's pretty damn sweet. I'm not going to lie.
How about this, Rod?
Legit.
Professor Manning, Peyton Manning, is returning to the University of Tennessee.
Look at this dude.
As a professor. University announced today that the College of Communication and Information have appointed Manning as a professor of the practice in the fall 2023 term.
I mean, the man does have a lot of knowledge.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame quarterback will join select classes during the academic year as a featured expert and work alongside the college's faculty to provide learning experiences for CCI students at Tennessee.
Did Matthew McConaughey do a professor,
Minister of Culture,
or something like that?
Yeah.
In they come like 3 times a semester,
and the School of Communication.
It's cool, though. It's cool though.
Well, and
there you go.
Well, and you know, he's not only because he can tell you about football, but he's done television. He's also producing his own documentaries. The quarterback series on Netflix is the Omaha Productions, right? He started that.
He's a Renaissance man.
So he's deep into the communications realm. So that makes sense.
Did he ever graduate from Tennessee? I'm just asking. I mean, I know he went there.
I believe he did.
He get his degree and everything?
I believe that he did. And like Craig Way. Great Craig
He would
Way.
give an honorary degree anyway if he didn't get it.
Craig graduated from North Texas up in Denton, and Craig goes up once a semester and speaks at least to the communications class, right? I mean, you can bring in, but he's going to actually be a part of the curriculum, at least for this fall. So way to go, Peyton. Giving back.
Think it'll be like it'll get packed real quick. People be trying to get the Peyton Manning class.
Yeah, I would.
Fill up real fast. Trying to get that Peyton Manning class. I'm down with that. How about this? You know, the Broncos head coach Sean Payton.
I do.
Been talking a lot of trash. He told James Palmer of NFL Network that he doesn't want to see certain things on his sideline during the first preseason game. This is a report from James Palmer. It said he didn't want to see uniforms off after players are done playing, meaning taking their uniforms off and putting their shoulder pads on the sideline, just kind of hanging out, kicking it. Didn't want to see that. He didn't want to see sunglasses on the sideline. So no sunglasses. He didn't want to see bucket hats.
Oh.
He said no bucket hats. Apparently, he was very specific about this. Bucket hats annoy him. And no interviews for players during the game. He didn't want y'all interviewing with some sideline reporter during the game while the game's going on. So he wanted you to be focused on the game. We don't know if this was done intentionally or if it was just coincidence. But if you look at Garrett Wilson's interview that he had with during the game with the Jets, he's wearing a bucket hat. He's got sunglasses on. He took off his shoulder pads, so he has no shoulder pads or anything. So he's on street clothes on the sideline, and he's doing an interview during the game. There are a lot of people that believe this is kind of a low down troll. This is kind of a troll job on the down low on Sean Payton and his very specific requirements and things that he was disallowing on the sideline.
Sean is clearly trying to rein in what he thought was a very loose environment last year under Nathaniel Hackett.
Yes.
And if you've seen the first episode of Hard Knocks, by the way, the second episode of the Jets on Hard Knocks is tomorrow night.
It's going to be good.
It came out last night.
Oh, it did?
Sunday night.
It's every Tuesday.
Is it?
No, you know what was on last night? The next episode of Winning Time, behind the Lakers.
Oh, is that already started? The second season?
Season 2. Also,
okay.
Billions season 7.
I watched that last night. That's my show.
Last night, yeah.
Paul Giamatti.
Yeah, man.
Legit, man.
He's back.
Oh,
and Axe is back.
Axe is back. No spoilers.
No, because they've been teasing that.
They have been teasing.
But Axe is back.
Well, it's the last season. You got to bring Axe back.
Got to bring him back.
It's the last season.
They got to bring him back.
Yeah.
So yes, that all is fired
I love
up.
Billions.
Billions.
Great show.
Winning Time. The Rise of the Lakers.
I honestly have not gotten into Winning Time. I think I watched one episode.
I liked it. I liked season
didn't pursue
1.
it.
I was a big fan. John C. Riley's amazing.
Yeah, as Jerry Buss.
Some of the real Lakers, some of their accounts and some of their criticism of the show turned me off a little bit.
Well,
honestly.
Jerry West was furious.
Oh, like three or four of the players in there were like, I don't like it.
Oh, it's Hollywoodized.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Because Jerry West is an icon, and it makes him seem like a total ass, drunken ass. You know what? But by the way, speaking of new TV shows, Rod, are you planning to watch the new Charles Barkley, Gayle King CNN show?
No.
Thank you.
No. What kind of show is this supposed to be?
Charles
Political?
Barkley with Gayle King.
Are you talking news?
Yes.
Like commentary? Like what is
stories of the day? I guess Gayle King, of course, Oprah's friend.
That sounds terrible. That sounds bad.
Is it going to be every day?
I think it's every night.
Wow, Charles getting that big money.
It's big money.
Big money.
When he was talking, remember when the Live Tour was front of him, he said, "Give me some of that."
Nah.
What could he possibly have to say on like world news?
Oh no, he has an opinion about it. I think have an opinion.
He'll have an opinion, but will it be a good opinion?
I would guess the format will
informed.
be
I don't know.
Much like it is on TNT. It's going to be Gayle King
moderating
the Ernie Johnson role of just giving the story, and then Charles will sound off.
Well, he needs more than just him. He needs like a crew. A crew helps him.
Is he allowed to drink during this, like he is during the TNT broadcast? He's got the bar cart next.
Does he drink?
Oh, they have. Have you never seen the bar cart?
They
have like each of them, him and Shaq. They have like a full on
like pounding like
people drink
Jello shots.
People drink on TV now.
Think about it. They're there the whole night through like a pregame event, like pregame.
You don't have to
halftime.
drink.
People drink on TV now. It's like it's taboo as it used to be. Like on shows.
Like on Bachelor. And...
Like Watch What Happens Live. Andy Cohen does a show where he literally makes his guests. They take shots from a shot ski.
That used to be what was great about what was it, Jerry Springer's show. Jerry Springer would get those fools out there, and they'd be half in the bag because they'd be back in the green room pounding drinks.
That's what a lunchbox it revealed. Like basically, like they get everybody wasted before they go out there.
Yeah, well, that's
nice.
Temptation Island used to do that too. They get all those single people in bathing suits, and then all of a sudden, hanky panky,
man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the better ratings.
Those
ratings go up.
Those rose ceremonies at the Bachelor.
Oh yeah, that's why they're all emotional. That's why they all.
Oh yeah.
I was having meltdowns already.
It's good TV or terrible TV, whichever you choose to disguise.
Both.
We'll be back. It's 5 hours, 5 days a week. You know that means we're into hour 9. We'll shine the spotlight on number 15 in our Ian Rod Beam Horn Top 20 countdown. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish plus Rod will have a rant of the day. We are just rolling in. 2 more hours to go here on a Monday. Glad you're with us. Straight music, folks. Since 1963, it's 2023 now. That's 60 years that straight music has been getting this done.
I woke up to the morning sky first.
That's right. We rise and grind and talk sports with you 5 hours every morning, 5 days a week. I say every morning, 5 days a week, every weekday morning, right here on Ian Rod B. We do need to pick a new name for the show. We got to get our compiled list.
We're going to get that done this week. It'll be
I've
done
taken
this
to
week.
saying rise and grind because I like it. It doesn't have to be the name of the show, but it's what we do. We rise and grind down on the top stories of the day, have some fun. I found some details on Charles Barkley's new show with Gayle King that we were talking about in Off the Record. It's once a week, not every night.
That's much better. That's more palatable.
It will launch this fall. It's called King Charles with Gayle.
Okay.
King Charles with Gayle King. So they're doing the King bookends.
A little punny.
Yes.
I got that. Mm-hmm.
And once a week, Wednesday nights, and Charles Barkley said, I want it to be non-political. We don't want to say we're liberal, conservative, Republican, or Democrat. That's one of the things that's already ruined television in general.
Oh, he doesn't want to lean. He's talking politics, but not leaning one way or the other.
He says
in terms of his stance.
Apolitical.
Okay.
But that's pretty hard to be these days. But at the same time, Charles Barkley
can pull it
will
off.
give an opinion.
Not many people could pull it off. He probably could pull it off. It's tough to do, but he probably could.
Probably be saying a lot. That's terrible. That's terrible. That's terrible. But Charles Barkley coming to a TV near you. You can choose to watch or not. Also, plenty of TV over the weekend with all the NFL games. Gosh, between Thursday and yesterday, 16. All 32 teams were in action, including those Dallas Cowboys. They lost to the Jags 28-23. Hard to glean much from it. The fact that the Cowboys offense didn't play at all, the starting offense. But this is the time of year where guys like Rod B make their way. Show up.
Demo has shown up. He not only made some big plays on the field, I think he had 6 total tackles. 2 of those were solo. He did have that big third down stop you talked about. But what I thought what stood out most about Demo's presence in that first preseason game was the fact that he was allowed to give the speech after they did warm ups and did their huddle to break down the team. Demo was out there giving words of inspiration, like motivational words of inspiration to the team.
He was doing the Ray Lewis thing.
I don't know what was said. I would like somebody to ask him what he said to the team, but there's video of him giving a pep talk to the team. He's a rookie. He's a rookie that's been in camp for what, 2
3 weeks?
Maybe 3 weeks.
Went to the mini
like
camps and whatnot.
Went to mini camps, but as a guy that was a rookie in an NFL training camp, I can tell you right now, that's not normal. That's not really something you see a lot of. And I understand the frontline starters and the big time players, they're not. They're not playing in the preseason game, first in the preseason game, so I get that. They usually would be in that role of giving the team a pep talk and breaking down the team. But to see a rookie like Demo, a third-round rookie doing it like Demo, just shows you he's got some clout in the locker room. He's got some street cred already. And the comments from Mike McCarthy about his professionalism and from Micah Parsons about, his ceiling and his upside, all those are real things that now we can see the Cowboys are not only big fans in DeMarvion Overshown and invested a lot in him, but it seems like the team also kind of responds to DeMarvion Overshown a little bit. He's taking on a leadership role there, so good for him.
Yeah, I like that.
That's not something you see a lot of, man, as a rookie.
Good eyes on that. I'm going to, what did I do in the preseason? I watched the Texans game on Thursday night, but then I went to the Astros game on Saturday night. So we were driving down and then, so I didn't get to see all the games that were on where we were having dinner or whatnot. But the cool thing about the NFL Network is they'll be playing those games back all week long.
Yeah, you can go back and watch them.
Go back and watch them and really kind of see what you can find from each side. And we'll go through some winners and losers from the NFL preseason weekend. It's absolutely we overreact coming in on Mondays after real games, right? Early in the season. Mm-hmm. These games, can't take too much from it, but you can see things like Rod just talked about, that a young guy like DeMarvion Overshown is having an impact in Dallas. We know that Deuce Vaughn is having an impact because he was the leading rusher for the Cowboys. He was breaking ankles and shaking dudes up, had a long touchdown run where he did a Barry Sanders kind of move in the open field to get to the house. But can we hear, I wanted to play this again for the audience. This is a couple of Cowboys insiders, Brandon Belt and Brian Broaddus, talking about DeMarvion Overshown. Now, it should be known that Brandon Belt is a UT guy, right?
Okay.
Yeah, Broaddus went to LSU. So here's when you hear Belt talking about Demo, and then you'll hear Broaddus talking about, when LSU guys end up in the NFL, he watches them more closely. He's saying that about Brandon. But here are these two guys going back and forth on what they saw from DeMarvion Overshown. We're at number 35.
I thought of him as an early day 3 guy, but this is why the scouting staff gets paid the way they do, is because they identify these guys that are really talented. And DeMarvion Overshown is somebody who has checked every box during this process in terms of, the OTA minicamp, the practices, into the padded practices, now into this game where he stands up Tank Bigsby in the hole. That's a big running back who makes his money being a really physical runner. But DeMarvion Overshown, a guy who it's showing up on the practice field, it's showing up in the locker room, it's showing up on the sidelines as a leader. Just everything you're hearing about him right now, he seems to be everything the Cowboys wanted when they picked him at number 90.
Yeah, I think you got him absolutely right, Bobby. I mean, I know that it's funny when you go through these, when you watch your university play these games, you kind of feel like you have an idea of where these guys are. Myself with Clark and with Cox, you with Overshown. The one thing with Overshown that I was super impressed was his ability to fit. You mentioned when he was able to take on Tank Bigsby in the hole right there. He didn't overrun the play. He was square to the line. He saw the opportunity. He knew it was a short yardage defense. He didn't give any ground. He was able to step up, make a physical play, and more importantly, make a physical finish in order to get them off the field.
Yeah,
there you
I
go.
like that. And, I heard a report coming out of Dallas that DeMarvion Overshown really wanted 0 as his number. And the Cowboys essentially told him he needs to earn 0 to be Agent 0, that once he earned it, they'll give him 0. So apparently he has stated to the media up there that he is on a mission to get his 0. Because he wants to be Agent 0.
I like
too.
that. And I also like, and here's why, right? I mean, last year's third-round pick was Jalen Tolbert, and he didn't earn any number last year. He didn't do anything. But he maybe, as you pointed out earlier, maybe one of the positive things we're seeing with Brandon Cooks joining the Cowboys is that Jalen Tolbert, maybe the light's going on. Jalen Tolbert was a third-round pick out of South Alabama. He was the Sun Belt Conference's Offensive Player of the Year, and that's where the Cowboys thought this kid has a high ceiling. I know my friend Jake Spavital, the former coach at Texas State, who has coached a lot of NFL quarterbacks, man, this kid's really good. I mean, that's an NFL player.
Yeah.
So Jalen Tolbert, don't give up on him if you're the Cowboys. And, you have CeeDee Lamb and you've got Michael Gallup a year healthier and you have Brandon Cooks. But Jalen Tolbert may be that fourth guy.
He did. I mean, he looked really good in the preseason game for the Cowboys. And you go look at it, Jalen Tolbert ended up with, he only had 2 targets, but 2 receptions for almost 30 yards. Guys like him, Jake Ferguson's another guy that I think stepped up and had a really good preseason performance. 3 receptions for 38 yards, thrown 3 targets. Cowboys fans concerned about who's going to be the tight end, who's going to step up. Looks like Jake Ferguson is, ready to be, that safety security blanket for Dak Prescott at the tight end position. And also looks like, I think Jalen Tolbert, at least he is the front runner to take that 4th wide receiving spot behind Brandon Cooks and behind, Michael Gallup and behind CeeDee Lamb. And you just brought it up. There are several quotes from Jalen Tolbert himself remarking about the mentorship of Brandon Cooks, how he's taken a young Jalen Tolbert under his wing, told him to flush all that happened last season, all the bad from last season. He said, flush it. You got great skills, and you need to focus on this season. And that mentality has really led to kind of a rejuvenated outlook and perspective from a young Jalen Tolbert. So if they can get Jalen Tolbert to step his game up, and they're going to need him, guys. We know there's going to be injuries at position, especially at wide receiver for the Cowboys. If there are, you're going to need one of those guys to step up. It looks like Jalen Tolbert's going to end up being.
Well, remember, Jalen's a bigger guy, right? 6'1", 195, 200. He's got some size to him, but I like that, so keep an eye on it. And, that third-round pick from last year maybe about to pay some dividends. This year's third-round pick already is, as is the 6th-round pick in Deuce Vaughn. The negative I took from the Cowboys game?
Give it to me.
And when you get a chance to watch it, Ty, you need to watch it. The backup offensive line is awful. And that may be the case for most teams because they didn't start any of their starters. But who did we talk about a little bit ago? Philadelphia Eagles, their first pick, Jalen Carter, the big man out of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
He wrecked the Ravens on several plays to start that game. That dude is a wrecker, and he's now playing for your division rival. You better get Zach Martin figured out because your offensive line behind your starters is not good. The Jaguars just destroyed them.
Yep.
That's a problem. And you're going to have injuries. This is among my big concerns for the Cowboys. Kicker, running back behind Tony Pollard. not Deuce Vaughn, because the one thing that's true about Zeke Elliott, right? Ty, our producer, has a dog named Zeke, and he loves Zeke Elliott. Zeke is still a free agent as we sit here this morning.
Yes, he is.
But the Cowboys had a top 5 red zone offense last year, and a big part of it was Zeke Elliott had 12 touchdowns. I mean, the guy could find the end zone.
Short yardage, he's good too.
Who's the goal line back? Who's the red zone back? Is that Tony Pollard? We'll see. He's never been asked to do that. It was really Zeke most of the time. But at the same time, you kind of feel like you need that. But then, man, if Tyron Smith doesn't stay healthy much, I know you're never going to have all 5 backup offensive linemen on the field. If you do for any team, that's going to be a real problem. But their offensive line does not have any depth. And even Mike McCarthy after the game, he had to censor himself because he said it was a problem, but then he said, we just have to focus on it.
Yeah, he said it was a concern, but he said it's a focus. Yeah,
we got to focus on that more.
Yeah. It went from being an issue
but
to
that didn't look good because it was like Jacksonville was going with their ones. They were going with their backups too, and they were whooping the Cowboys about reserve linemen. That's a problem.
That's a big issue for the Cowboys. They do have some versatility. They have been cross-training a ton of guys this offseason. That was one of their big folks, that we're going to cross-train guys to manufacture more depth, because I think they, like you looking at they foresee possible issues on the offensive line. So, you got Tyler Smith, who can play tackle and can play guard for you. And I believe they want to be able to move some of those other guys around too. So that will be the hope. But you're right. They got to get Zach Martin back, period. And Zach Martin knows that too. That's why he's playing hardball.
Oh, he's playing the Zeke. Maybe he'll go to Cabo next.
He knows. Oh, yeah. He knows how badly y'all need him, man. He knows.
Only thing, because I know you had a great Rod's rant about pay Zach Martin, and one of the comparisons you and others have made to Zeke Elliott, right? Zeke Elliott got his big money because he held out.
He skipped the line.
But I will say, to Jerry's side, is that Zeke Elliott, he was coming off his rookie deal.
That's true. Good point.
Zach's already gotten his second big deal.
This will be a third contract.
Third bite at the apple,
yeah.
Which... Same time, I think Zach has a nice strategy here. He knows who the backup offensive linemen are.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
He knows. And he knows this is a big year for the Cowboys. This is one of those make or break years for the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to reshuffle things a little bit if you don't get past the division around this year. And he knows, hey, man, I am the direct path to the quarterback. I am right now. I am the only thing keeping your quarterback from, being on the IR or something like that. So you might want to think about it.
Well, think about it. I think we all agree. It parallels with the Longhorns. If we talk about Quinn Ewers, either they're going to be in the draft next April or he's going to be maybe transferring because he had a bad year. And if he has a bad year, everyone's going to be saying Arch Manning or Malik Murphy. So Quinn's in that spot. I don't think Dak Prescott's in that parallel yet.
No, but Mike McCarthy is. His boss is. Yeah, his coach is. His play caller is.
And that's why Kellen Moore's out and Mike McCarthy's taking the reins of the offense. And, if they can't get it done again,
there'll be a change.
There'll be a change.
Well, Dak won't change. Dak won't be the change, but there will be a change.
And Dan Quinn might just become the coach.
And Dan Quinn might be the guy.
And so Zach Martin and his agent understand this, and as Jerry confirmed, I got to pay Micah. I got to pay CeeDee Lamb. He's trying to save some money for that, but Zach Martin saying my window is now, and the leverage belongs to me for everything you just said. And the fact that, hey, I get one more bite at this apple, you need me. And then when you watch them play Jacksonville with the backup offensive lineman, yo.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Well, and then you can go back to the Eagles and their defensive front.
You got to play them twice a year. You got to play Washington. Ain't no.
Washington's no
that's
joke
no
up
easy.
front.
Yeah, that's no easy win. That's a
Giants
really
have a
good,
pretty Leonard. Who's the big defensive tackle for the Giants? Who's really good? It's got a big. the former Clemson Tiger, Dexter.
Yep.
Big Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence, sorry.
Dexter Lawrence, but
they're loaded.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you have one of those schedules because you're the Dallas Cowboys. You're gonna play really good defenses. Period.
Yes.
You're gonna play the Jets, who are a top 5 defense. You're gonna play some really. You can play the 49ers, don't you? Don't you play the 49ers?
You do.
Yeah. You're
playing the second place schedule.
Yeah, man. You play you might play the best defensive fronts in the NFL. Period. Just because you play Eagles twice a year, and now you're gonna play the Jets. You're going to end up playing the 49ers.
And the Giants have quietly built a pretty good defensive line. Now, they got to get better at some other spots on that team with Brian Daboll, but Dexter Lawrence, they drafted Kayvon Thibodeau out of Oregon in the top 10 a couple years ago. Look, it's not just about Zach Martin. They need everybody to be good on that offensive line, but if you watched the other night, their backups are not strong, and you don't even know any of them. They haven't really invested in that.
Was it Josh Ball and Forniak?
Yeah, Forniak.
Josh
Ball.
Matt Forniak. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I
safe to say after that performance that Zach Martin Hey, Jerry, can we talk? Well, you're fining me, or I'm being fined by
Just give them a little bonus this year to make them come to camp, and you know what I mean, and you can work on if they want to get a real extension, like a long-term extension, which at his age, I guess that's, I don't know what your definition of long-term is, but just give him some money right now so he can come to camp right now for the time being. Just give him
32
a bonus.
years old. Get him up in there.
Just get him in there, man.
He's important. He's important.
Yeah.
He's the centerpiece of that offensive line right now. The best player. He's going straight to the Hall of Fame when his career is over. Might want to get him in there. All right, so there's some Cowboys chatter. Deuce Vaughn was electric. DeMarvion Overshown making a name. Dak Prescott, none of the offensive starters played in that game against Jacksonville the other night. We'll see. You wonder if they will in Game 2. We'll get you the Cowboys schedule coming up. Also coming up, Rod, we're going to shine the spotlight on number 15 in our countdown. We'll reset the back five as well. But Notre Dame at number 15 today.
The Fighting Irish.
Interested to dive into. Before we, because we come back, we'll talk to Pete Sampson. And you got to run to a doctor's appointment.
I do.
This morning.
Wifey's got a doctor's appointment. I got to be there. Got to make sure everything's copacetic.
Well, and as you've revealed to our audience, your wife is with child.
She is. Yeah.
A couple of months away now.
We're actually, the due date's Texas OU.
Ooh.
Might be a Texas OU baby. Hey, so Sark puts a whole new, meaning on that game. My baby girl's going to be born around that time. That's got to be a dub. It's got to be a dub.
Got to be a dub.
Got to be a dub.
That's awesome because the videos were circulated on social media because Saturday was 21 days to the start of the season, and you were number 21.
Oh, yeah, and my birthday was always around Texas OU. My birthday's always before or right around Texas OU.
What is it, October what?
It's like the 6th.
6 October. I need to remember that.
Yep.
But
it's always around that time.
And your first child's due date is right in that window, huh?
The 7th. That's the due date. I know. I don't know if it's gonna come, but I guess I can induce some things if I want to. I don't know. How does that work?
We get some Texans talk. We talked plenty of Texans on Friday. Where were you?
We can talk to Alex. I had a Texans rant ready to go. I'll give you a Texans rant tomorrow.
Yeah, we will. Because
I got
it'll
a
be
Texans rant
Tuesday.
Yeah, I got a Texans rant.
And if you were with us on Friday, the Texans played Thursday night, so we talked plenty of Texans on Friday.
I got a Texans rant for you because I want to get into that Bobby Slowick offense a little bit and how it looked. Not much from C.J. Stroud. The Bobby Slowick offense, I thought it showed some promise once the veteran quarterbacks got in there.
Well, and I think he is borrowing not just from Kyle Shanahan, but also Mike McDaniel. Stuff that Mike is using.
That's why I think I'm excited about the offense because if it's little pieces that he's taken from Mike McDaniel's offense and Matt LaFleur's offense and Kyle Shanahan's offense, then the offense should be good. Just the philosophy of it, the structure of it. But yeah, the pieces that you're plugging into that offense, that may take a little bit of time. But we'll see. Like I said, we'll see. I'm not overly concerned and freaked out about C.J. Stroud's performance, even though some Texans fans are already getting upset about it and kind of blowing it out of proportion.
Well, since you have to run to the to be a good hubby there and go hear the heartbeat and all that kind of stuff, what's your overall thought on Notre Dame?
Honestly, I think Notre Dame's got a shot just because of Sam Hartman. I'm a big fan of the quarterback from Wake Forest, the transfer.
He's a 4-year starter.
I don't know, I went out of my way to watch him, and I forgot the offensive coordinator's name at Wake Forest, so I apologize. But they were running a really unique version of like the zone read, where essentially the quarterback, it was just weird the way they ran it. Basically, the quarterback himself would almost act as a blocker. It was a weird concept. But Wake Forest they were doing some really, really cool stuff. But I got a chance to watch him because I was really interested in the scheme itself. But after getting a chance to watch him, he's the real deal, man. He's a winner.
Yeah, coming up a 9-5 year in year one under Marcus Freeman
with Wake Forest. I mean, he's a winner. So
yeah, and quarterback has not been a strength for them.
No,
Ian Book is the best they've had in a little while. But we'll talk to Pete Sampson coming up. He covers the Irish and has for a long time. He's with theathletic.com. Their beat writer, his preview where the weaknesses and strengths are with our number 15 team and a countdown. So we'll be having that coming back next. It says, Rod, my daughter was born during the Texas OU game. had the game on in the birthing room. The unused ticket is in her baby book, and we won the game.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. As long as you won the game. I love that. As long as you win the game, you're good. I don't know what you do if you lose that game. Like, I don't know. Do I even recognize it if they lose the game and the baby's born around the same time?
You already know it's a girl.
It's a girl. Yeah.
If it's a boy, you name it Big Tex, right? Just go Tex.
I do not have the name yet either. We don't have the name for the show or the child.
Well,
So,
best of
a little
luck.
indecisive
and,
on both of those.
Ty and I will carry us the rest of the way
Thank you,
until
brother.
11 o'clock. And Rod, we will replay one of Rod's rants from earlier today if you missed it, talking all things Longhorns and behind the scenes from that scrimmage. We'll have that for you coming up as well, or the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. But coming next, number 15 on the countdown, Notre Dame going under the Golden Dome on the other side of a quick timeout. All right, it's E and Rod B. Rod B headed, as we just told you, to the doctor with his wife. They're going to make sure everything's going well. So we'll have Rod back with us tomorrow at 6 a.m. We'll carry it. But do have some highlights from Rod from earlier in the show. Also, we'll play around Who Said That coming up. Who Said That? Including, some horror stories coming out of the aftermath and the tragedies in Maui and Lahaina. Just unbelievable. Death toll is now officially just under 100, and I do believe that's going to rise. significantly, unfortunately, and just the eyewitness accounts of what went on. And now what is the deadliest fire in American history? Just terrible. And we'll hear that coming up. Plus some other fun stuff in Who Said That? A segment before the top of the hour. But right now, as we said, it's time for number 15 in our countdown to number 1, the 20 best college football teams for the upcoming year in our opinion. Let's hit number 15. Oh, yeah. Now, this would be the time of the previous show I hosted where Bucky Godwell would sing the Boston College version of the Notre Dame fight song, Notre Dame. In at number 15, and coming off a 9-5 season, and as Rod B said on the way out, the emergence and the transfer of one Sam Hartman to help rev up the offense for Marcus Freeman in year 2, and what will it be? And we'll find out here coming up, get an insider's preview of what Notre Dame is all about. We'll also run through their schedule and what they're going to be at number 15. With that in mind, can we go to the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline? He is covering the Notre Dame Fighting Irish and has for a long time. He's at theathletic.com. Our friend Pete Sampson to talk some Notre Dame football. Pete, good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good. Your second full year under Marcus Freeman. Can I start with last year's 9-5 campaign and where things stand with the fans? How are they feeling about Marcus Freeman at the helm of the Irish program?
I'd say cautiously optimistic. And I think, you get a lot of questions like, well, how much better is Freeman going to be in year 2 than year 1? And I get it. It's all important for a first-year head coach to no longer be a first-year head coach. But, the biggest reason Marcus Freeman is going to be better in year 2 than year 1 is his quarterback is a lot better. So I think that's really driving so much of the optimism around Notre Dame right now. It's maybe less about the head coach than it was a year ago and so much more about the quarterback.
In the era of the transfer portal, a player that's played a lot of college football at the high level of the ACC there at Wake Forest, Sam Hartman, is now in control. How great of an upgrade is that for the Notre Dame offense, Pete?
It's massive because it lets Notre Dame's offense operate in a sort of modern mode where the quarterback can make plays. He can be the reason you win. It's not Notre Dame's been sort of stuck in this game manager mode for a long time, and they've had some good game managers. But the last time they had a quarterback that could go out and just win you a game, whether it be Brady Quinn or Jimmy Clausen, it's been a long time. So I think that's the best case scenario with Hartman. And I'm not saying that he needs to go out there and just be a gunslinger and throw 40 touchdowns and look like Joe Burrow 2019, but he should be able to let Notre Dame go into games against USC or Ohio State and not feel inferior at the quarterback position, which is really where Notre Dame was last season.
Also, they're typically really good up front, and offensive line has been just an absolute, bell cow of that program. Where does that stand, and what are the main weapons on the rest of the offense for Marcus Freeman?
Their tackles are elite. Joe Alt will be a first-team All-American. Blake Fisher probably, maybe a fringe All-American, but certainly maybe a day 2 NFL guy at worst. And then, but the offensive skill positions, they're good at running back with Audric Estime. Their tight end should be solid. There's no Michael Mayer. The receivers, I think, is a big concern for Notre Dame right now. And it's from your area, Jaden Greathouse, who played down at Westlake, they're relying on him to come in and do something right away as a true freshman. And that's typically college football playoff contenders are not relying on true freshmen across the board, but at receiver, they're really going to need a surprise to, a young player to take a huge step forward. And that's going to leave you with some inconsistencies along the way, but they need somebody like a Greathouse who seems incredibly mature from talking to him up here. And he played a sophisticated offense down there. That's the kind of player they need to really have a breakout freshman season.
That's interesting because we covered Jordan back in the day, obviously, and one of at Westlake, which is a power program in the state of Texas. He was a starter as a freshman here for Westlake, so he was on the team as a freshman, which is rare at a program like that. But man, if anybody can do it, it'd be Jaden Greathouse, and just an all-around ball player without a doubt. And Braylon James, a kid from this area who was recruited there. And no doubt Marcus Freeman has made the state of Texas and even Central Texas a priority with he and his coaching staff on the recruiting trail.
Yeah, I mean, their receivers coach, Chancey Stuckey, was at Baylor. He knew all the receivers in Texas. So his first year, KK Smith is another guy. They got 4 receivers last year. 3 of them were from Texas. Greathouse by far the most sort of out of the box, ready to go. Braylon James, I think the staff sees as more of a developmental prospect, like very athletic and talented, but just super raw. Greathouse, like, man, you would have a hard time finding guys playing at a higher level of football than what they do at Westlake, where Cade Klubnik's is quarterback. And that's they expect that to translate. I think he had 11 catches in the spring game.
Wow.
And he's you talk to him and you feel like you're talking to someone who's 28 years old, not 18. And I think that it sort of comes across in the way he plays when you watch him at some of these open practices that I've been able to go to.
Awesome. Pete Sampson with theathletic.com covering Notre Dame, number 15 in our countdown. On the defensive side, up front, Isaiah Foskey and 3 other, one of the 3 veterans that's moving on. So you got to replace some guys there. And really wasn't a great red zone defense for Notre Dame last year. How do they improve that side? And that's Marcus Freeman's specialty. What are the strengths and weaknesses of the defensive side?
Here at corner, it's probably as good a group of corners as Notre Dame has had 10 years at least. And that's, they have had some good corners along the way. But I think in terms of depth and then frontline guys, Ben Morrison was a freshman All-American last year. I think their linebackers will be very good. They're very old. It's basically grad students across the board there. Defensive end, that is where my big concern is. And it's not like they don't have options there, but there's nobody who really has stepped up as like a reliable player. And if you don't have a strong pass rush from the edge, then how good your corners are, like nobody's going to be able to guard for 6-8 seconds a time if you can't get pressure. So that's the big question mark of the defense. If they can get moderate pressure from the defensive end spot, I think this should be a good defense. If they can have like sort of a surprise story, whether it be Jordan Botelho, who's a senior from Hawaii, who has played a little bit, or Javonte Jean-Baptiste, who was a grad transfer from Ohio State. If they can get a surprise there, then the defense has a chance to maybe be better than what people think. But corner, linebacker, those really should be big strengths for this group.
Strengths for the team. It's Pete Sampson talking Notre Dame, number 15 in our countdown, on the way to number 1. Offense now has a leader in Sam Hartman. Defense, obviously has some guys to replace up front, but really strong behind that. What about the schedule? Obviously, it's always a tough schedule, nationwide schedule for Notre Dame, Pete. And obviously, you guys are playing a week from Saturday. You guys are in Ireland, Dublin, to play Navy. So you guys are way ahead of the curve on that at South Bend. Talk about the trip to that. Then you come back, play Tennessee State ahead of a trip to NC State. There's also the big one with Ohio State, late September. USC at Notre Dame Stadium in the middle of October, and then a trip to Clemson on the schedule in November early on. It's daunting. It's as good. Notre Dame's always going to play a tough schedule.
Yeah, it's a very difficult schedule because you've got the 3 games at the top, and if you're in the SEC, you're going to play 3 teams, probably the equivalent of Ohio State, USC, and Clemson. But I really feel like the draw they got from the ACC is kind of sneaky difficult. Like NC State, Duke were very good last year. Pittsburgh plays them tough. Louisville with Jeff Brom, what are you going to see there? Who knows? But I think that NC State game, it's Notre Dame's 3rd game. I think it's week 2 of the actual the college football season. They play at noon, Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh. NC State is good enough to beat Notre Dame if Notre Dame shows up with a C+ performance. And that is one of the growth areas where I think Marcus Freeman really needs to show something in year 2 is how do you get the team to be more consistent and more sort of level-headed when they play, so you don't run into a Marshall or a Stanford like last season where it's just a complete flat tire. So if they can get NC State, then they'll be undefeated when Ohio State comes here. It'll be a top 10 matchup. but you got to get over that first hurdle of NC State before you can start looking ahead to like, okay, these are the big 3 games of Ohio State, USC, and Clemson. 2 of them are at home, so you figure, there's a chance to make some noise there against some legit playoff and national title contending type teams.
No question. USC at number 4 in the preseason, Ohio State 5, Clemson 9, and then Pittsburgh's in there too, a good team out of the ACC, Stanford at the end of the year. Hey, Pete, the ACC and its potential growth, obviously your thoughts just as a college football fan on the collapse of the Pac-12 and the further growth of the Big Ten and the Big 12. Where does this stand? Obviously Notre Dame reportedly has been a proponent of adding Cal and Stanford to the ACC. That got voted down over the weekend. Where does this stand in your perspective from Notre Dame and just your general opinions on what's going on?
I mean, Notre Dame would love it if the ACC would add those teams, not just from the academic component, but just like the ACC has been, I think, pretty good for Notre Dame. But Notre Dame really likes to sort of be on both coasts as much as possible. Well, if you can have a conference that's on both coasts, that allows you the flexibility that the ACC does, that would be a big win for Notre Dame. So it's, what happened to the Pac-12 is a shame as a college football fan. Somebody grew up on like the Big Ten, Pac-10 Rose Bowls when I was a kid. Like that's tough to sort of see that fall apart. Mm-hmm. But in terms of making the best of it, what's good for Notre Dame isn't necessarily good for the ACC. I understand why the ACC's position is what it is, but I'd be interested to see if Notre Dame would be willing to give a little to the ACC to get Stanford and Cal, and I'm doubtful that they would, maybe take on a 5th ACC game or make some other concessions. But I understand why it makes sense to Notre Dame. But I also understand why it doesn't make sense to the ACC at large. Yeah,
it's interesting. And reportedly that vote was 1 vote shy. They need 12 of the 15. Notre Dame is on board, but 4 votes against, including both Carolina schools. Also, Florida State and Clemson voted against it. For whatever the reasons. And there was some reporting, I think Sarah Auerbach at theathletic.com, that even at those universities, at some schools, the AD and the president are in disagreement, right? The leadership at individual schools are not sure what they want to do. Any prediction on how this will play out?
I have a hard time seeing Stanford and Cal not getting picked up by somebody. Right. To me, I feel like Cal and Stanford, maybe they'll end up in the ACC, but on the same terms as like Oregon and Washington going to Big Ten, where you're sort of like also in there and getting like a partial share of revenue to start, and then maybe you can become a full member later. But it just, especially with Stanford, their sports programs, it doesn't make any sense for them to be unattached entirely. I mean, I think the best case scenario is the Big Ten is like, we're just going to have an entire 6-team West Coast block. But I understand why the money doesn't make sense for either of those leagues to pick them up, and the travel's difficult as well. But college football is a mess, man. I'm excited that the games are about to start. We can talk about those, but the offseason, it's been yet another rough offseason for a sport that just no one feels like they're really in charge.
He is Pete Sampson, Notre Dame beat writer for theathletic.com. Are you headed to Dublin, I'm sure?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Got an overnight flight 2 weeks from tomorrow, which is kind of hard to get my head around. But, yeah, I'll be flying over there for the short weekend. But it's going to be fun to sort of see how Marcus Freeman year 2 in Sam Hartman looks from Aviva Stadium in Dublin against Navy.
All right, well, enjoy that. Safe travels, and then we'll check in again as the season goes. There's some heavyweight matchups in there that we would love to get into a deep dive conversation on. Thank you, Pete.
Absolutely. Anytime. Thanks.
Find Pete Sampson on Twitter and all of his work at theathletic.com. On Twitter, it's at Pete Sampson _. And, yeah, man, how about that game? Navy and Notre Dame in Dublin, Ireland. That'll be obviously the Fighting Irish. It'll be a partisan crowd, but Naval Academy will bring a lot of fans too. That one will be a lot of fun. And as our friend Craig Flowers, how about this guy? Craig Flowers on the Horn app says, bringing it from Steamboat, Colorado, here trout fishing all week. Way to go, see Flowers. That's pretty cool. I'm sure it's cooler in Steamboat than it is here. But he says, remember, South Bend is actually in the north. North Bend is in the south, and French Lick, well, it's not where you think it is. Exactly. They're ding. Nice job, Craig. But, yeah, South Bend, Indiana. Hey, we come back. We will play a little Who Said That? including some of the behind-the-scenes horror stories coming from Lahaina, Maui, and the Hawaiian tragedy that we're all keeping our eyes on. Also some sports. Who said that, including a lifetime Longhorn making waves and living the dream with the Dallas Cowboys. Coming back. Straight music, folks. You're back to school headquarters for your youngster that's going to be taking up music, right? If it's middle school, you have to do that elective, which is such a great thing for kids to learn and have to use their brain that way to learn an instrument and music, and whether it's band or orchestral. You need to get your instruments from some Straight Music. They make it so simple. They've been doing this for 60 years, right? Straight Music since 1963, the Straight family and what they do. But they understand that you got a youngster that's just taking up an instrument. Maybe it's going to stick, maybe it's not. So you don't want to go out and spend your hard-earned dollars to buy an instrument that maybe gets used for a semester or two. That's why they offer the no-interest month-to-month rentals at Straight Music, both locations. Payments apply to a purchase, so if at the end of the year the youngster loves it and wants to keep going, you've already put down the money towards purchasing that instrument. If not, there are no contracts. You return without any penalty. But your youngster gets to experience that and maybe try something new next year. That's what Straight Music is all about for both band and orchestral. So get in there and talk to them about the opportunities. And if you're a musician of any kind and you love music, they've got everything you need. It's your headquarters and has been since 1963. Guitars, pianos, pro audio, drums, keyboards, and more. They have the new flagship location, which is just 2 miles west of Zilker Park there in Westlake. Always fun on this segment, 9:45-ish, to do a little Who Said That. Usually Rod Babers will be here, and we try to grill each other, play a piece of audio, and we try to decide who said that. Or as we had last week, who sang that. We had Craig Flowers' daughter singing the national anthem. I did have some audio on my phone. It didn't come out as great as I wanted, but I was at the Astros game on Saturday night, a sellout crowd, and it was a real treat to get there. Got there about 5:30 for the 6:10 start, and got to see my favorite player growing up, Bill Doran, and enshrined in the Astros Hall of Fame. And, they had Todd Callis, the Astros' current TV broadcaster, was out there and introduced, Bill Doran. And Bill Brown also went in. If you're an Astro fan, you know Bill Brown, 30 years. He was a TV broadcaster all through the Killer Bee years and Bagwell Biggio. They played a great highlight of him calling Craig Biggio's 3,000th hit, and which was really neat in the building, and everybody got fired up. And so it's not just those guys; they come out in their bright orange jackets, their Hall of Fame jackets, and then a bunch of the previously enshrined Astro Hall of Famers were there, including Bagwell and Biggio. Lance Berkman was there. Terry Poole was there to greet in the newest members, and Larry Durker was there, which was really cool. And it was neat to see. And I'll say this, Ty, Bill Doran. So Bill Doran, I was in 1983. I was 11 years old, and I grew up playing baseball and grew up playing infield mostly. I was mostly an infielder, second base, shortstop, third base. And Bill Doran became the Astros' everyday second baseman in 1983, and he was the opening day starter for the Astros for 8 years. So from 83 to 1990. So he was my guy, right? From 11 to 18, that's my guy. He's playing second base, and he's from Ohio, Cincinnati. And he played the game kind of the way Pete Rose did. He would play like balls to the wall, man. He was all out, and great clutch hitter, great performer, stolen bases. I mean, just a really, really good ball player. And I always say I felt like he got cheated a little bit because Ryne Sandberg in Chicago with the Cubs was considered the best second baseman in the National League, and might have been, but it was close. It's closer than most people think. Because if I said that I think there were years in which Bill Doran was better than Ryne Sandberg, Cub fans would get all mad, but they really were. But he played on the Superstation. He was on WGN. The Cubs were a bigger deal, and so it would always be Ryne Sandberg who would be the all-star second baseman and starter and all that. So I get all mad about it, bent out of shape. But it was still cool to see him. He's looking great, and he and his whole family were there. Bill Brown as well, and the Astros went on to win that game 11-2 or 11-3, whatever. They beat the heck out of him. Kyle Tucker had a big home run. So that was cool. Billy Doran, awesome to see him go into the Astros Hall of Fame. Also, did you see, Ty, over the weekend, the Dodgers finally retired the number of Fernando Valenzuela, Fernando Mania, which swept baseball in 1981 when this guy, unknown guy, left-hander, 20 years old, so I came up from Mexico and took baseball by storm. He went 8-0 in 8 starts in their stretch run. He completed 5 of them. They went on to win the World Series. Fernando Mania, I remember, I was 9-10 years old. Unbelievable.
So he just came into the season,
yes,
carried them through the postseason.
He was 20 and helped them win a World Series.
That's crazy.
And was unbelievable. He threw a screwball that you couldn't hit. It went the wrong way. I mean, most guys, if you're left-handed, you throw a ball that breaks to the right. His ball would break back to the left. It was unbelievable. So that was really cool. Also really cool, let me play this for you, Ty, and who said that. You know who this is, but I think our audience would like to hear from one of the newest Dallas Cowboys who shined on Saturday night in their game with Jacksonville. He's just happy to be wearing a star on his helmet. A kid from Texas playing for America's team.
I did, definitely, putting the jersey on. I put it on for OTAs, but it was for pictures. But, putting it on and putting my armbands on in my sleeve and realizing that I'm going to do this for the Dallas Cowboys. A lot of people dream about that. A lot of people say, man, I want to do that. And I'm part of that 1% that got the chance to do that. So I definitely, before the game, took 5 deep breaths and just soaked it in. And like I say, I wouldn't want to be nowhere else. I'm glad to be here. And like I said, I'm looking forward to the rest of the year.
Awesome. So, yeah, not just having an impact in camp and then
I thought of him as an early...
And then on the field, and the guy's just making plays. But he's also so appreciative to be picked by the Dallas. Remember on draft night, he was just blown away that the Cowboys called him and selected him. And Deuce Vaughn's in the same place, right? One of the highlights of the draft last April was when Deuce Vaughn was called by his father, Chris Vaughn, who is a scout for the Cowboys, to announce that they're drafting him, which was really a cool moment. And Deuce is loose. He looked good on Saturday night, too. Cowboys have a couple of keepers there in their draft class. Mozzie Smith, I think, is going to be a real keeper for them on the defensive line. And Luke Schoonmaker, the tight end. So good draft class, it looks like, for the Cowboys. One other piece of sound I wanted to play, and who said that, Ty? You're not going to know who this is, and neither do I. But listen to this closely. As we're all watching in horror at what's going on in Maui at Lahaina on the Big Island there. And this is at a shelter. You have to picture this. This is like, and you'll hear him say it. He's a lifelong Hawaiian who grew up on the water. So he's lived there his whole life. He probably looks like he's 60, 70 years old. And here's him describing the night that the fires began in Lahaina, and now an eyewitness of, and we're seeing more and more of these, of what people were dealing with in that complete tragedy.
It was a firestorm. I know, but there was tornadoes of ash the size of charcoal from a barbecue, like being thrown by baseball players. I'm ducking behind walls. I had to kick in the door at Bubba Gump's to get out of it because I was getting pounded. And then Bubba Gump started on fire, and I'm running down Front Street, and the wall, there's like 80 people, and the ocean was on fire. Firefighter told me because the first layer of ash causes a seal. And then the next layer of ash was all the ambers. So the tide line was on fire, and I had to jump through the water and come up through the fire. And 80 people, they were on the wall. Everybody started jumping in. Coast Guard was out there grabbing people. And I was like, no, I'm good. I was born in the water. I'm a Kai. And they're grabbing people, and I swam. I knew my phone was only good for like 15 seconds being submerged, then swam for like a half-mile north. It was like nothing you've ever seen. This was bad that the people in their cars that were dead and from asphyxiation and the fire blew out the car, and you just saw the numbers of the dead are so wrong.
Unbelievable. That can you even imagine, Ty? I mean, a tornado of fire. If you can imagine, try to put yourself there. It's apocalyptic, but everything is on fire. They estimate now that 2,200 structures were burned to the ground.
There's some conspiracies going on.
Well, I'm not going there
Not
yet.
yet. Not yet.
Not going there.
I'm doing some research.
But you know, I think I agree with what he said at the end, that the death toll is much higher than what they're saying. But again, they have to confirm that. They've got to try to get in touch with family. They're not just going to put out numbers haphazardly. But I think anybody that was in it will tell you or a part of it, it was worse than what they're saying. But it's not. I don't think there's a conspiracy to cover that up. They have to confirm where people are, and I think there are still people missing. Because look, people, as he said, were just jumping in the water. I mean, they had nowhere to go because, you know, if you're in a massive blaze like that where the entire city or town is on fire, essentially, 2,200 structures plus all the trees, and the wind's blowing, Ty, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. I mean, this was in the middle of a hurricane. Hurricane Deborah was causing these gale force winds that were pushing the fire. So as he said it was a storm of fire, and you can't even imagine.
You have nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go. You're on an island, and the roads are blocked, and people are in their cars, and it's just standstill traffic trying to get somewhere. And as he said, people, and you have to imagine with the winds blowing that hard, and we saw this in Bastrop with winds half that, and what kind of damage can be done very quickly. I mean, it's just moving so fast. It's the perfect fuel for a fire like that. And gosh, those stories will be told, and it's just heartbreaking to say the least. And it's now already the largest casualty count in a fire in American history. Obviously, if you can help, I know they're doing donations and Red Cross and all of those things. And obviously, Maui not an easy place to get to with supplies and take care of. But that is those are our people. And that's part of the United States of America. Let's see where we can help if you can, because the devastation is just now, I think, starting to set in just how terrible it is in on Maui and in Lahaina. So that's some Who Said That? We'll come back. We'll have a behind the burnt orange curtain segment with Rod. Some good stuff from the scrimmage yesterday. Also more on the baseball weekend where the Astros and Rangers stand, and the rest of the conversations of a Monday morning. Glad you're with us on E and Rod B. That is right. Austin's all sports leader and Austin's only local morning sports conversation. We also have Patrick Davis in the afternoons with the Sports Complex. Great first week for Patrick last week, 5 to 7 every afternoon. Really enjoying tuning in to Rich Eisen as well. Jim Rome was on vacation last week, which was poor timing for us, but Jim Rome will be back today, coming up at 11 o'clock, 1 hour from now. And then Rich Eisen, where the closer we get to the NFL season, nobody does it better than Rich Eisen with the NFL guests and covering the preseason. And we just heard from DeMarvion Overshown. Roschon Johnson had a nice long run in his debut with the Chicago Bears. Obviously, Bijan Robinson didn't play at all in the Falcons game against the Miami Dolphins on Friday night. I think kind of tells you what they think of Bijan. They're already treated him like one of their best players. Not going to play in the preseason. But, yes, so busy Monday, but every day is going to be busy here on Ian Rod B because we talk sports for 5 hours. We recap your weekend. We're getting you ready for the Longhorn season in 19 days. At the bottom of this hour, Rod will take you behind the BOC, the Burnt Orange Curtain. Some really good stuff. If you're wondering where Rod is right now, Rod had to bolt out here at 9:30 to get to a doctor's appointment. His wife is carrying their first child. So Rod, of course, absolutely needs to be right there next to her as they go to all these doctor's appointments. And I told Rod, Ty, I said, my youngest is now 21. Just turned 21 this summer. It flies by, the whole thing, the process. I mean, so go to every appointment, take pictures, remember every moment as you can. Write in a diary if you have to, just because once my kids are all grown, 21, 22, and 25 now. And, gosh, my oldest is buying a house. After got married in November, now they're buying a house, which they're going to close on at the end of the month. So, enjoy enjoy every stage and every moment. And it's really cool now. Ty maybe your parents would tell you this, but when your kids are adults, it's pretty cool. Because then hopefully you raised them well and they're good people and you want to be around them and they want to be around you. And that is fun too. But man,
you can be friends at that point.
Yeah. You can't be friends when they're kids. You got to be their parent. You can be friendly, but you also have to have rules and boundaries and all those things. But, the joys of that. And Rod's 40 years old now, so he's going to have his first child at 40. I had my first when I was 25. Because I'm 50, my son's 25. So, yeah, 25. It's an amazing time. So good for Rod. We'll get to follow that here on Ian Rod B. As he said, his wife is due right around Texas OU, October 7th, right around the Texas OU game. So we'll be counting down the days to that with Rod and Ty. Hey, Ty, last hour before we got to Who Said That, by the way, thanks to the texter who sent us all these pictures of Lahaina, Maui before the tragedy. And gosh, what a beautiful, beautiful place. And just like, anybody that's been to Maui or been to Hawaii will tell you it's just stunning, the beauty of it. And these pictures are incredible. And obviously that's all gone now. I mean, it's not there. It looks like an explosion, but just a terrible, terrible story. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Also, the conversation before that, though, was with Pete Sampson. How about him talking about Jaden Greathouse needs to be an immediate impact player for them? Like the Falcons expect Bijan Robinson to make an immediate impact. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish, number 15 in our Horn Top 20 countdown, expecting Jaden Greathouse from Westlake to come in. And I didn't know this. He had 11 catches in their spring game last spring. Sam Hartman is their quarterback, and you just heard Pete, Ty. I mean, they need Jaden Greathouse to be really good.
I mean, that's a dude that has 4 years of starting experience at a very high level in high school football here in Texas. So I'd expect him.
How rare is that for a freshman to be starting and playing at Westlake?
I think he was the first one of probably maybe like 3 people that have ever done it.
That's amazing.
It wasn't allowed at Westlake for a long time.
You couldn't do it? You had to be on the freshman team kind of thing?
I mean, you see a lot of sophomores on varsity, but at my time there, he was the only freshman, and since then, I know he's been the only freshman.
Did it surprise you to hear him say that when Pete Sampson's been covering Notre Dame football for a long time, and so for him to say it's like interviewing a 28-year-old man when you're talking to Jaden, is that your experience?
I feel like a lot of the high school athletes are like that these days.
I know.
They're very well media trained. I think it's part of just being on social media and watching clips and stuff all the time, but that's definitely something I've noticed in the past few years is these kids even at Texas and other schools seem more and more prepared to talk to the media when they step on the 40 acres or wherever they are.
Yeah, it's it's true. And I remember when Jaden, he was on our All Flex team last year, All Flex watch list, and then All Flex team as a wide receiver without a doubt, and a kick returner. I mean, he was everything for them. But I heard him on Rod's show in the afternoon. I mean, he's a really, really sharp guy, and obviously choosing Notre Dame means education's important to him too, not just playing football. And anybody in the country would have been happy to have Jaden Greathouse. But it's funny, or not funny. It's interesting to me that Notre Dame is, because they've recruited, they've got Sam Hartman now, right? Sam Hartman has come in, and you mentioned not only was this a 4-year starter at Wake Forest. I mean, I think a lot of our audience not paying a lot of time watching Wake Forest football. In the last 2 years, Sam Hartman has thrown 77 touchdowns.
He was by far the best quarterback in the transfer portal.
77 touchdowns. And his passer rating combined over the last 2 years is 155. I mean, this is a big-time player. He over almost, 8,000 yards and 77 touchdowns at Wake Forest in the last 2 years. So, yeah, you're at Wake. So you're not on the national stage, but you're playing ACC teams, and you're playing a really good schedule. And that dude is dominating. So, but they need weapons. He just said that. They have 2 elite tackles. Joe Alt, their left tackle, is going to be an All-American. They're going to be able to run the football. They need some game breakers for Sam Hartman to throw the football to. Pete Sampson was pretty honest that we really need him to be good. And so far, Jaden Greathouse, hoping to live up to that. So keep an eye on Jaden. Also, as he said, what was it, Braylon James, the kid who played at
Stony Point?
He was at Del Valle, then he ended up at Stony Point. And Braylon is there. And who's the other area kid that ended up at Notre Dame? There's one other.
It was a corner that Rod was
talking
about.
The corner, yes, the corner from Round Rock. So 3 Irish rookies and freshmen to be there. But Sam Hartman's a 22-year-old, 23-year-old, which is interesting that he compared him to Joe Burrow. He said, could he be like a Joe Burrow? Now, he's 6'1", he's 210. But, Joe Burrow transferred from Ohio State. But at Ohio State, Joe Burrow wasn't playing. Like, he was behind Justin Fields. I mean, he was behind – who was the quarterback before Justin Fields? My Buckeye knowledge is escaping me there. But what was his name?
Cardell Jones.
Well, Cardell was a backup. It was he was a Texan.
J.T. Barrett.
It was J.T. Barrett, which was Urban Meyer's guy. And of course, then it became Justin Fields. And so, obviously, Joe Burrow was an Ohio kid, saw the writing on the wall and said, okay, I'm going to go to LSU where they need a quarterback. And next thing you know, he's the first pick in the draft, had one of the greatest seasons of all time. I don't know if that's going to happen to Sam Hartman, but, he's gone to a good place. If they have weapons, they're going to be good. Number 15 in the countdown. And as Pete said, that schedule, I mean, they'll be the one game everybody will be paying attention to a week from Saturday when they play Navy at Dublin, Ireland. That'll be a fun game for sure.
What time is that on, like 6 a.m.?
Let me get the start time of Notre Dame against Navy from Dublin, Ireland. How cool is that going to be for the Fighting Irish to play there? 2:30 Eastern, so 1:30 our time, 1:30 in the middle of the day. So night in Ireland. It'll be a night game in Dublin. I think they're 6-7 hours ahead of us. But so Sam Hartman, that's one to watch. And watch for Jaden Greathouse. Also from the weekend, and this one just says, guys, I've been to Maui and Lahaina. It's stunning, and it's all wood. Yes, that's the other thing. It's a very old town, so it burned easily, and there's a lot of trees, a lot of foliage and coverage. And the thing about Maui, right, you're at sea, you're down by the sea, but then it climbs into the mountains. And so you can climb, pretty high, 3,000, 4,000 feet up. My only personal connection, because I've never been to Hawaii. Ty, you've ever been to Hawaii?
No, I have family there. I just never been.
I need to go. And so we went to the Astros game on Saturday night. Drove down Saturday with some friends in our neighborhood. And my good friend Cam and his wife, their son is getting married in September. And so that's coming up in mid-September. And they had booked their full honeymoon for September in Maui. They were supposed to be there and going there. They've had to call and scramble and try to get a hold of people and try to cancel. And fortunately, I found out yesterday on our drive back, we talked to them, and they've gotten their money back because obviously you can't fly to Maui right now and probably won't be able to in a month from now. And he said his son and his future daughter got on the phone because they were renting an Airbnb. And so they were talking to the lady who owns the Airbnb, and she was just in tears and sobbing, and they all got choked up because it's a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. And so if you can help, I know there are GoFundMes and, Red Cross and all the things. I mean, really is going to need it to rebuild that and obviously help lives immediately with what people are dealing with there in Maui. But, so now they don't have a honeymoon booked. But obviously that's very, very small potatoes versus what folks are dealing with on the ground there. But, and that's the thing, right? That's a major tourist destination. People flock there from all over the world, and what a shame. What an absolute shame. This says Kelly Gruber started some Westlake games as a freshman. Is that in football or is that in baseball? I know he's a baseball player.
He played both. I went to school with his son, actually.
Really?
He wasn't as good as a player. He was more of a jokester on the team, but
sometimes
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Well, it's hard to live up to being a major league athlete. I mean, that's like a one, which is so cool to hear DeMarvion Overshown talking about, appreciating that he's in the 1%. He rarely do you make it here, and pretty cool to hear Jordan. What were you from the Cowboys games you were able to see, Ty? What were your big takeaways from? I mentioned earlier the offensive line because they didn't start any starters, so it was all backups, but their offensive line up against Jacksonville's mostly their backups too. They didn't start some key guys too, so it wasn't like you were going up against the one Jacksonville line. Cowboys' depth on O-line is a problem. It's just not good.
Yeah, I didn't see much. I'm planning on watching it after the show today when I'm doing some stuff behind the scenes here at the station. But a few things that you've already mentioned, Demo and Deuce Vaughn both had highlight plays that I saw, and then I saw a little bit of Will Greer, the third string quarterback. There's a little bit of noise out there that he might be able to push Cooper Rush for that number 2 job, even though Cooper did everything and more last year when pressing the action with the Dak Prescott injury. So that's something to look out for.
Yeah, I think you just said it. I think Cooper Rush, because he's shown it in real time, has again the practice squads have been expanded. So a guy like Will Greer, former West Virginia quarterback, he's probably going to have a spot there, and he did look pretty good. Led them to some touchdown drives late in that game. And I love it because most fans, like you and me, right, we're like, who are these guys? I mean, what are they? Rod B's like, no, that's me. I need to be out there making plays. I was trying to make a team. It's a very important. So we'll be watching.
I love watching the Cowboys preseason.
Really?
I have to know where whoever player is and what school they went to. And I like projecting what the roster's going to look like at the end, see how close I can get.
Yeah, well, we'll see because they've got 2 more preseason games, as do the rest of the league. And we'll get the second episode of Hard Knocks coming up tomorrow night, so you get your NFL feel. No Monday Night Football tonight. They wrapped it up yesterday with the 2 games that were played. The first game this week is Thursday night with Cleveland and Philadelphia. The Eagles, I mentioned earlier, but if you watch the early part of that game, they played Baltimore. Baltimore won again, by the way. 24 in a row for the Ravens in the preseason. John Harbaugh is money. Just take the money line.
By the skin of their teeth, though. It's 20-19.
They won, though. Hey, that's 24 in a row. Ride the trend.
Was that one of my picks of the weekend? I know I picked the Raiders and Cowboys.
Pittsburgh.
Did Pittsburgh win?
You didn't pick your own picks, dude?
I definitely picked the Raiders. I know that.
And the Raiders looked really – again, they were playing the Chiefs yesterday. Vegas – I mean, again, it's preseason, but they beat the 49ers. They beat the 49ers, not the Chiefs. They beat the 49ers 34-7. You took Pittsburgh in one of your What's Poppin' picks on Friday. Pittsburgh.
They won by 10 against the Bucs.
Beat the Buccaneers. Buccaneers are bad.
So the Cowboys are the only team that let me down.
Cowboys, you went 2-1. That's why you don't make those 3-team parlays, Ty. That would have lost. You went 2-1. You were strong. Okay, good. But you've been want to do that at times. Chargers blew up on the Rams, which was good. I just think, Cowboys lost, and, when it was ones versus ones, I thought the Jags were the better team. But again, the Cowboys didn't play any ones on offense. They didn't play anybody. But I really like Trevor Lawrence. I think that team, that's a question, like which team, we know who the standard bearers are in the AFC. It's Kansas City is the defending champs, and they've been to 3 of the last 5 Super Bowls. They're the team to beat. They're kind of like the Astros of Major League Baseball. They're the team to beat until proven otherwise. Here comes Joe Burrow, right? Joe Burrow's team is seen as 1A with one of the elite quarterbacks and the elite receiving core with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and all that they can do offensively. You got to put Cincinnati in that, and then you've got Buffalo. They are seen as the standard in the AFC. And the question I'd have for Buffalo is, did they miss their window, right? That game at Arrowhead Stadium that would have sent them to the Super Bowl when they couldn't stop Patrick Mahomes for 17 seconds, right? They couldn't close the game in that overtime game. Everybody got so mad about, the overtime and the Bills were the better team and all that. I was hooting and hollering that, man, come on, that's just terrible. You can't stop a team for 17 seconds who has no timeouts from going down the field and kicking a field goal. You should be better than that on defense, or you don't belong in the Super Bowl.
It's a Tom Brady effect.
I know. And you wonder, because Josh Allen last year was good, but not as good. His turnover numbers were way up. And remember, the Bills lost Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll is now the head coach of the Giants, and I think there was some regression in Josh Allen. And can you get Josh Allen back to that performance? And obviously the entire Bills team had to deal with the Damar Hamlin story and what went on in that game in Cincinnati, Monday Night Football. One of their teammates died on the field, essentially, and was back. How about that? He was back on the field. Damar Hamlin. Made a tackle.
3 tackles.
3 tackles. Sean McDermott, the head coach, afterwards said, man, he needed that. I mean, think about it. I mean, you lost your life on a football field. It's one thing to be recovered, cleared by the doctors, practicing, training camp, but to be back on the football field.
It's hard enough to come back from, feeling like yourself after coming back from a knee injury. Imagine.
Yes,
you
died.
Your heart stopping and trying to feel comfortable out there in pads.
Fortunately for him, he doesn't remember it. It's a blur in his mind. But at the same time, because maybe you could argue because he doesn't remember anything that happened, he remembers the hit, but then that was everything.
It's still got to be on your mind.
I mean, you'd almost remember like a gory leg injury or something more because you see that, you feel it, you remember it. Same time, you lost your life, and it's probably weird for the teammates who were there with him to be running around out there with him. But Damar Hamlin, a very, very cool story, and he's back and hoping to make that Bills roster, and likely he will. But the question is, though, so if those are your three standard bearers, who are the next three in the AFC? I think becomes the huge question. You've got the Chiefs, Bills, and Bengals. Most likely to be in that next three conversation, I think most people would look at it and say the Dolphins with a healthy Tua, but can he stay healthy? The Jets are going to be mentioned by some people because of Aaron Rodgers and Rookie of the Year offense and defense last year. Their big question is offensive line. Some are going to say it's Baltimore with Lamar Jackson back. I wouldn't put them there until I see it. But
I put LA Chargers above all those teams.
Well, that's where I will wonder if Jacksonville and the Jaguars can be the next step.
They're very
team.
similar.
If Jacksonville, because here's the advantage the Jags have, and the Cowboys just had to deal with them. They play in a division that's easier than any other division. They don't play in the AFC South or the West where they have to play. If you're the Chiefs, you play the Chargers, what will be an improved Broncos team with Sean Payton, the Raiders with Josh McDaniel in year 2. They've got Jimmy Garoppolo now, and they're not just going to be anybody's slouch, I think. And then in the AFC North, you've got, the standard bearer is Cincinnati, but there's Baltimore. What if Deshaun Watson gets back to being an elite quarterback with the weapons? Cleveland's going to be a problem. Pittsburgh, Mike Tomlin always makes the playoffs. That's just part of the deal. And then in the North, you've got, as we mentioned, the Bills, Jets, and Dolphins, and then the Patriots are in there somewhere. But Jacksonville's in a division where you're playing Houston twice. You're playing Indianapolis twice. They're both, breaking in rookie quarterbacks and are in a bit of rebuilds. The only team that is really solid there is Tennessee, and they're old. They're an aging team with Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry and now DeAndre Hopkins. But you feel like Jacksonville should be better than them. So that becomes a team that if the margins are slim between who's next behind the big three, well, maybe, schedule makes a difference. Maybe the fact that they get to, take advantage of an easier division puts them into a spot where, and they're going to play a first-place schedule because they won the division last year. They'll play a tougher schedule outside of their own division. But
is that how that works?
Yeah. Yeah, you play
so ones play ones?
Ones play ones.
Okay.
Twos plays twos. And obviously there's so much turnover in the NFL. Teams get better from year to year, but it doesn't always play out as the tougher schedule. On paper, to start the year, it's tough, and then injuries set in and it all changes. But for Jacksonville, they have a chance. They were in the playoffs last year. They came back and beat the Chargers in that playoff game in the collapse by the Chargers and the amazing comeback, led by Trevor Lawrence. And you wonder if that was a Trevor Lawrence grow-up moment to say, okay, we're going to be in this thing. Forget about the Urban Meyer year, which was a disaster. Doug Peterson's a real-life coach. He's won a Super Bowl. And if they show as much improvement in year 2 under Doug Peterson as they did in year 1, Jacksonville's going to be a problem for people and they've added Calvin Ridley, who had sat out the gambling suspension last year, but he's back. He adds another weapon to go with Zay Jones and that really Christian Kirk and that really good receiver core. Evan Ingram at tight end, Travis Etienne at running back. I mean, they're a handful, and they play in that easy division. So I like the Jacksonville as maybe that fourth team when it's all said and done and when the season's over, because the other divisions I think are going to beat up on one another pretty heavily because they are so talented and loaded across the board. Over in the NFC, the question is the Cowboys, right? Where are they in the pecking order? Are they in the established big three? Are they in there with Philadelphia, San Francisco, and then Dallas probably, right? They've lost to the Niners each of the last 2 years in January, but they're right there. Those weren't blowouts. They were close games in the fourth quarter. Mike McCarthy has taken over play calling and, working with Dak Prescott to win that game, right? Because if you win that game, you're in the Final Four. You're past San Francisco and you're playing in the championship of the NFC. But, if I say that the top three in the NFC tie are Philadelphia, who I think has improved even on what they were a year ago, San Francisco because Brock Purdy is healthy, and then Dallas, who's four? Who's four in the NFC for you?
Man, that's tough.
And here are your candidates. Detroit, Minnesota, the New Orleans Saints, and that was something to keep your eye on Saturday with the preseason games. Actually, Sunday, they played the Chiefs. New Orleans had Derek Carr quarterback. There was Alvin Kamara playing running back, and there was Michael Thomas playing wide receiver, and they're all healthy. I mean, this is the first time that's happened, and obviously Derek Carr is the newcomer, but Kamara and Thomas are healthy. Chris Olave is the other receiver. The defense has always been pretty good in New Orleans. And again, much like the Jaguars, the Saints, who on paper look like the most complete team, play in a division where they get to play Carolina, who's breaking in a new quarterback, and Tampa Bay and Atlanta. You've got 3 teams in your division that are not going to be playoff teams. So is there an advantage where all of a sudden the Saints can get in that conversation with the Vikings and the Detroit Lions?
I think Seattle, too.
And I think Seattle's got to be in that conversation, too. I agree with you 100%. Seahawks have had another great draft. If Geno Smith is close to what Geno Smith was last year in a Pro Bowl run, Seattle's got to be in that conversation of who's next. Because I think if you go to the NFC North and you're talking about Minnesota after a 13-win season, we've talked about the Vikings. They won a lot of those games with smoke and mirrors. They won the 33-0 comeback. They beat the Colts because Jeff Saturday isn't a head coach and they collapsed. I mean, they had a lot of games where they found a way to eke out victories. Typically, that flips, and the team that is most likely to pounce on them in that division are the Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions.
I mean, with that offense, I did watch some of the Detroit Lions preseason game. Jahmyr Gibbs, those guys. If they can get that defense right, they're going to be a scary team. I could see them passing up maybe one of those big 3 we talked about in the Cowboys or maybe the 49ers. I'm not as into Brock Purdy as everybody. I want to see it for a full season.
I think that's right. And the team now, the league has a full year to prepare for him a little bit. And they've got so many weapons. I mean, you see the lists that are out of the top 100 players, and the 49ers have like 5 of the top 20, which why are the Niners considered loaded? Because if you have the top 100 players as voted by players and 5 of them play for the Niners, because you're talking about Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, the left tackle Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, and that doesn't even that's just some of their great players.
You have the number 1 tackle and the number 1 defensive end on your team.
Your team. And you've got Deebo and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle, and you've got the best linebacker in the middle there. They've got a really good secondary. I mean, obviously on defense they replaced DeMeco Ryans, who's now in Houston coaching the Texans, but they're just so talented. They're just so good that if Brock Purdy doesn't have to be great, he's just got to do like he did last year and distribute the rock. Find the open man, kind of like the Longhorns are going to expect from Quinn Ewers this year. Just distribute. Just get it where it needs to be. We're going to have mismatches because we just have really good players. That's where we need to go. And that's what Brock Purdy did when he got in the games. He just, all of a sudden, if you were a fantasy football owner like I was who owned George Kittle and Brock Purdy took over for Jimmy Garoppolo, all of a sudden George Kittle blew up. George Kittle was catching 2 touchdowns a game. And you're like, oh, no, Brock Purdy, he likes to throw to the tight end. No, he likes to throw to the open man.
But it's so weird because we watched him for 4 years at Iowa State, and he was his freshman
really good
year,
as a sophomore and a freshman. And
regressed.
By the way, we're now seeing some issues in that Matt Campbell program. Gambling.
That dude should have left while he had the chance.
Well, keep in mind Matt Campbell, the head coach of the Iowa State Cyclones, whose program is in the middle of a gambling scandal where their starting quarterback is going to be not able to play all year. He turned down the Detroit Lions head coaching job for the total of about $75 million. Turned it down. Said, nah, don't want it. The other Campbell, Dan Campbell, happily took it, and now he's got a team that might be able to win that division with Jared Goff at quarterback. I'd also say this, and we'll wrap up our NFL preseason thoughts from the weekend, because this text says Trey Lance sucks. Yes, Trey Lance does suck. He's not good. He did not look good.
Sam Darnold did not look good either.
Sam Darnold didn't either. You know who looked good? Shane Buechele, lifetime Longhorn and SMU Mustang with the Kansas City Chiefs flinging it all over the yard yesterday. But as far as the NFC North, when I look at it, I think the Bears are interesting. Because Justin Fields, they feel like they've stolen that offense from what Lamar Jackson does, borrow a little bit from Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts. He rushed for 1,000 yards last year. You give him DJ Moore. You got Chase Claypool there. They got a good group of tight ends. They can run the ball with Khalil Herbert. They need to improve their defense because their defense was terrible last year in Chicago. And remember, they traded Roquan Smith. They traded all their best defensive players. Mac.
Khalil Mack.
Khalil Mack. They traded him they traded him a couple years ago. So they've traded all their best defensive players because they needed to acquire draft picks. Well, now we'll see if the Bears can become a factor. They weren't last year, but we'll see if they can be in the mix. And then there's the Packers. And Jordan Love didn't look bad. Jordan Love did not look bad executing that offense.
That's definitely the team with the most question marks going into the season.
But they still have a winning mentality and culture there, even without Aaron Rodgers. They've got a defense that's salty. They've got 2 good running backs. And, it's going to be all on Jordan Love. If Jordan Love is – I don't think I wouldn't bet your money, Ty, that they're going to have a third straight Hall of Famer at quarterback following Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. But Jordan Love doesn't have to be a Hall of Famer for them to be a pretty good football team. He's got to be good. He's got to be Brock Purdy. He's got to be that kind of player who distributes the rock, and they're going to run the ball.
I just can't see him being very successful, especially with the fact that Aaron Rodgers couldn't do much with that offense with those weapons last year, and they didn't really add much. They lost Allen Lazard, they lost Randall Cobb, they got Christian Watson coming back, who had a great rookie year, but that's about it.
And we can also say that Aaron Rodgers wasn't very good last year. Aaron Rodgers had a broken thumb, he says, and he was not the normal Aaron Rodgers who had won back-to-back MVPs the 2 previous years. It was not a good year for Aaron Rodgers, and well, now here he is with the New York Jets. So, all right, there you go. There's some NFL. We had all 32 teams in action over the weekend. We'll take your first impressions. Speaking of impressions, coming back, we go behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod B. We'll give you some thoughts behind the BOC on the Longhorns in their first of 2 training camp scrimmages. That's coming next. Somebody asked if the Falcons did hold out Bijan Robinson. They did. They didn't play a snap in their game on Friday night with the Dolphins. He'll play at some point. He's going to be one of their feature running backs. I think that's fair to say. And one of their feature weapons with the Atlanta Falcons in 20 and 23. Also, says Matt Campbell, the most overrated coach in college football. Well, he did build Iowa State into something pretty darn good as far as Iowa State's concerned, if you know what that program has been and had been. But, yes, they did not maximize the late career of Brock Purdy. And that team had a bunch of NFL guys on it, Breece Hall and Charles Kolar, the tight end, and all guys that are playing in the National Football League. The Texans drafted Xavier Hutchinson, the receiver, this year.
They had a first-round defensive player this year.
Yeah,
what was his
McDonald.
Name? Yeah.
Well, and that's where Matt Campbell has changed that program. He's producing top NFL talent, but, that's a tough program to win at. But at the same time, yes, I don't think he maximized that. But that's why I said I wonder if some of the things we're now hearing about with the gambling and the culture, I don't know if that has been an ongoing issue that we're just now learning about. Same time, because I remember the year they were supposed to be in a contender for a lot of people thought they'd have a chance to play for the Big 12 championship, and they really underachieved that year. And then last year, I think, was kind of a rebuild year, and now Hunter Dekkers, who was supposed to replace Brock Purdy, is not going to play. So you can't expect much out of Iowa State this year because they don't have a quarterback. And the quarterback they thought they had one of them. Look, very few teams in the Big 12 are returning quarterbacks. Texas is with Quinn Ewers. Iowa State was one of them. Texas Tech is one of them. Oklahoma is one of them. It's one of the reasons those are teams picked to be at the top of the conference. But Iowa State was one. Well, now they're not because Hunter Dekkers is not going to play this year. Almost certainly with the gambling investigation that has been going on there in the state of Iowa. Okay, so there's some college football, also some pro football. We got Notre Dame at number 15 in our countdown. Tomorrow we'll be at number 14, obviously, if you can count, which means we're going back into the Big 12 at number 14. We had 3 Big 12 teams in our back end of our top 20 last week with Texas Tech at 20, and we had TCU at 17 and Oklahoma at 16. We'll have another Big 12 team tomorrow at number 14 on our way to number 1. But right now, we're talking Texas football. They'll be in our rankings, I believe, here coming up as we get closer to the top. But with the Longhorns, they had their first scrimmage on Saturday. We've talked about it. If you're just tuning in here in the 11 o'clock hour, the Longhorns are going to have 2 big full squad scrimmages in camp. The first one was this past Saturday. There'll be another one coming up. And as Rod told you, we'll hear coming up, each one has its own method for Steve Sarkisian. But let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod Babers with some thoughts, and we kicked it around earlier this morning on what went on in the scrimmage on Saturday morning.
What is behind that curtain?
All right, what's a bigger storyline for you coming out of the first spring practice? By the way, Sark has already said first spring practice is really just a show me what you got scrimmage, I should say. The first spring scrimmage is a first kind of show me what you got. I don't know why I keep saying spring. Scrimmage, training camp scrimmage. And he said the second scrimmage, that'll be the scrimmage, it's more of a depth chart scrimmage. And this first scrimmage, there are several storylines that the insiders are pointing to because it was a closed scrimmage. Only the families of all the players actually were invited to the scrimmage. And, of course, we're based on some insider reports. So shout out to Horns 24/7. Got some of these reports from there. Shout out to our friends over at Inside Texas doing a good job. Got some reports from those guys, too. And Orange Bloods got a couple. So kind of gathered up and piecemeal different reports because we got a lot of sites doing a really good job. So Arch Manning and his wow plays, apparently, because Arch Manning looked really, really good. So is that a bigger storyline or the Alfred Collins awakening? Apparently, Alfred Collins actually had a great scrimmage, too. The different first-team O-line, a change-up in the first-team O-line. A.D. Mitchell hype, because it continues. Every time there's a practice report or now a scrimmage report, A.D. Mitchell hype is pretty much a given every time we hear anything. The running back room rounding into form. Anthony Hill, the prodigy, looking like a prodigy. Or the defense forcing turnovers and getting takeaways. For you,
for storylines,
what will be the bigger for you? Because I think everybody's got something that they're emphasizing and focus on. Out of all those that I mentioned, and there are others we'll get to, which one of those to you is the most intriguing?
For me, that's easy. It's Alfred Collins. I mean, because, A.D. Mitchell, as you mentioned, is the headline of every practice report you see. I mean, I think
that's consistent.
I think we can start to just say that, because as we were talking about the Cowboys, right? What we saw from DeMarvion Overshown and Deuce Vaughn on Saturday, that's been the report in all 3 weeks out in Oxnard.
Yep.
Like a whole camp. Demo and Deuce Vaughn are showing up. They're just making plays. That's been the A.D. Mitchell report since the Longhorns started practicing, that A.D. Mitchell is one of the best players on the field every day.
Since the spring.
Yeah, since the spring. We saw him in the spring game.
Yeah.
So let's just, you can start to say, okay, who are your best players? Kelvin Banks at left tackle is one of your best players. You can believe in him if he stays healthy. A.D. Mitchell is one of your best players at wide receiver. Byron Murphy on the defensive tackle. He's a guy that just shows up. Jalen Ford's a really good player at linebacker. You got some knowns, right? You got known commodities, and I think A.D. Mitchell has joined that known commodity conversation. And I also know that Arch Manning is going to be a backup quarterback. He may end up, maybe he beats out Malik Murphy to be the backup if he continues to perform like he did on Saturday, because all accounts were that he was more decisive and more immediate with his reads and distributing the ball than Malik Murphy was. But Quinn Ewers had a fine day. Quinn Ewers is going to be the starting quarterback for Texas in 19 days, and he's going to be your starter. So to me, the Alfred Collins story is huge, because I think what can separate Texas from being you talked about it last week, Rod, behind the burnt orange curtain.
Yeah.
How do you go from being a really good, solid defense that finishes in the top 30 and scoring defense in the country to being a
elite
top 10 or 15 type of defense, an elite defense? Alfred Collins. Alfred Collins becomes that kind of guy who can change games from the line of scrimmage, because Byron Murphy's going to be there. You feel good about Barron Sorrells, Tavondre Sweat, and the rotation at D tackle is good. But, Alfred Collins comes with that special tag. He's got that little extra that is a game-changer kind of thing.
He's got physical dimensions you cannot teach.
Yes, the long arms, the big body.
That you can not
and
teach.
If the lights come on or the motor's cranking, that guy can change the game. That guy can become, we talk about finishing, not just pressures but sacks.
Yep.
Not just sacks but turnovers. Not just close to turnovers but actually taking the ball away. Alfred Collins can help you do that.
I totally agree with you. Here is the report. Shout out to friends over at Horns 24/7 for this particular one. When asked who was the best defender on the day, the answer was Alfred Collins.
Yeah.
They started with, at least the source here said, started with Byron Murphy. Tavondre Sweat would sub in to replace Ethan Burke to match personnel, but did say that Alfred Collins may have had maybe the best defender on the day overall.
Yeah, played inside and outside when they needed him to be, as an outside shade. And you mentioned the other name that I heard and read a lot about was Ethan Burke. Ethan Burke, the former lacrosse player at Westlake, who's 6'7". But football IQ is something Sark has talked about with Ethan Burke, and a guy that can really get after the quarterback. Because that's really the biggest question on the Texas defense for me is I think they're deep at safety. I think they've got they're really good up the middle, like you talk about, Rod, the central nervous system of their defense, tackle, linebacker, and safeties. I think they're solid there. They're looking for a corner opposite Ryan Watts. But, man, I think if you tell me this team's going to have a pass rush and be able to finish quarterback sacks this year, with guys like Ethan Burke, Alfred Collins, Barron Sorrell, with Byron Murphy in the push in the middle, this defense can go from good to really good to maybe even great.
Yeah, they had 27 sacks. I believe PK, when he spoke to the media, said they missed 13 sacks. So you're trying to cash in on maybe half of those that you missed last season. That could end up being some game-changing plays. He said that they had 14 takeaways last season, and I believe he said they missed out on 20 plus opportunities to get other takeaways for different reasons. I don't know how they calculated, but either way, it does show you that there's a lot of room for improvement for the defense. And they were a good defense last year. But we talked about the splash plays, the havoc plays. You need more guys who are going to create havoc plays. That are your tackles for loss, your sacks, your forced fumbles, your interceptions, your PBUs. Jalen Catalon is one of those guys who can take that next step. I saw a clip of him getting an interception in one of their practices. So that's a guy you got to count on to be a playmaker. You need more playmakers on defense, not just Jalen Ford. And hopefully Alfred Collins can be one of those guys. He's taken that next step. And one of the other reports that I thought were really interesting is, about the defense forcing turnovers overall. There was a forced fumble. Shout out, I think it's Liana Lafau was the one that forced the fumble against Jatavion Sanders. So that's a good report. The 2 interceptions, because Malik Murphy threw an interception. Quinn Ewers, I believe, threw an interception. Even though you don't want your quarterbacks to be throwing interceptions, both of those, I think Quinn Ewers, they say also threw 2 touchdowns, had a good day. But there was an interception, so it shows you the defense, they're starting to be a little bit more opportunistic and make plays. You gotta be a defense that's able to take the football away. That's another step Texas can take. They only had 14 last year. I mean, that's a pretty low number for a really good defense like Texas. Considering they were top 10 in pressures, those pressures are supposed to be either converted into sacks or they're supposed to be converted into more takeaways because it forces the opposing quarterback to make mistakes under duress. And it's not, for some reason, something's lost right there in translation for Texas. They're not converting those pressures, even though they were second in the country, but Pro Football Focus says, behind, I believe it's Clemson. They're not converting those into sacks because they were second to last among the top 10 in pressures and sacks, and they're not converting those into takeaways because they had 14 takeaways, who at the bottom of the Big 12 also in takeaways. Well, so that's what they're trying to rectify defensively.
And for folks who don't have the insider access, I also saw where Xavier Worthy didn't participate. He might be dealing with something minor, but they're probably precautionary with X-Man.
Nah, we don't need to see anything from X-Man.
And there was a report. All right, there's Rod Babers and myself talking some Longhorn football. 4:45 today. You'll start to hear some stuff reported about Steve Sarkisian because the Longhorns will practice this afternoon. Then Sark is going to meet the media. It'll be the first conversation with the coverage media since that scrimmage on Saturday. So to get some injury updates, there was reports about Jordan Whittington, as we mentioned, and we'll get an update there. Also, the big defensive lineman Zaire Mitchell, the freshman from New Jersey, he also reportedly he's dealing with an injury. I'm assuming we'll get an update on those coming up from Sark at about 4:45 this afternoon. But and all the recap of scrimmage 1, second scrimmage coming up. I think this coming Saturday, because then, gosh, from this coming Saturday, you're 2 weeks to the opener, which means school starts back up for the players, and then, gosh, you'll be into game week right after that as it comes on quickly, without a doubt. Quick timeout. We'll be back. We will wrap things up with what's poppin', what we're looking at today and tonight. Ty will have a gambler's pick of the night, a what's poppin' prediction coming back here on
School now in for AISD. You might notice a little bit less traffic in the middle of the day. We're kind of seeing that here. We're still seeing some delays, though, southbound on the Interstate 51st to airports and the decks, and northbound south and north of Ben White. There's still a little heavy. Most of Mopac, Loop 360, and tollway delays, other major thoroughfares pretty much non-existent right now, and we just don't have much in the way of crashes to report anymore either. So the news is good as we head toward 10 o'clock. There's your traffic.
They've done it again, folks. Dr. Kyle Rhodes and Lake Travis Eye and Laser Center are the first in Central Texas to offer the latest FDA-approved multifocal lens. It's called Clearview 3. This new lens offers superior distance and near vision as well as improved contrast in low light. For the latest in vision technology, go see Dr. Kyle Rhodes at Lake Travis Eye and Laser Center or online at LakeTravisEyeandLaserCenter.com. Tell them Ken sent you.
Beat the heat with cool
Just joshing.
What's poppin'? We've recapped this morning everything that's gone on over the weekend, including the Longhorn scrimmage, Cowboys game, 16 NFL preseason matchups that we dove into. Baseball, I got to be live, unfortunately, at the Astros win over the Angels on Saturday night. See my guy Bill Doran into the Astros Hall of Fame. That was fun, along with Bill Brown. Pretty cool weekend for sure. Ty was doing some lake activities. How was lake crowded these days? Crowded out there?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to get out there, but once you get out there, it's definitely pretty crowded.
Hard because you got to put the boat in?
You have to either know somebody or own a boat, which isn't a cheap thing to do.
Well, I'm looking at the stars right now. One was killed on a boat jet ski crash on Lake Travis over the weekend, and then one missing, multiple injured on a boat crash. I guess the boat hit land there on Lake Austin, LBJ, Lady Bird Lake. So be careful out there. And as we've also said, be very careful because what's popping? School's back. School's back in. AISD and Manor went back to school today with students on campus, Fredericksburg as well. And then tomorrow, it's going to get really crowded with Pflugerville, Round Rock ISD, San Marcos, and Dripping Springs all opening up with kids. And then on Wednesday, everybody will be back with Lake Travis, Eanes, Elgin, Leander, Liberty Hill, and Wimberley, Georgetown as well. So, it's that time of the year. So school zones, morning and afternoon. Traffic will ramp up and be quite a bit more crowded, and that's where Don Miller comes along. So that'll be popping. School's back. As Rod said earlier, you got to get your outfit. You got to be looking clean as you get off to school. Speaking of clean, you see that what's popping is that Jalen Hurts has become the third NFL quarterback to join the Jordan brand. Michael Jordan's Nike brand. He is in. He's gotten picked up.
Patrick Mahomes, you said?
No, Jalen Hurts.
Oh, okay.
Jalen Hurts is in. You know who the other two Jordan brand quarterbacks are?
I do not.
No, the answer would be Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott and Panthers rookie Bryce Young.
Probably should have known that.
You didn't know Dakota? Dakota was in there. Yeah, so that's popping for them. Also, what you watching tonight, Ty? You got Astros in Florida. The Astros haven't played a game in Miami since 2017. So it's been 6-7 years since the Astros have played in Miami. They have a series opening tonight. Marlins just rocked the Yankees world with an unbelievable comeback and won a series against the Yankees. Marlins are in the wild card hunt in the National League. Astros come in having taken 2 of 3 from the Angels. They have Framber Valdez on the mound tonight. Rangers are home to the Angels with Max Scherzer on the bump tonight.
Pablo Sandoval for the Angels going up there?
Patrick. You mean Patrick Sandoval?
Sorry. Yeah. Max Scherzer, see if we can get 3 in a row.
He's a left-hander for the Angels. His mother wouldn't be happy if you called him Pablo, and his name's Patrick. So let's go with Patrick. But the Rangers should rock his world. He's 6-8 with an ERA around 4. Max Scherzer's been really good since he's joined the Rangers.
I'm just excited we don't have to face Ohtani during this series.
Yeah, well, he was supposed to. I got to see Shohei Ohtani in person. I'll be on Saturday, and the Astros, JP France, by the way, Astros, I'll tell you what else is popping for the Astros is they, how about this stat, right? Everybody knows the Astros have had really good players and really good teams and 6 straight trips to the Final Four, essentially, the AL Championship Series. In the last 9 years, in 7 of those years, an Astros either won the Rookie of the Year or been in the top 4 for Rookie of the Year in the American League. It's unbelievable. And here they are again this year, where they've reacquired Justin Verlander, but Yainer Diaz, their catcher, and the pitcher J.P. France, the right-hander, who won his 8th game, 8-2 now on Saturday night. They're going to be in the mix for Rookie of the Year. Obviously Josh Young, the Ranger third baseman, is likely to win it, but he's out now. And so, the Astros have 2 more guys that they've developed. They've done a great job of allowing the George Springers and the Carlos Correas and the Garrett Coles to move on, and they just seem to replace them with young pitchers and young players. While keeping their core together, which it's a pretty good core. And Rangers are too, by the way. Scherzer and Sandoval tonight. You have a what's poppin' pick of the night, gambler's pick.
Colorado Rockies plus 190 over the Diamondbacks. A little value here. If you can trust me, the Rockies been playing better as of late. They're playing at home. You got Flexen against Kelly on the mound tonight. Just take a money line. Let's do it. Put at least a unit on it.
That's what's poppin'. I'm with that. All right, also popping. There's new shows. I got the new Billions is out. New season episode. Season 7 debuted last night. Winning Time with the rise of the LA Lakers. If you're into that on HBO, they've got a new season that's underway. And tomorrow night we'll be popping with Hard Knocks episode 2. with Aaron Rodgers behind the scenes with the New York Football Jets. It should be a great week. Good luck with your back-to-school plans if you've got youngsters doing it. Hope they have a great year, and let's get them off to a great start. Have a wonderful Monday. We're just getting warmed up. We'll hear you and be live with you 6 a.m. tomorrow morning with E and Rod B on the Horn app, and at hornfm.com.
The Horn.